I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bled. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing all with big manotas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, would not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait league. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, shack and will it. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, I'm dope and wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the Wow, what's that? Why ain't they taking over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Welcome to the Lion's Den. Please hit that like if you like the information that's presented to you. And subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done so already. Go ahead, y'all.
Peace. Like, share, subscribe. Y'all know how we do. Lion's Den in the building. Man, this is gonna be an interesting build, man. You know what I'm saying? I love it when we could sit here and do the research and learn together versus kind of like arguing with each other about the information. So this is actually a treat for me because this is the same thing we do in Naga. We sit there and watch documentaries and then we go over the information and get the research and stuff. So this right up my alley. Peace, brother Aubrey. How you doing, man?
We can't hear you. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, you gotta unmute your mic, brother. No, he having some technical difficulties, but it's your boy. It's your boy Lareal Burns in the building. Man, we're actually gonna review some of this information about resonating frequencies, dealing with 5G towers, and the effect of how the effect of that has on human physiology, psychology, and our bioelectrical fields. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this information is kind of deep. If you ain't never heard of it, all you gotta do is go to Lions Den debates. And we actually have like debates and content on some of this type of stuff. So just become familiar with it. We know it's some deep science. So sometimes it's hard to follow along, but have some patience and do your due diligence. And we promise you're gonna be blessed after this.
An unknown scientist is about to make a discovery that should have changed everything. His name was Winifred Otto Schumann. On the day in question, he was teaching his students about the physics of electricity, how a sphere within a sphere can create electrical tension, and subsequently, a frequency. Schumann's class had struggled to understand the subject, so to make it easier, the professor instructed them to imagine the Earth as one sphere and the ionosphere as another. He then asked them to calculate the tension that would exist in between. Having no idea himself, Schumann also began to calculate. Eventually, he arrived at a frequency of approximately 10 Hertz. As incredible as it seemed to Schumann, our planet had a pulse, a measurable frequency that surrounded life on Earth. Although the professor was proud of his find, he didn't see it as a hugely significant one, especially as it was only published in a small science journal, confined to the back pages, under the heading of Schumann resonance. It would take several years and an incredible twist of fate before the professor would begin to realize the true importance of Schumann resonance. That twist of fate had begun 30 years earlier with another German scientist by the name of Hans Berger. Using an EEG machine he had built himself, Berger had made the first ever recording of electrical frequency transmitted by the human brain. It was initially suggested the wave be named after the man who'd discovered it, but Berger, being a modest man, elected for an alphabetical name and called it the alpha wave. Shortly after Professor Schumann's discovery, one of Hans Berger's colleagues, a man named Dr. Ankermüller, happened to stumble upon a bedraggled copy of a small scientific journal. The exact same small scientific journal that Professor Schumann's discovery had been published in several years before. He read the piece several times, shaking his head in disbelief. He realized instantly the magnitude of what was in front of him. The frequency of the alpha waves, recorded by Hans Berger, were almost identical to Schumann resonance. The frequency of the Earth. Dr. Ankermüller immediately contacted Schumann to convince him to investigate further. Schumann agreed and worked alongside one of his students to refine his discovery. They studied in detail how tension is discharged by lightning in the Earth ionosphere cavity. Eventually, they came up with an exact frequency. The pulse of the Earth, Schumann resonance, was exactly 7.83 Hertz. The discovery was remarkable. Schumann resonance wasn't just similar to the alpha waves of the human brain, it was identical. The brain's frequency, which controlled our creativity, our performance, our stress, anxiety, and our immune system, had somehow tuned into the frequency of the planet. The pulse of the Earth had become the pulse of life itself. The frequency of a wave is measured in hertz. This refers to the number of oscillations the wave makes each second. Frequencies range from a billionth the size of an atom to the length of the universe itself. In theory, frequencies are infinite, so ultimately endless. If this was a coincidence, it was nature's most spectacular. So what did all this mean? It wasn't long before somebody tried to find out. His name was Rutger Weaver, an acclaimed scientist from the Max Planck Institute. In the early 1960s, the professor constructed an underground bunker in order to examine the circadian rhythms of man. The circadian rhythm is the day-night cycle that is engraved into all life. Over a 30-year period, the professor conducted experiments in which student volunteers would spend several weeks at a time living in the bunker, completely shielded from the natural resonances of the Earth. In his results, Weaver noted some astonishing findings. He discovered that when Schumann resonance was filtered out of the bunker, the students' physical and mental health would suffer.
He took students down there. He didn't trust to do it with ill or old people. He took young students down there because he knew, Weaver knew that there would be an effect. So obviously underground, you don't have Schumann resonance. You only have the transverse magnetic field from in the Earth. So by putting them underground, they started feeling sick, having headaches. Their circadian rhythm was completely upset. The interesting thing was, when he just introduced the 7.8 Hertz frequency with a magnetic pulse generator, that immediately stopped.
Weaver would secretly introduce the 7.83 frequency to the bunker via a man-made transmitter. Each time he did so, he noted the ill effects suffered by the volunteers either disappeared or decreased. Their stress, headaches, and emotional distress was reduced, and their sense of well-being was restored. All by the introduction of Schumann resonance. Weaver's research had revealed an incredible connection between human health and the natural frequency of the planet. And in 2011, groundbreaking research suggested something even more impressive, that Schumann resonance could be connected to the beginnings of life itself. The breakthrough came at the hands of Luc Montagnier, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist who first discovered the HIV virus. The professor was conducting water memory experiments, examining how water could retain a memory of substances that had previously been dissolved in it, when he stumbled upon something that would challenge the very principles of science. All life comes from life. This is a fundamental principle of science, and one which has never been violated in any experiment. Life can only exist where life has existed before. And the mechanism for this has always been understood to be a material one, such as egg and sperm, or spore and cell division. But Luc Montagnier's experiments have offered a very different hypothesis. The professor showed that DNA sequences, the very building blocks of life communicate with each other in water by emitting low-frequency electromagnetic waves. Even when the DNA was kept in separate test tubes, the professor still recorded electromagnetic communication between them. How sophisticated could this communication be? Well, Luc Montagnier showed they are able to organize nucleotides, the ingredients which actually make up DNA, into brand new DNA. Science has combined these ingredients countless times before, but in no experiment have they ever been able to recreate the spark of life and transform nucleotides into actual DNA, not without DNA already being present. Life, after all, can only exist where life has existed before. But in Luc Montagnier's experiments, the DNA had been completely filtered from the water. Yet new DNA was still formed. Just how was this possible? How had Luc Montagnier managed to achieve what no other scientist could and create life where no life was present? What was so different about Luc Montagnier's experiments? There was the presence of a frequency which, when removed, would cause the experiments to fail, but when present, would ensure that they would succeed. That frequency was 7.83 Hertz. Schumann resonance. A delicate relationship had been struck between life and the frequency of the planet. An interaction of living organisms and electromagnetic frequencies. A reliance. A bond. Evidence of this can be found by reading the science papers. But more obvious proof can be found by simply walking outside. How did all this happen? Well, when you look at the history of the Earth, it seems pretty obvious. Schumann waves have been part of this planet since the very beginning. Life evolved surrounded by them, and inevitably tuned in. In fact, our sensitivity to frequency became deeply connected to our ability to sense another of the planet's phenomena. Two billion years ago, magnotatic bacteria formed a simple but intriguing relationship with the Earth's magnetic fields. The single-celled organism contained particles of magnetic material.
Hold on. What?
This
Rewind
enabled
it
it to
back
act
just
the
like
needle of a compass,
10 seconds. What did he call that?
orient along the
I didn't
magnetic
catch what he called that.
deeply connected to our ability to sense another of the planet's phenomena. Two billion years ago, magnotatic bacteria formed a simple but intriguing relationship with the Earth's magnetic fields. The single-celled organism contained particles of magnetic material. This enabled it to act like the needle of a compass and orient along the magnetic lines of the Earth. As organisms became more complex, so did their reliance on the Earth's magnetic fields.
'We do know that bees are sensitive to magnetic fields. We know that within their bodies they contain particles of magnetite, and laboratory studies have shown that they are indeed sensitive to magnetic fields. And you can demonstrate in the laboratory that if you artificially create a magnetic field, you can control the way that they build their comb. And it seems logical that bees are using magnetic fields in navigation.
The delicate balance of life on Earth is perfectly illustrated by reliance on bees and their pollination of plants. It's hypothesized that without bees, life wouldn't stand much of a chance.
Insect pollination is needed for really all the things that make eating interesting. So all the fruits, the nuts, and things like that all require insect pollination, and bees are the most important group of pollinators.
If the bees weren't here,
If the bees,
we'd have a very boring diet.
yes, we would have a very thin existence. I think that's the point without bees. And of course, as well as the food that we need to eat, they're pollinating wild plants as well. And in many cases, we don't know details about the pollination of wild plants, but we can be sure that without bees to pollinate them, many of our wild plants would disappear.
We are with Marianne Fraser, the Senior Extension Associate for Beekeeping at Pennsylvania State University. What are the classic criteria of colony collapse disorder so that any beekeeper can go out there and look at their bees and say, this looks like a pretty classic case of this?
The symptoms are that the bees are relatively healthy and strong, and in a very short period of time, the adult bee population disappears from the colony. It leaves the colony. And what it leaves behind is a lot of brood, young bees, honey, and pollen.
On what continents has this colony collapse disorder been observed?
Well, the decline of honeybees has occurred actually worldwide. We've seen many other countries report declines in honeybees. Whether or not it's truly due to this thing called colony collapse disorder, which is a pretty unique set of criteria, is another question. And that's one of the things we're trying to understand by trying to communicate with other people in other parts of the world.
The sort of current concern particularly dates from about 2006, and particularly in the United States, where a lot of commercial beekeepers suddenly found that their bees had been healthy at one point in the year, and then in late summer just suffered these spectacular losses. And they appeared to be different from anything that had been seen before. So people were just going to their hives and finding there were no bees at all.
Colony collapse disorder has affected hives all around the world, with some countries reporting losses of up to 70%. A variety of reasons have been offered as to its cause, but none of them have been able to conclusively explain why all of a sudden bees don't return to their hives. Apart from one, a sensational piece of research by Joseph Kuhn and his team. In an experiment, the doctor worked with 8 beehives and placed a regular home deck phone inside half of them. The scientists then monitored if the presence of a deck phone would affect the way that bees returned to their hive. The results were astonishing. In the hives where no deck phone was present, the bees returned at a normal rate. But in the hives which contained a deck phone, the bees hardly returned at all. In one hive containing a deck phone, not a single bee returned. To fully understand the relevance of Dr. Kuhn's experiment, we must first understand how a deck phone works. The reason you are able to walk around your home talking on your deck phone is because the base station of the deck phone sends electromagnetic frequency waves called microwaves to the handset. This is exactly the same way that a mobile phone mast communicates with a mobile phone. A deck phone is basically a miniature version of a mobile phone mast. If a bee is affected by what comes out of a deck phone, it will most definitely be affected by what comes out of a mobile phone mast. And with 4 billion mobile phone users around the world, all of a sudden, there are an awful lot of mobile phone masts. The bee's magnetic sense allows it to navigate using the magnetic lines of the Earth, an ability it has spent millions of years fine-tuning and developing. Does it stand to reason, then, that such an acute sensitivity would be affected by even the slightest change in the electromagnetic environment? So what about a gargantuan change, and one which has happened almost overnight? Are there other species that have this sensitivity to magnetic fields? A sensitivity which ultimately makes them vulnerable to man-made frequencies. Unfortunately, the discovery of a new protein cell called a cryptochrome suggests all life has a magnetic sense.
They were discovered in the 1990s in plants, where their function is to absorb blue light, which is used to regulate growth. They were since been found in insects, animals, mammals, including humans, and in birds.
Cryptochromes are a biological molecule called a protein. It's generated by some of your genes called cryogenes. And the cryptochrome molecule actually controls your circadian rhythms, including melatonin production.
Some of the cryptochromes seem to have a function of absorbing light as detectors for the circadian clock. So they are inputs for the light-dark cycle that many species seem to have, plants as well as animals.
But in the year 2000, Thorsten Ritz demonstrated an even more amazing role for the cryptochrome. In a series of experiments on robins, he demonstrated that their navigational sense was not only a magnetic one, but it came directly from the cryptochrome cells, which are located behind the eye.
I think the Ritz paper published in 2000 is one of those milestones in science, because he proposed that this cryptochrome molecule, which remember is best known for its effect in controlling circadian rhythms, that molecule was actually responsible for giving the compass, magnetic compass information in birds.
The birds literally see the Earth's magnetic field, perhaps as a bright or dark spot superimposed on their field of vision. And as they then move their head or their body around, this spot moves, and so rather like a heads-up display for a fighter pilot, they have this thing that they see, goodness knows what it would be, which allows them to orient while they're flying.
The way he tested that was to expose birds to radio frequency fields to see if it actually disturbed their magnetic compass. And not only did the radio frequency field indeed disrupt the migration of robins, but it did so at very, very low intensities of fields. And that's really important and really interesting, that very low level radio frequency fields interfered with the robin's compass.
The experiments by Ritz clearly demonstrated that the cryptochrome cell used in navigation was seriously affected by man-made frequencies, and man-made frequencies at levels well below those deemed safe by the governing body ICNIRP.
All of the animal navigation studies, the cockroaches, the zebra finches, the chickens, the robins, they've all had their magnetic compass disturbed by radio frequency fields well below the ICNIRP public exposure limit.
Like work on birds, particularly birds, and insects have shown that they are sensitive to fields way below the ICNIRP levels that claim are safe for us. If you look at where the research shows they're sensitive to, there's good stuff in the literature showing it's significantly lower than what we're allowed to be exposed to, and therefore what they're exposed to in the environment.
There's certainly solid scientific reason for supposing that magnetic fields, artificial magnetic fields, will disturb the habitat of a number of species.
How much has our environment changed because of electromagnetic fields, because of
Over the
radio
last
waves?
25 years, it's changed beyond recognition. Just beyond recognition. It's millions and millions of times in terms of electromagnetic energy.
The former National Radiological Protection Board, in one of their documents, said that they thought that the radiation environment, if you like to call it that, had increased many millions of times from what it was 50 years ago. Many millions of times.
It's an enormous change in environment on Earth, and it completely swamps all these natural signals, including the Schumann waves that we have evolved with.
One of the reasons that cryptochromes are particularly interesting from the point of view of human beings detecting magnetic fields is that there's a recently study by Dr. Foley and colleagues showing that if you put human cryptochromes into the fruit fly, then the fruit fly is magnetically sensitive because of the presence of these human cryptochromes. So this is actually showing that human cryptochromes are magnetically sensitive, actually detect magnetic fields.
The discovery of the cryptochrome cell has sparked new interest in the magnetic sense of man, a sense that Robin Baker had predicted some 40 years ago.
This is not some kind of scientific blind man's buff. It's an experiment to find out whether children have a sense of direction. Blindfolded and ear-muffed, the subject is turned around in a special chair until he can't remember which direction he's facing. The chair stops and the subject guesses whether he's facing east, west, north or south. The guess is recorded in a small computer. If children had no sense of direction, their guesses would be random, but they're not. Children after the age of about 10 or 11 make pretty good guesses. It seems they have a real sense of direction, and it seems to be a magnetic sense. When the scientists strap a magnet to the subject's head, it disrupts his sense of direction severely.
And this is a huge advance in understanding. It begs all sorts of questions. It begs questions as to whether human beings can actually navigate in the Earth's magnetic field. Even though they don't do it today, did they do it thousands of years ago? And of course, it begs the question as to whether this is a process by which magnetic fields are actually detected in the human body, which leads to this disturbance of circadian rhythms, which would explain all these adverse health effects that we see so much of in the epidemiological studies of the health of magnetic fields.
If mankind has the ability to sense magnetic fields, the same ability as the bees, the birds, and the butterflies, does that also mean that we are as vulnerable as they are to man-made frequencies? Will changes in our environment affect us, as it's clearly affecting them? Okay, so what is how do you describe electrosensitivity?
Electrical sensitivity is when people start reacting, their body starts reacting to electromagnetic fields. Generally speaking, the electromagnetic fields that they'll be reacting to is wireless. So it'll be wireless communications, it'll be Wi-Fi, it'll be cordless phones, deck phones, mobile phones, masts, all of them emitting signals that our body has never experienced before. And when people start to become affected, when I became affected, the way that it starts to affect you is, generally speaking, it's your head first, and it will start giving you pains in your head. But I hate to use the word headache because it's pains in your head that is unlike any other headache you've ever had before.
Most people's complaints are things like cardiac arrhythmia, insomnia, headache, visual disturbance, vertigo, different kinds of paresthesias or neurasthesias where they are feeling unusual sensations within their body. But really it can also affect endocrine function, thyroid function. Again, the list is really endless.
In my particular case, and this is not everybody's case, if I then don't get out of the environment, I start getting quite severe pains in my gut, and that will then mean it's too late, and I will then start bleeding internally.
I think that the symptoms are so diverse, and the associations that that people make are very difficult to accept if you have no knowledge of this subject, which most physicians do not have. And that's no fault of their own. We're not trained to recognise this condition. It's very innovative, and our understanding of it is entirely embryonic at this stage. We're at the very first steps of unravelling and fully understanding this condition.
Brian, like many sufferers of electrosensitivity, has been forced to make radical changes to his home.
These two rooms have been completely shielded in metal foil, so that this room and the bedroom are a Faraday cage. And if you actually check the electromagnetic fields, or indeed the microwaves, and this machine is simply converting microwaves to noise, you find that the mast that is about half a mile away over there, which causes me a problem, by shielding the room and putting metallized glass, means that I can eliminate most of the electromagnetic fields.
The aspects of an organism that allow it to detect and respond to electromagnetic fields. You could say, this word's going to use in a number of different contexts, and if you bisect it and break it down, electrically sensitive, you could say that really that's a response to life itself. In that, for example, if we're looking at an organism to determine the presence of life, we're really looking for the presence of electricity. So with the electrocardiogram, for example, the ECG, and the electroencephalogram, the EEG, what we're looking at there is the presence of electricity from those target organs, the brain and the heart. And when we see the presence of that, that's a sign that there's life. So in a way, given that on a cellular level, electromagnetic fields are part of life itself, we could say that all life is electromagnetically sensitive.
Desperate to convince people that electrosensitivity was genuine, Brian and a number of other sufferers signed up to a landmark experiment at Essex University. The experiment, run by Elaine Fox, would sadly become the definitive work on the subject.
You have to go into a shielded room, and you go in there for a relatively short period of time, and the mast is on for 10 minutes and off for 10 minutes and on for 10 minutes, and to see whether you can detect whether it's on or not. And I went into the room having told them that I would not be able to tell them whether the mast was on or off or on.
What's that?
because their understanding of how you react to this is wrong. This is not a case with most people where you turn the mast on and, oh, I'm affected. They turn the mast off, oh, I'm okay again. It doesn't work like that. I suffer with hay fever. And when I go into a field where there's pollen, it takes a while before I'll be affected. But it takes a long time before I'm not affected. I can be removed from the hay field for 24 hours, but I'll still be feeling my hay fever. And electrical sensitivity with most people is a little bit like that.
The way the team had set up the experiment meant it would be almost impossible for Brian and the other volunteers to prove they were being affected. Not that it would matter, as the team had inexplicably decided to do away with any form of vetting procedure.
For one thing, people appear to be sensitive to different things. I'm sensitive to 3G mobile phones, I'm sensitive to GSM mobile phones, for example. There are differences in the way the modulation works. I have no idea whether they're right in their sensitivities, but if that is the case, then it makes sense that the people who you've got into your study claim to be sensitive to exactly the signal that you're going to be exposing them to. If you have someone that, for example, is always sensitive to Wi-Fi, but they're never sensitive to mobile phones, if they exist, then you make sure that what they're being exposed to is Wi-Fi and not mobile phones, because you're actually trying to prove whether they're sensitive to what they're saying they are. None of that differentiation was done. It was really, if you claim to be sensitive to anything at all that happened to be electromagnetic, you were in.
Well, one of the reasons why I thought it was quite important was I help people who are electrically sensitive. And a couple of months before, I'd actually been to a lady's house who thought she was electrically sensitive, just to try and help her and to explain to her what electrical sensitivity was and what might be causing her problem. And to cut a long story short, it was obvious that this particular lady had a problem, but she was not electrically sensitive. She was definitely not electrically sensitive. But in the going of the conversation, she'd signed up for the Essex trials to try and find out whether she was electrically sensitive. Well, my heart missed a beat. Well, here's somebody that's not electrically sensitive, and they've signed up to go to Essex. And Essex are telling me they don't have a vetting procedure.
What they actually found, and this is based on the text in the paper itself, I'm not sort of paraphrasing, is they needed, according to them, with the level of response they were expecting to see from sensitive people, they would need about 132 people, participants in their study, to show a statistically significant effect. That's how much population, if you like, they would need. That's how much data they would need in their study findings before they could say this group is clearly more sensitive than that group. What they got was 44. So from the very outset, they only had a third of the data they expected that they would need to find anything anyway. What they ended up finding was a near statistically significant risk anyway, i.e. the people who claimed to be sensitive showed that they were sensitive with a significance of about 90%. So the borderline at which a scientific paper says, yes, this is statistically significant, is 95%. If you don't get that level of certainty, it's not a statistical finding at all. It could be random chance and noise. They got something which was 90% certainty of an increase in risk. And of course, it fails the magic bar at which you can call it a statistically significant result. And it was written off as this demonstrates that people aren't sensitive, when actually it did no such thing.
The constant exposure to the mast took its toll on a number of the volunteers, making some of them so sick they were forced to withdraw from the experiment. For Brian, the effects of the experiment will be felt long after he left Essex.
I've had my first colonoscopy was 7 years ago. My second one was 4 years ago. My third one was about a year ago. There's nothing the matter with me. There's nothing the matter with me. Absolutely, you're imagining it. I've got colon cancer. So from the first time that I bled to the time of removing the polyp was 7 years. When I asked the doctor, how long does it take to cancer to develop? 7 years. So you can virtually track the time when I went to Essex, and there was one occasion before where I started bleeding. With that bleeding has caused me colon cancer.
How could such a botched experiment be held up as such a definitive piece of research? Why would such an experienced team make such fundamental and obvious errors in their work? Could it be anything to do with those who provided the funding? The Essex experiment is one of a number of experiments funded by the MTHR, a company set up and funded by the mobile industry themselves. Could you explain what MTHR does and how MTHR is funded?
Yes, the MTHR program is funded jointly by the UK government and the mobile telecommunications industry, and it funds research into possible adverse health effects related to mobile phone technology.
The whole issue of who funds scientific research is a thorny issue. I know many scientists like myself who, when they get a new study to read, the first thing they turn to is the back of the page where it says who funded it.
Is there, do you think, maybe a conflict of interest in the mobile phone industry funding research into the harm that it does?
Well, of course, there is a potential conflict of interest, and that's why a program of funding like this has to be carefully managed.
I've done a lot of work with the telecommunications industry because I happen to have I organise the communication workers representation in here. And so I've talked to these people for a long time. I think they would like to be objective, but they are driven, particularly in a market where they're fighting each other for market share by profit, and therefore they may fund research, but much like the pharmaceutical industry, you often find that they're hiring people who've already spoken on their side of the argument.
Scientists aren't pop stars. They don't earn a lot of money. They have houses to finance. They have families to look after. Who can blame them for recognizing that if they find the wrong results, they're not going to get another job from that source at any rate?
There are psychological pressures, even in the absence of actual pressures, which may or may not be present in individual circumstances. There are clearly psychological pressures to conform and to please the organisation providing your funding.
You feel obliged.
You feel obliged, you feel obliged.
There are some really solid statistics showing that where there is an issue over electromagnetic field effects, that the studies funded by the utilities or by the power industry or the radio industry or by the mobile phone industry are funded by them, that the studies tend to be significantly negative, whereas the studies funded independently within universities and so on tend not to be so.
It's a challenging area in which to research. It's not easy to do studies of that sort. And because of the constraints of doing research in human subjects, you're not going to have perfect research studies. There are always going to be limitations.
Is this a real condition? Yes, absolutely it is. At present, the World Health Organization statements regarding this are that it is real and symptoms can be severe and disabling. Figures for electromagnetic hypersensitivity are around 2 to 3%. Those are people who've had their life extremely affected by this condition. But as I've previously mentioned, on a cellular level, 100% of people are reacting. That means that the healthcare consequences of not taking this seriously, not recognizing it, are potentially huge. And the numbers of people that have mild or moderate electrical sensitivity are probably far higher than we estimate.
It leaves us with a tape recording of an experimental link-up between a standard telephone and a unique mobile handset.
A dialing tone. And that's quite an achievement, because it's one thing to transmit a conversation. It's another to transmit accurate digital information. Now, an extension at the Research Institute in Chelmsford, which has perfected this technique. On the other end of this should be Liz Charnock.
With the advent of the mobile phone in the 1980s, came the need to build a network of antennas to support them. Since then, The telecom companies have erected over 5 million mobile phone masts around the world. But incredibly, prior to filling the air with microwave frequencies, they didn't conduct a single piece of research to ensure there wouldn't be any long-term health effects from such exposure. The grid was built without first making sure it was safe.
Thank you for your help.
So
It's pretty ugly, isn't it?
yeah, and it's constant as well. One thing you'll notice is it doesn't stop. It's 24/7. This is what's coming out of the mast. If you can see the mast, you're being exposed to it.
Right.
Frankly, even if you can't, you're being exposed to it if you're this distance away, because it'll pass through, concrete walls and things. It'll dampen it a bit, but not very much. If you're within 200-300 meters of the mast up there, this is what you're going to be exposed to 24/7.
When you can hear it, it changes everything.
It does.
Imagine if you could see it.
It'd be the equivalent of sort of, seeing a daily smog.
Yeah. With a constant smog of man-made frequencies surrounding our daily lives, and no testing as to its safety, is there any wonder people's bodies have started to react?
Well, it was almost 10 years ago, and I was in my 30s. No history of breast cancer in my family, and living a really healthy lifestyle. I'd been living next to a foam mast for many years, over 7 years by then.
How far was that from?
It was 100 meters from the house.
Right, so pretty close.
Yeah, and for years I'd been having symptoms which hadn't related to the foam mast because I didn't know anything about, the condition of electrosensitivity then. And I'd been having vertigo, sleep problems, headaches, sharp pains in my head. And I'd often visit the doctor only to be told it was either stress or a virus. And then just out of the blue, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And it was the biggest shock of my life. And at first I thought, well, it's bad luck, it's just unlucky, it's me. And started to go through my treatment. And it was then I started bumping into neighbours in the hospital. And I only lived in a small village.
Right.
And started bumping into other young ladies as well, who were neighbours.
Young? How old?
Oh, well, I was the youngest in my 30s, but the others were in their 40s or early 50s.
Right, that's very young.
And that was 5 of us all diagnosed at once, within 6 months of each other, with breast cancer.
There were only 18 houses in the village surrounding the foam mast. So Eileen decided to conduct a survey to see if anybody else had suddenly started suffering ill health.
What came back really frightened us. Lots of people were reporting the same symptoms that I've been suffering with for years.
Vertigo.
Yeah, the headaches, the vertigo. But there was other young women in the village who were having fertility problems and precancer cervical cells. Other young ladies who'd had breast cancer benign lumps. And there were other conditions of cancer as well in the area. One of our neighbours, who was only 51, had developed motor neuron disease, and he unfortunately died. And so we unearthed a horrendous can of worms. We've done a count of 77 people in the houses.
And out of 77 people, how many people
were
suffering biological effects?
The estimate was around 70%. People
70% of people
who'd had effects over the years with biological effects, sleep problems, skin rashes, benign lumps or cancer. It was it had a big impact on people in the village. I think this is a global, massive problem. We found since then that we were not the only cancer cluster around a foam mast. There are many cancer clusters around foam masts. And we'd worked with a local scientist where we looked at other foam masts that have been in areas for a long time and conducted other surveys and found other cancer clusters as well.
With so many phones and masts, and a mobile phone industry worth trillions, you would hope that by now a strict governing body would have been installed. an iron-fisted regulator who ensures the telecoms industry errs on the side of caution, someone to set strict levels which protect the public, someone to ensure that what we're being exposed to is absolutely safe. Unfortunately, we don't have any of that. What we do have is ICNIRP.
Well, ICNIRP was set up in Europe about 20 odd years ago to look into non-ionizing radiation. It stands for the International Committee of Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, and their job is to look at all the literature that comes out and basically summarize it, say this is what the science definitely says.
You can't get elected to it, you get invited to join it.
Right.
If you're one of the preferred people.
Right.
So it's always erred on the side of industry because that's really where its roots are.
So what we've got is we've got a guidance standard which they've set, which has been adopted by most of the countries in Europe, and it's been something that the European Commission themselves recommend, including their expert body, CENIR. But those guidelines are based on evidence that we know has a cause and effect for radiofrequency radiations. So the only setting that exists at the moment for energy that's around the same frequency of mobile phone masts, mobile phones, DECT cordless phones, wireless communication devices that we're used to on a daily basis, is the one that we know works for microwave ovens, i.e. if you generate enough energy and localize it in a small enough area, you heat things. You heat tissue, you heat anything that has some level of water in it.
None of the current rules have anything to do with chronic health effects or cancer. None of them, not one of them. They're all set for heating effects and acute effects like prickling of the skin or your eyebrows going up or something like that. You know, none of them are for long-term health effects.
So saying that it's below 40, that means nothing. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless. It is not intended to protect from long-term health effects.
ICNIRP is, well, ICNIRP is just irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Well, for example, if you want to make sure that nobody exceeds the speed limit past a school, set the speed limit at 1,000 miles an hour. Then everyone will obey the speed limit. No one will exceed it. You know, everyone can go sailing past this school at 999 miles an hour, and the limit will be complied with.
The advisory body effectively are not set up to look at the evidence with regards to safeguarding the general public.
So essentially there to establish what's 100% fact, and anything that's not 100% fact is not their concern.
That's right. They'll talk about it, they'll summarize what there is, what there isn't, and what's left to find out, and then that's it. They'll leave it there. No recommendations, nothing, because they just don't see it as their job.
What if I try and make a call? Let me try and make a call.
If you try and make a phone call, it'll be almost constant because it starts a proper sort of two-way high bandwidth transmission.
Okay, let's do that. Oh wow.
So as soon as it picks up, this is it trying to, and this is once it's on call mode, this is now what the phone's doing.
And that's waves going from my phone to the base station and then being transmitted from there.
And that's it's picked up.
It's horrible.
And that's basically what your phone's transmitting into your head all the time, that you've got an operation and then using it for phone.
It's hard to imagine a piece of technology which has accelerated into our lives quite like the mobile phone. 25 years ago, it was seen as little more than a gimmick. Today, 4 billion of us own one. And the average age of a child when they receive their first phone is just 8 years old. The way a mobile phone works is by sending and receiving microwave frequencies to and from the base station. So having a phone pressed against your head inevitably means your brain is being exposed to those waves. Does the brain react to this exposure? A recent American study shows it absolutely does. The work was carried out by Dr. Nora Valco. Dr. Valco and her team studied 47 healthy people for an entire year. Participants had a cell phone placed on their left and right ears. One was activated but muted, the other was turned off. Dr. Valco used brain imaging equipment to study how much glucose the brain would use during exposure.
So it's a very sensitive marker to indicate if there are changes in brain activity that may be driven by a given stimulus, which in this case was the cell phone.
When the brain is stimulated, it consumes glucose in the same way a car consumes fuel.
50-minute exposure to a cell phone was associated with increases in glucose consumption by the brain, which indicates that the brain was being activated by the radio frequencies from the cell phone. This right area of the brain that was very close to the antenna showed the largest increases in metabolism as compared when the telephones were off. Even though the radio frequencies that are emitted from current cell phone technologies are very weak, they are able to activate the human brain to have an effect.
By using a muted cell phone, Dr. Valco's experiment showed that the human brain has a metabolic reaction to the presence of microwaves from a mobile phone. A metabolic reaction at levels well below the legal limit. Something many people claimed was impossible. And the reaction recorded by the doctor is secondary to an even greater concern: the way that those microwaves are actually absorbed by the brain. This has become known as SAR.
SAR is, well, first of all, it stands for specific absorption rate, and that's the measure of how much radio waves, or how much RF energy, in this case radio waves, is absorbed into the human body over a certain period of time within a certain volume. So it's a measure of the heating effect that a radio transmitter would have on your body, on the human body.
The SAR for every mobile phone is measured in this way, using an artificial head called a SAM phantom. This is filled with a glucose mixture which represents the brain. The probe measures the amount of microwave radiation that penetrates the SAM phantom skull and calculates a SAR rating based on how much energy is absorbed.
For the European Union, the limit is 2 watts per kilogram, over a 10-gram average of tissue. For America, it's 1.6 watts per kilogram over a 1-gram average of tissue. So the limit for the USA is more stringent than for the European Union, but other countries around the world, such as Australia and New Zealand, use the European limit.
Some of the most popular phones on the market emit so much microwave radiation that their SAR rating is right on the edge of the limit. Every millimeter of skull helps protect the brain against the phone's microwave radiation, and therefore lowers the phone's SAR rating. Children get their first phone at the average age of 8 years old. An 8-year-old skull is considerably thinner than that of an adult. So you would hope that phones are tested against a skull which represents the thickness of that of a child.
The SAM head is an average shaped and sized human skull. The average of 10,000 people has been taken in terms of their head measurements, and this SAM phantom head has been created, which is an average human skull.
Obviously, the head of an average human being is considerably larger than that of an 8-year-old child. But when we investigate the company that makes the SAM phantom head, we discover that the news is even worse. The SAM phantom isn't just the average of 10,000 people. It's the average of 10,000 US Army personnel. And US Army personnel most certainly have a larger, bigger, thicker head than the average 8-year-old. It's pretty reasonable to assume that if most mobile phones were tested against the skull of an 8-year-old, they would fail.
Who is it that sets the standards?
A group of people from a committee called ICNIRP.
The people who do the work on mobile phones are, by and large, engineers. They have no idea what is going on inside the living cell, but they are pontificating on this. They make the assumption that the only thing that can affect the well-being of a living organism is if it is powerful enough to heat the tissue. But that's like saying, we know if we boil an egg, it goes hard. What they don't know is that if they don't boil the egg, it turns into a chicken. And they haven't the slightest idea how that happens, but yet they pontificate as if they do.
In 2011, the World Health Organization changed the danger rating of mobile phones, reclassing it as possibly carcinogenic to humans, based on an increased risk of contracting a geloma, the type of brain tumor associated with using a mobile phone. What was the catalyst for this abrupt change in status? There have been countless studies conducted into the possible health effects of mobile phones, some showing an effect, some showing no effect. But the most conclusive came from Leonard Hardell. He has overseen the largest and most comprehensive piece of research ever conducted, combining his own work with that of others from around the world. From the early 1990s, they have investigated the phone habits of more than 2,000 people from around the world. People with tumors such as astrocytoma and acoustic neuroma, the brain tumors associated most with mobile phone use due to their proximity to the ear. Their findings are shocking. They concluded that mobile phone use does increase the risk of a brain tumor. And they also discovered why earlier research showed no effect.
I think there's more evidence that it's carcinogenic than just possibly carcinogenic. But I can understand it in a way because most of the cancers which will arrive haven't arrived yet. People haven't been using cell phones for long enough for the true effect to become apparent.
As is the case with other carcinogens, it takes at least 10 years before you start to see an effect from the exposure. Because the mobile phone explosion didn't really take hold until the late 1990s, it's not surprising we are just starting to see the effects right now. So what are the telecoms industry doing to protect its users from contracting a brain tumor? A flick to the far reaches of their safety manuals suggests that they are more concerned about protecting themselves. At the back of almost every single phone's user guide are instructions on how far to keep your phone from your body. instructions which, in the most part, are wholly unworkable. And what happens when the telecoms industry funds research into the harm that they are causing? And that research concludes that there is an effect. That the use of a mobile phone does play a role in the development of cancer. They tend to keep that research to themselves.
We just don't know what we're storing up with EMF because the effects are largely long-term. And we have, as you say, this ubiquitous exposure and ubiquitous reliance on these exposures. We just don't fully understand yet what we're doing.
Although the epidemiology clearly shows that using a mobile phone increases the risk of contracting a brain tumor, what people like ICNIRP need to see is a definitive cause and effect. How it happens. What's the mechanism? How exactly is the cancer caused? It may seem obvious that a being so tuned in to the Earth's frequencies and so sensitive to her magnetic fields would naturally have a reaction to man-made microwaves. But for years, the telecoms industry have defended their actions by asking the same question. As it turns out, they've been asking the wrong question. The answer is melatonin.
You know, melatonin is a hormone, and believe it or not, it's made in the brain. It's made in the pineal gland of the brain, and it's got a very powerful antioxidant status compared with vitamins. For example, melatonin is 5 times as powerful as vitamin C and twice as powerful as vitamin E. And it secretes only at night, and it's at night that we need it because that's when we go to sleep and when our brain repairs the cells of our body. And that's when melatonin comes out to do its work.
Each day, our body loses about 500 million cells. And at night, that's when our body replaces those cells. Through a process called cell mitosis, the dividing of cells.
What it's doing is it's mopping up what are called free radicals. These free radicals are really the spare electrons left over from the process of making the energy which we need to repair our cells in the first place.
Each night, as our body repairs itself, millions of free radical cells are created as a byproduct of cell mitosis. These free radical cells attack healthy cells. It is universally agreed that the free radical cell is the main causal factor in most cancer. Our body's main defense against these free radicals is its most powerful antioxidant, melatonin.
It passes into the bloodstream, and its job is to act as a natural antioxidant, a natural anti-cancer agent. Melatonin is a very, very powerful anti-cancer agent.
What it does is it acts as what's called an oncostatic agent, that is, it protects you against cancer. It controls the sleep-wake cycle so that you get a good night's sleep when you've got proper melatonin. It's an anti-aging molecule. In other words, by mopping up those free radicals, it leaves your skin and complexion looking younger. We have in our lab 12,000 studies. which we've collected over the years. And that is more studies than have ever been published on paracetamol, which is the most common headache reliever. There's more scientific interest in melatonin than there is in paracetamol.
What are the consequences of having a reduced amount of melatonin?
Yeah, well, you have a reduced amount of melatonin, and what happens then is that your immune system starts to be less competent for a start. You tend to get sleep disturbance. You can't get off to sleep, or if you do, you wake up and can't get back to sleep. You can have heart complications because melatonin protects your heart as well. And you're much more prone to disease because your immune system is not functioning at its best. So these are some of the things that happen when you have a lowered melatonin level. And for example, the average woman with breast cancer has only got 1/10 of the melatonin of a normal woman of her age. And for people with prostate cancer, they've got less than half the melatonin that they should have. Autistic children have less than half the melatonin levels that they should enjoy.
Reduced melatonin in night shift workers, because they're working at night exposed to light, they don't produce nocturnal melatonin, is known to produce a 50% increase in breast cancer risk. And the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC, has actually classed night shift work as a class 2A probable carcinogen because of this melatonin reduction.
There are lots of studies now showing that people on night shifts or people who are blind have different cancer rates than the average population. And most of those studies support the view that the absence or the lowered melatonin has an adverse effect on health.
Because the body only repairs itself at night, melatonin is only produced when the pineal gland senses that no light is present.
What happens is that the pineal gland is light sensitive. It's sitting right where your brain receives signals from your eyes at crossover point in the middle. It's called the suprachiasmatic nuclei, and the connections from there goes directly to the pineal gland to tell it whether there's any light around or not. If there's light around, then there's also interference with the signals the brain wants to send to our cells in order to repair them. So it says there's no point in the brain sending these signals out to our cells to tell them to repair, because there's so much interference that they won't hear it. So it waits, the brain waits until it's dark.
What kind of research has shown that there's an effect on melatonin production from electric fields, magnetic fields, radio waves?
Right. Well, the Battelle Institute in America has done a lot of work on this way back from the late 1970s, in fact. And their scientists there, Barry Wilson and Dick Stevens and people like that, started thinking that because we know that if you turn the light on, then the brain stops making melatonin, they thought, well, maybe our brains can't distinguish between electric fields and that we make ourselves artificially, and the natural light that we all know happens during the daytime, because we just don't make melatonin in the daytime. For very good biological reasons. So they thought, well, maybe these electric fields are suppressing the synthesis of melatonin, and that in turn is leading to cancer, breast cancer particularly, in women, because they don't have the immunological protection that they would otherwise have.
So the brain interprets radio waves as being light waves?
Yeah, we don't know the difference.
The hypothesis that the pineal gland cannot distinguish between light frequencies and man-made frequencies is certainly backed up by a wealth of research. Do you think it's pretty conclusive that electric fields, magnetic fields, radio waves affect the production of melatonin?
This research, which shows that kestrel melatonin levels fall with exposure, that white storks nesting on buildings near to radio masts have lowered progeny compared to nests a long way away from radio masts, studies on ants, studies on bees, and studies on birds of various kinds, studies on marine mammals, all point in the same direction.
But then there are studies in the laboratory of cells in the pineal gland, which actually synthesizes the melatonin, and looking at the effects of magnetic fields on those cells. And at virtually every stage in the synthesis of melatonin, it's been shown that magnetic fields disturbs the actual production of melatonin. So you see, the evidence is in all aspects of the pathway of melatonin production, that the inhibition of melatonin production by magnetic fields, the research covers really every aspect of that pathway.
Would you say that it's almost conclusive?
Yes, I would say it is almost conclusive.
The genius of our body means it is able to counter the production of free radicals with the production of melatonin. We have created in ourselves a precise balance, a perfect system of defense. It has taken our body millions of years to perfect this technique. A technique created based on the surroundings we have evolved in. But over the last few decades, our surroundings have changed, and changed exponentially. To the naked eye, the world appears to be the same. But at a cellular level, it is the biggest change in environment life has ever encountered. It stands to reason that such a gargantuan change would inevitably upset such a delicate balance. And the consequences of our bodies not producing the right amount of melatonin could be disastrous. Scientists around the world now believe that free radicals could be the causal factor in every known disease, not just cancer.
In the beginning of the 1900s, childhood leukemia was a medical rarity. We've seen nothing but an increase in childhood leukemia ever since that point. It's going up every year by about 2%. And that applies to many other disorders as well. Autism, brain tumors, cancer. Cancer rates in the 1910s were probably half of what they are today. And many other diseases are being connected by studies, by scientific studies, with exposure to electromagnetic fields and radiations, not just power lines, but also to radio fields and microwave fields. Because we've in the last 50 years, really, we've immersed ourselves in an ocean of electromagnetic radiation. It's all around us now, invisible. We can't see it, but we know it's there. Every time you lift up your mobile phone, you know it's there.
It's very, very hard to turn the clock back it's not impossible to turn the clock back, but we need to be aware of the adverse health effects so that we have the choice of taking precaution against the exposures, if that's what we wish to do, that's what we need to do.
What worries me are things that are actually happening now.
Right.
That we haven't paid enough attention to, perhaps. And one of the things that's happening is autism, or give it its proper name, autistic spectrum disorders.
Do you think we're getting to a point in science where we almost don't have a control group to be able to test things like this, because almost everybody has a mobile phone, almost everybody has Wi-Fi, almost everybody is exposed to electromagnetic fields?
Yes, we are reaching a situation where so many people are exposed to electromagnetic fields from mobile phones and Wi-Fi that we no longer have a control population to look at the difference between people, the health of people who are exposed versus the health of people who are not exposed. And if I can take an analogy, we did find out that smoking caused lung cancer. That was because some people did not smoke and they were a control group. If everyone had smoked, we may never have found that smoking caused lung cancer. And everyone would have been dying of lung cancer, and it would have been regarded as a sort of natural disease without ever having a link with smoking. What's happening with mobile phone exposure is we are losing this population of people who are not exposed. Even the few people who don't own a mobile phone are surrounded by the radiation from the mobile phone when they go shopping, when they go on a train, wherever they go.
It's not just the canary down the mine like myself. Eventually, if you simply increase the electromagnetic fields in the atmosphere, which we're doing, and we're now got a million times more electromagnetic fields, microwaves in the environment than we had 30 years ago. Eventually, it'll start to affect you.
It's very, very hard to say where we might be in 15 years' time, but I would very much hope that in a few years' time, we do recognize just how much these ill health effects are actually costing society. And then we might wake up and look at the causes and realize we have to do something about the causes.
We are a brilliant, yet complex organism. The way that our body functions isn't by chance, nor is it something which has happened overnight. Like every other creature on this planet, we have adapted into the environment we exist in. An environment which, since the beginning of time, has had a delicate balance of fields and resonances. These phenomena don't just surround us, they make us what we are. The cells of our body communicate with each other using light frequencies. Our DNA uses electromagnetic frequencies to reproduce itself. At the core of everything are protons and electrons, positive and negative, making all life magnetic. We are, as all life is, equipped with cryptochrome cells, which allows us to sense those fields in ways we barely understand. We are beings of frequency, electricity, light, and magnetism. And to become this way has taken millions of years, a process which started with the very first cell. Although we have embraced the wireless technology and accepted it into our everyday lives, at a cellular level, our bodies haven't. The frequencies that now surround us are as alien to our cells as they would be to our eyes, if only we could see them. Our children are being born into a world that their bodies simply cannot understand. Where will all this lead? As this film is being made, 4G technology is being rolled out around the world. To accommodate this, the ceiling levels are being increased. Wi-Fi is in almost every single home, school and business, surrounding us constantly. Deck phone technology is the norm in almost every single household. At a time when the industries responsible should be displaying caution, they are displaying a reckless disregard for our long-term health. Money talks, and they are about as likely to develop a conscience as the tobacco industries did. If there's going to be a change, it's not going to come from them. It's going to have to come from us. We just need to open our eyes and see the problem.
Wow, man, that was fucking deep.
With the MTA chart, do you think
I still got more.
radio waves affecting melatonin, given that this is the mechanism that people seem to point to, that mobile phones affect the production of melatonin. Melatonin is an antioxidant, a free radical vacuum cleaner, if you like.
When we issue a call for research proposals, as we're doing at the moment, while we highlight areas that are of particular interest, we invite applications, proposals across the spectrum. But it would have to be prioritized alongside the other applications that we get. We only have a limited pot of money, but we don't rule out funding research on melatonin. It's not one of the areas that we've identified as a priority at the moment.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That shit's deep, and like, yeah, you was right. Like a lot of the stuff that they was talking about, we talking about, and that's because it's so relevant. Like you know what I'm saying. And that's the reason why I keep on stressing this electric charge, electromagnetism. Like it's literally the science of life. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get to talking about life, you have to be talking about energy. If you're not talking about electric charge, then you're not talking about life. You're not talking about shit. You know what I'm saying? And so that was deep, man. Like they went from microcell organisms to insects to animals to humans. I mean, and then like that whole bit about how the brain creates melatonin. It put so many ideas in my head. Like what does the radio frequency or Wi-Fi signals? How does that manifest, or how does it affect thyroids? Because I know it talked about the fibroids and stuff, but the thyroids, which is a problem amongst our people. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of stuff. So I mean, and then like the whole autism thing, ADHD. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole ADHD thing came around the same time when like cable TV and shit like really started to take place. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like the technology killing us is because our spirituality and the technology is not running hand in hand. Like it's not interlocked with each other, and so that's why we not conscientious of none of this shit that's happening. I mean, when you think about the behavior of our people, I'm not even talking about everybody else. I'm just talking about in African Americans. You know what I'm saying? Man, so many of the symptoms that they explained it's like, damn, it's kind of hard to overlook that.
What some of us go through to this day.
And you know, one of the things that I heard in there is those companies need to be paying for aluminum shielding in houses. They need to be paying for aluminum shielding in houses. There need to be some type of referral stipend program or something where those companies come in and they you know, line your house with aluminum like a Faraday cage. Like they need to do that because some people live in an area where some of those 5G towers are less than a mile or two from each other. You know what I'm saying? So you getting bombarded several directions, not to mention, you know, the shit that's coming out the TV, the games, the cell phones. So now you got smart TV, smart refrigerators, smart appliances in your house. Like all of that stuff is using the same frequencies, all of it, and we're surrounded by it constantly. You know what I mean? I mean that was really deep. It was really informative. I hate more people didn't sign on to actually hear that, because that's half the problem is people being misinformed. You know what I mean? Because when you get to going off into this science thing, you have to really just have a knack for it or a passion for it. And a lot of the other stuff that we researching and we're into is emotionally driven. It's because you got an emotional attachment to that shit, but it's not helping you. It's not progressing you forward. And that's the whole point, is to progress forward. And you know what I'm saying? I love the technology, but at the same time, I don't love the technology at the risk of my own DNA. At the risk of my own, you know, my own life and the life of our descendants. You know what I'm saying? So it literally needs to be like laws put in place where this shit, it turns off at a certain time. You remember back in the day when we was kids and TV used to turn off and they used to have that little signal that ooh, you know what I'm saying, going, and you couldn't watch TV no more because there was no more TV programs. You know what I'm saying? Like it needs to be something like that needs to be implemented. Right. Like this shit is fucking sick. And then like they know about it, they've been knowing about it. Like some of those studies go way back from the fucking 40s, 50s, and 60s. They've been knowing this shit. It's just, man, that was deep, man. I really appreciate that, man. Like that, I mean, and it really brought light to, and like I'm gonna go research those organisms that they said contain magnetic materials in them. I had never heard of those before. You know what I mean? So like I said, everybody else might not have ate from that, but I just ate from that. I sat there and watched the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I just ate from that, and that was deep. That's like some of the deepest information that I heard come out of Lions Den. You know what I'm saying? Like that right there was really informative, and if you watched it, it ought to be putting thoughts in your heads, and it should be you ought to be able to formulate some type of strategy. You know what I'm saying? Against it by listening to what they're telling you, listening how to combat it. Like one of the things that they didn't mention was grounding. Take them damn shoes the fuck off. Take them shoes off and take your ass outside and put your feet on the earth, not the concrete, the dirt. Put your feet on the dirt. Go hug a tree. I know it sounds like some hippie shit. Smoke country bumpkin shit, but you are an electromagnetic beam and you have to get grounded. If you do not get grounded, you're not completing the circuit, and which means you're out of tune, out of frequency with the earth. You know what I'm saying? That means that you're in tune with all of this, the false frequencies, the false light, the false electromagnetism. I hate calling it false, but the man-made light and the man-made magnetism. That you know, back in the day, that's when you used to always hear me arguing like, nah, y'all keep talking about man-made devices. You know what I'm saying? What we talking about is the natural phenomenon itself, not man-made devices. Fuck a light bulb, fuck a microwave oven. Nigga, this shit is being produced all around us all the time, and there's no machines doing it. You see what I'm saying? But what's happening to us naturally ain't killing us. That's actually prolonging our life. That's actually giving us life. This man-made shit, on the other hand, is killing the hell out of us, man. Like that experiment they was talking about where he put the children in a bunker and they start getting headaches and start feeling sick, and then he start feeding them that resonance frequency at 7.83 hertz and start feeding that shit to them, and then they start feeling better. That's right. The hospitals in there chemically bombing your ass, nigga. They need to be making deprivation chambers, nigga, that bombards you with light, plasma, sound, frequency, and we should be getting healed by those things and not bombarding the system with chemicals which have adverse effects, you know, later on down the line and stuff like that. Nigga, they brought up the whole melatonin. I mean, like that's just deep. That's just deep, especially when you realize the people that's gonna be the most affected by it are Black people who are heavily melanated. Those are the ones that's gonna be mostly affected by it, because the melanin gives us the ability to absorb more electromagnetic radiation than people who have less of it, which means we are more susceptible to the diseases from the man-made devices. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit deep, sis. That shit deep. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you just threw a whole motherfucking jewel out there, and they either gonna catch it or they not. They either gonna catch it or not. Like what you just put up there was science of life. That was real spirituality. That was real spirituality that you just put up there. That's something that actually governs your life force. You know what I'm saying? And like for people to just overlook it or just think it's just you know, I appreciate it, because that was actually
I think that'd be dope.
that was actually pretty deep, man. Like that was on a
Okay, so
whole
you see the documents that's in front of you, right?
yeah. Well, are these the documents where they were they
Taking them to
suing?
court. They was taking them to court for the COVID and all that. Hillary
Put that in
Clinton,
the back chat for
Obama.
me, because my cousin was asking for that information the other day, and I could not remember what the docket or the indictment title was. Because I wanted to share that with him, because he basically waking up right now, and I be trying to feed him information, and that document right there, that indictment right there, says it all. And everybody's listed in that document as well. Like just like that Weinstein Island bullshit. This is
Facebook. Facebook is mentioned in there too.
oh yeah. Everything is mentioned in it. You know, and they didn't leave no stones unturned. You know that, but you need to put that document in the back chat if you can find it. Put it in the back chat so
Yeah,
I
I got
can.
the whole thing. I got the whole information. All
Yeah, and then when it's a scary thing, because the document's old. The document's old. The document like almost 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? It's just like we just oblivious to it because the Cat Williams shit, you know what I'm saying, the LGBT bullshit, you know what I'm saying? They throw all them distractions out there so you don't pay attention to it. They're able to sweep the results under the rug, and you never know. You never, damn. Like that shit was deep, man. And then like the whole thing about the bees, like that, like they didn't even go in on the bees, like how electromagnetically inclined they really are. They didn't really go into it, but they it's like bees themselves like resonate at that same frequency, man, and bees like can literally change area's magnetic field. Like that's how powerful the bees are. You know what I mean? Just because of their resonance, just because of the resonance of their wings and how they deal with energy and shit, people just oblivious to it. Like a lot of the stuff that they talk about is a lot of the stuff that we be hitting on. Like they even brought up the stuff about the birds, how the birds can see the magnetic lines and shit like that. They're actually seeing something. They're actually seeing something, and that's why that's one of the things I kept telling people is like, nah, light is, darkness is light that your eyes can't see. Like there's frequencies that other beings can see that we can't see. Humans are damn near blind. You just think because you can see Roy G. Biv, you can see red, green, blue, yellow, purple. You think just because you can see that shit that you got good eyesight. But you ain't never seen radio. You ain't never seen gamma. You ain't never seen X-ray. You ain't never seen those colors. You know what I'm saying? And those colors are the ones that's really fucking you up. It ain't the visible light. It's some other spectrums of light that you don't see that's really tearing us apart. You know what I'm saying? That UV ray can unravel your DNA. You know what I'm saying? High exposures of UV can like literally unravel your DNA. So like people don't. I mean, and at the same token, that same UV light under the right frequency can repair your DNA. You know what I mean? So it's just, and this what I mean by people not having faith in God, because when you get to talking about the wonderful working powers of God, this is it right here. It's showing you that this is the pure essence of God. It takes life, it gives life. This is the sustainer of life. This is the thing that's in the background creating everything. It's showing you. You know what I'm saying? This aspect of God right here is the part that you can actually measure and you can understand and you can sensationalize. You have to believe in the power of God. Fuck all that mythological shit. This right here is real and tangible. Like this ain't no, you know what I'm saying? This ain't no if, ands, or but. This ain't something that you can decide to go without. This not that. This is something that without it, nigga, you're dead. Like you don't exist no more. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm so hardcore about explaining that whole God is light, light is electromagnetism thing, because it's so relevant to everything that we do, everything that we're experiencing. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, they literally just sat here and told you that the man-made devices are killing us. It's killing us, and they know it. They know it. So when they talk about the false God, when they talk about the false prophets and all that type of shit, you need to be thinking towards like man-made devices and man-made frequencies and signals and shit. Start thinking towards that. The deceivers of nations. You need to be thinking about that shit. You need to be thinking along that levels versus thinking of some entity or some person or being. You need to be thinking a little bit deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, once you get to talking about unseen forces and shit like that, that's what we talking about. Radio waves, gamma rays, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Dude even mentioned the whole alpha wave, dealing with the alpha waves and whatnot, in the brain. He's like, damn, it's the same frequency as X, Y, and Z. And I'm just like, we've been saying the same shit for years. We've been saying the same shit for years. Tesla came up, he said the shit. Like they are like people. It's been prophets. I'm gonna just call them what they are. Prophets have been prophets and whistleblowers who have came and told us like, hey, this right here. But the psyops program, the psychological warfare that's being played on us with religion and beliefs is clouding our ability to judge and discern what's real from fake. Like, and that's half the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, they got to talking about how the lack of melatonin production causes you to have insomnia. You can't go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's so much. I'm like, damn, I've been affected by that. I've been affected by some of these things. And you know what I'm saying? My whole life, I was basically an insomniac. Even still today, I'm an insomniac. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, that's why sometimes you can catch me up 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning still on this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because once I wake up, I can't go back to sleep. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, that shit was deep, man. That was deep. Like I said, a lot of people not ready for that level of information. That's why we be in the back chat arguing with them guys, man. A lot of them people can't even process the information. Like for you to listen to that, for you to watch that, and then understand what it's saying, that means that you already operating on a higher level, on a higher frequency. Because people on a low frequency cannot understand the information that was in that video. You know what I mean? Like that's real talk, man. A lot of people just can't process this information. A lot of them just gonna stay on the level in mythology. A lot of them just gonna stay there in superstition because their brains cannot process higher level frequencies of knowledge. They can't. And maybe it got something to do with, they pineal gland, like they was talking about. Maybe it got something to do with their melatonin levels, which is the reason why they're not being able to think properly. I mean, that they talk about autism, retardation, and all of that shit's coming from being under electromagnetic fields that are not healthy. You know what I'm saying? Because you got healthy ones and then you got ones that's not healthy. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't want people to get it misconstrued thinking like electromagnetic fields are all bad. No, it's just the man-made ones that are not designed to heal you. It's just the ones that are designed to actually hurt you and kill you. Like this phone right now, you know what I'm saying? Like it's got the same energy your damn microwave. It's pumping out the same damn energy. It's just got a different purpose. They got a different purpose. So you're not feeling this heat sensation burning a hole in your ass. You know what I'm saying? Because they built it for a different purpose. Whereas the microwave oven, they created the microwave oven specifically to heat up organics and whatnot. You see what I'm saying? So you can use all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, for different purposes. And it just depends on what the purpose is, man. They have all these people confused, talking about Illuminati, thinking about all this other type of shit, when that right there is the smoking gun. What you just put up, that was the smoking gun. That's the shit that we be talking about. That's the type of shit that we be going back and forth with, discussing in private. That's the information we talk about in private. A lot of stuff we don't even bring that shit out because we can't talk to people about it because they don't resonate at that frequency to receive the information. You just dropped a bombshell, man. That was a fucking nuke. That was a nuke, man. And a lot of people probably didn't even see it, didn't even view it. That was a whole bombshell, man. That was on a whole nother level, man. And I want to point out, all throughout that whole discussion, they never brought up motion, not one time. They didn't bring up motion one time. So like when you see people in the back chat arguing with us, motion and all of that, these people don't understand physics. They don't understand the science. You know what I mean? I mean, shit. Says you on the right path, man. And that's why I keep on stressing, what is spirit? Define a spirit. Because if you cannot define a spirit, then you don't know what you're talking about. If you're not defining that spirit according to electromagnetic phenomenon, then you just talking filler words. You just filibuster. You just gish galloping. You were repeating a bunch of bullshit you didn't heard, from another superstitious motherfucker tell you some shit. You know what I'm saying? You need to really actually get off into science of life. And when you get into the science of life, you have to deal with electromagnetism, dealing with frequencies, dealing with hertz. You got to. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no going around that. What did he say? I want to be addicted to the good stuff, not the bad. So yeah, I don't. I'm the same way, bro. And it's like that right there just makes me want to put the cell phone down. It makes me want to turn the computer off. Now I see why some of them the crazy old men in the hood, nigga, that they had their whole cars electric taped with aluminum foil and shit in the inside of the motherfucker and shit. I used to think they ass was crazy. I used to think they was crazy. All the movies you seen with people putting on aluminum foil hats and all that type of shit. That's what they doing it for. They did to block out the EM the EM static. Like when you see him hold up the device and all of and you heard all that static and noise coming, man, that shit's happening all the time. And you not hearing it, but your body and your spirit's feeling it. And it's manifesting you as headaches and shit. Headaches, nausea, attitudes, mood changes. You thinking like, oh, this just women. The women is they just highly emotional. Nah, women have a higher water content in their body, so they're able to conduct more electrical energy than men. So women are more susceptible to them changes. They just don't know it. They just don't know it. That was, like I said, that was deep, man. Peace, God, peace.
Peace, God, man.
Peace.
This is Elyad. Don't you turn off your phone. Don't you leave this book. Don't you? You better stay where you are. I am holding you accountable for our people because you're one of the leaders. You know what you're talking about. What's missing is all of us united. Like, I hear your words. So instead of me battling with you, I'm telling the people, yo, this man right. What you arguing with him for? What you need to do is start studying what he's telling you to study and get behind what he's telling you to get behind. So appreciate you and your work. Sister Karima Powell. As far as, see, in my terms, we say you are ma'at, your justice, your law. And I thank you, Side Star, for everything. Everything, Side Star. That's what you're supposed to do. And if you don't do that, I feel some way about you for your work. And you know what I'm talking about. If you didn't do that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I love you for that. And sister, you don't know how many people never check. They never asked. They just kept telling me to go. And I was like, yo, this ain't right. Y'all ain't listening to me. Our children are being attacked. We are all being attacked because we don't know who we are. We need leaders here in front of you. But because you don't look in the mirror, you don't know them. And everybody's expecting everybody to be dirty at the bottom, and everybody's not dirty. And we don't understand this. We'll sit in the neighborhoods and play money games and let people steal from us. But then this brother come on, I see it says Laurel Burns. This brother come on and you want to ignore his word. That's foul. Especially because we come from the hood. We men, we gangsters, we run. We really are? Really? We see the flaws. How come we haven't cleaned them up yet? We really men. Because I seen what men do and how men move. My father was a man. So now this brother talking to us like a man, and we arguing with him, and we coming from the Bible, we coming from other areas. We all admit and agree, hey, they gave us the Bible and took our land. After that, you shouldn't be trying to talk about the Bible anymore as far as I'm concerned. But if that's what you hold on to, the Bible, the Quran, go ahead. But understand knowledge, wisdom, and understanding when it comes to you. Because I asked this brother the other day, I said, can we agree to be one on removing, making our people free? He said, how do you make them free? I said, by removing them from the misery of the world. And he was like, yeah, good luck with that. But yo, fam, you doing it. You're removing the misery of the world from them. And I got a sword. My sword is actually an ink pen, but I got a sword for you, fam. So me, you, Owaspe, we all one group now. But when Brother Cosmon come on, we can't be sitting out here unless we know the other one is wrong. We shouldn't be arguing with each other. We should just be backing each other's moves up and making plays for our people, giving our side stars the forum to make law for us and carry us through to the next level. That's our job. I yield the floor.
No, I totally agree with you, bro. The women are really supposed to be the lawmakers, bro, and we supposed to be the enforcers of those laws. And when they put it down, I'm gonna give you my honest thought. You don't know how vicious and brutal a man is until you attack his women. You know what I'm saying? Like that really shows you his level of manhood when he got to protect them women. You really want to see how a man fights? Say something about his mama, say something about his daughter, say something about his wife, and watch how he react. We have to look at our sisters as one of the most vital pieces to the puzzle, because they are the first oracles. They the first oracles. They are literally conduits. They're conduits directly into the world of the energy. You know what I'm saying? They process that energy, and yeah, a lot of them can be emotionally out of control, or like I say, electrical motion, electrical motion. They could be electrically. They could be. I'm trying to think of the right word. Electrically distorted, because they're living in a society that's constantly bombarding them with false electromagnetic fields. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like that shit is driving them crazy. It's not necessarily the subjective thoughts. It's literally the electromagnetic fields all around them. They using vibrators now. The vibrators got electromagnetic fields. You bombarding your genitalia with electromagnetic fields and electromagnetic radiation for pleasure. You know what I'm saying? They watching the TVs, the headphones, the earpods. That's what's doing it. That's what's doing it all the way around the board. And that ain't just that shit. We can go back to the 90s and the 80s when we had Walkmans and CD players and headphones, and man, that shit was doing it to us. It's been doing it to us this whole time. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, yeah, man, we gotta learn that. I employ everybody. Listen, go to Home Depot, go buy you some copper pipes, build you a pyramid, place it in your backyard, and go sit your ass up under that motherfucker. Yes, go sit your ass up under it and get your heel on. Get your heel on. Learn energy, vortex energy. Learn resonating energy, because that is true spirituality. If you don't understand what spirit is as an electrical phenomenon, you don't know what spirit is. You can't tell nobody on this planet what spirit is when you don't know what it is. You can't explain it if you can't imagine it. You see what I'm saying? So it's, at some point we have to come to the grips that, like, listen, when you talk about God, you're talking about electric charge, because electric charge is the divine force that's driving every damn thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I don't put a name on God. I don't give God agenda. I only talk about God based on the relationship that I have with Him. That's it. And you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't deal with the religious politics, because the religious politics, that's man. That's man and his old fucked up ass ways, and his fucked up ass way he thinks and how he looks at the world. But when it comes to straight energy, energy ain't like mythology. See, in the world of electronics or electrical engineering, you have to be right and exact, because if you're not, it either A, doesn't work, or it's going to be deadly to you and kill you. It's either going to work or it's going to kill you. That's the choices that you got. And this is the reason why I tell people, no, you need to judge your spiritual walk based on the law, the Column's law, Maxwell's law, Faraday law. Nigga, match your spirituality up with that, because those are exacts. Those are exacts. You know what I'm saying? Negative, positive reaction. Negative is attracted to positive. Positive is attracted to negative. Positive and positive causes repulsion. You know what I'm saying? Like I explained this the other day, is that when you do positive things, negative things follow. When you do negative things, positive things follow. People say, "Oh, well, like minds attract." No, they don't. That goes against the universe. That goes against the whole scheme of the universe. Like things don't attract. You know what I'm saying? Unlike things attract. Negative and positive. Good girl, bad boy. Those things attract each other. You know what I'm saying? And all of the best movements are the ones that got a mixture of positive and negative energy. Positive and negative energy. So if you don't have that positive, negative energy, then your movement is not going to go forward. You know what I'm saying? If your movement is all positive, it's going to repel other positive movements. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're going to repel each other. That's the reason why we got the problem in the conscious community, is because I'm positive, you positive, we get together, I got a great idea, you got a great idea, but we're going to repel each other because of because we're too much similar. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why the Nation of Islam was so effective, because it's a great mixture of negative and positive energy. You got these positive people here, but the people that they talking to and the people that's coming in negative, they felons, they ex-cons, they this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying? So it creates a circuit when you get the negative and positive energy flowing. You know what I'm saying? If you put that same concept on almost everything you do, you will see that it'll start moving. Look at the flag, red and blue. Those are two contrasting colors. You saying, look, it's all the way around you. The Democrat, Republican, it's all around you. Negative and positive. They're showing you in so many ways. The whole world is built on this shit. Man and woman. They showing you. You see what I'm saying? Everything is based on negative, positive energy, the exchange of negative and positive polarities. And if you can't understand it, you don't know shit about spirituality. Don't talk to me about no spirituality when you don't understand negative, positive energies, man. You see what I'm saying? And you won't believe this, but all of this came directly up out of the lion's den with us debating. It started with us debating. We just wanted to find something to debate the Hebrews about, that was in their book. We was, it was just an inside joke to us, like, hey, these niggas is just gonna go against it because we saying it. You know what I'm saying? And that was funny to us as a group. Internally, that shit was funny. We like look at this shit. They're gonna reject this, even though they book said it. But then as we start doing more and more research, we find out, like, oh shit. Like this is real. Like this ain't to be played with. This ain't no joke. This ain't fun and games. This is real science of life right here. God is light, in him there's no darkness. That's real. That's real. That ain't nothing. Darkness is like light to God. That's real. It's some for real serious principles in the book, but when you only concentrating on the religious politics of the book and not the science of it, then that's when you start going down the road of superstitions. You start dealing with people's egos and all of that other type of shit. I'm not with that. I'm not with none of that. I'm with what works. What actually works. What is going to progress our people forward? And I believe science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is that vehicle that's going to take us forward. Us learning the science of life, biology, chemistry, those are the things that's going to propel us forward. Not saying that you should put down your faith. Not saying that you should stop studying the Bible. I'm saying that your spirituality, technology, and science has to go hand in hand with each other. That is the only thing that is going to save humanity from the crisis that we in, because the crisis that we in is literally genocide. We're literally killing ourselves. You trying to cut in, God? You muted. You got unmute.
I was only trying to cut in once you reach the end point, and only to put a cap on what you're saying as far as technology. One of the things we don't realize is that technology, plain and simple, is your brain. What you put in your brain and then put out from your brain. It don't have nothing to do with nothing that is really being talked about is outside of you. Everything that's being talked about is the inner you, and this is where the Bible, the Abrahamic faith taught you to go outside of you to seek answers for self in the free self. To wait for somebody else to do it when you have the entire ability to do it through your word. They told you that, but they didn't tell you how it actually works. And so these things are being exposed. Now, the different camps or groups, we might all see it in different ways. Because where this brother explaining to us in the science, and the science is alchemy. When we break it off, we're all born alchemists. We start learning from the day that we're born. And so what he's explaining is the alchemy. What we Moors explain is the law by men in literature. And here is the law. And we done told you, we're here to lift up our women. See, he got the foot in the water. That's representing all that maritime crap they talk about. And then he got 1 foot on the land. Because all of it is ours. But we must uplift our women in everything it is that we are doing. Because without our mothers, we're not moving anywhere. So the technology, when we first start talking about technology, we need you to think about your brain and what's in your brain right now as compared to what could be in your brain and your children's brain 15 to 20 years from now. As opposed to anything outside of your brain, outside of your heart. We're not your book. The book is your heart. Your body is the temple. Your brain is the technological center of our future. And when we put our brains on the table and stop acting out of emotions, we will come to a conclusion and save ourselves. And I'm gonna say it again. This brother is giving y'all the key to freedom, and the Moors may not say it like he says it. And I'm asking him to take the time to see that you're not saying it like the Moors say it, and to see that we're all saying the same thing. And so is a WASP. We're saying the same thing in different ways. And now it's time to apply it to save ourselves. I
want you to hold that book back up one more time. I want people to see this. Noble Drew Ali got 1 foot in the water and 1 foot on the land. That's negative and positive. He's a male and that's a female. He's holding his hand. That's negative and positive. You understand what I'm saying? So like it's right there in your face. It's right there in your face. It's anthropomorphized. You know what I'm saying? It's right there. It's right there telling you the connection. All of us are connected to the waters. The waters. This is one of the things that they kept telling you is like, damn, the water retains a memory of everything that's have ever dissolved in it. Everything that's have ever dissolved in it, and that comes from the one end of the universe to down right here on Earth itself. You know what I'm saying? The water itself is older than the damn planet. You know what I'm saying? So all of the knowledge in the world, in the universe, is contained within electric charge and water. It is contained within it. You know what I'm saying? We gotta start understanding that, or women. When you talk about the women, you're talking about water, you're talking about wisdom. You have to understand how those concepts actually come together into one. When you deal with the 5%ers, they say, oh, the men are the suns and the women are the earths or the moons. You have to understand the science behind what they're actually talking about, negative and positive energy. Negative and positive energy, it creates a circuit. You see what I'm saying? And bro, yeah, I totally agree with you. I used to be a proclaiming Moor. You know, I'm Harube, you know what I'm saying? So I used to be a proclaiming Moor. I just had to step back because all the religious politics, and you know, I'm not an Arab and stuff like that. So you know, I don't rock with Arab culture You know what I'm saying?
So,
But I do
so this is what
identify
I
with
did,
two.
man. When I walked in, I heard them arguing, and to me, they were acting just like the churches, the masjids, and the synagogue. And then your dude, oh, you're passing around the charity plate, my peoples too? Wait, whoa. Y'all made a mistake, because when you said we was a government, I'm gonna tell y'all again, I could run for office in the United States government tomorrow as a Republican, not a Democrat, as a Republican. And I'll win seats, and they will back me. I already got their back if I want to do it. I can't do it, because in order to do it, I got to sell me and you out. I got to be able, I can't talk like I'm talking to you right now, because they're going to be giving me a check. I refuse to take their check. I'd rather talk to us to the day I die. I'm going to die with my boots on. I didn't take their money then. I'm not taking it now. So everything that's coming across, think people really truly understand what's going in their ears and what's going into their head. I don't think people understand how free we are today as a people right now. And all it takes. So when I came in with all, I said, I'm going to stand off to the left, and I'm not operating with all of y'all, but I could walk in all of your temples anytime I feel like it, because I'm a member. I don't want to hear nothing. But I'm not operating like, I'm not getting down with no one temple. Either all these sheiks get at one table, or I'm Caesar. I'll go against you all. So they don't want to give me credit for that. But today, some of them are coming to the table together, and I just thank the creator. That's what it is. And I'll try never to say that in public again, that, you know, I initiated that since 2015, that they come to the table as one, to make one body. Now I need to reach out to the rest of us who know we're not Black and African American and all that other stuff, and say, whoa, hold up, listen. If we sit down and talk to each other, at the end of the day, we all want to uplift all of humanity. We all agree in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and we not slaves. On those three things, we one people. And when I speak from my pulpit, I'm claiming you too, whether you want to come along or not, because you're saying the same thing I'm saying. I'm claiming you too. And that's how I'm speaking to the government and to the world about it.
I appreciate that, man, because like that's the whole thing about Naga. Like, that's what we was on, is the fact that, you know, here's a unifying factor between all of us. You know what I'm saying? You might not necessarily agree with what we're saying, but you can't deny it. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, let us come down, sit at the table, and put our commonalities on the table, and discard the things that actually makes us different from each other. Let's sit down and figure out where our frequencies all converge at. Because where the conversion happens is where the power is. That's where the current is. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing shit by ourselves. Individually, we ain't doing shit by ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We need the collective consciousness of everyone putting in all of their input. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no big eyes, ain't no little U's. You know what I'm saying? We need to all put that shit on the table, because at this point, we so far behind everybody else that it's going to take something on a drastic cataclysmic scale to drop the veil. It's going to take something like that before you start realizing, like, damn, we are really under attack. Like they really are trying to kill us. You see what I'm saying? I mean, damn, bro. Did you see the numbers on that shit? They said 98% of the bees in the United States have went through a colony collapse. 98%, bruh. That means that the United States is more sick than any other country on the face of the planet. We got 98%
of the bees.
The honeybees.
Okay,
yeah. The honeybees are such a vital component to life on this planet because of what they do with the pollinating plants. But it's not just that. It's the resonating frequency that they give off when they flapping them wings, man. Like, people not understanding that shit, bro. They're not understanding the sacred geometry behind the shape of the wings, all of those hexagons and all that stuff, and how energy resonates around that sacred geometry of the wings. And then you got these billions of bees around the world doing this shit all at the same time. You see what I'm saying? And that stuff is feeding other. That's why I love when our people get in the drum circles. Reconnect back with your people. Get in the drum circles. Take your shoes off. Put your feet in the dirt. Who gives a fuck if your feet dirty? Get your feet dirty. Get out in nature and sing and dance and praise life. Sing, dance, and praise life. This is technology we talking about. It might not sound like technology, to them, but this is technology for us. Sing, dance, be happy, think loving thoughts. You see what I'm saying? Think loving thoughts. And guess what? Love can be a weapon. Love can be an offensive weapon. So you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta love something so much that you love it to death. You see what I'm saying? Like people, the white man is. I don't hate the white man. I don't have enough mental energy and mental capacity to hate the white man. And I refuse to allow the white man to take up that much rental space in my damn head. You see what I'm saying? When I could be filling my head up with physics, I could be filling it up with chemistry and philosophy and all these other things. I'm not going to fill my head up with the white man this and the white man that. Fuck all that shit. I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole other subject for another day once we get our spirit right. You know what I'm saying? Once we get our people right, then maybe we can start venturing off and thinking about that type of stuff. But right now, we gotta get our core family down. We gotta get our core family in order. Why is it so important for the core family to be in order? Because of the negative positive interaction, the male female interaction, positive negative interaction. And if that circuit is not functioning properly in your house, that means that it's not functioning properly in your community, which means it's not functioning properly in your nation, and that means that the whole damn world is fucking off balance. You see what I'm saying? So we have to fix that whole thing between our families, and that one thing between our families that we got is distrust. Distrust is what's causing the distortion, because we don't trust each other. I don't trust you with my money. I don't trust you with my life. I don't trust you with this, that, and the other. And that right there is causing a rift between us. The women don't trust the men don't trust the women, the children don't trust the parents. You see what I'm saying? And we need to find a way to mend the trust. That is literally what's been happening. We got so many Black nationalist organizations, so many different nationalist organizations out here, but we don't trust them. And that's the reason why the nationalist organizations are failing, is because me, you, I, all the rest of us who's supposed to be supporting that, who's supposed to be the legs to uplift that, we're not doing it. We're not putting that on our shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't trust. Oh man, I ain't gonna be rocking with Farrakhan, making Farrakhan rich. But look at the results that he gets. Yeah, chime in, God.
Now this is where we're gonna where we all might have a crux. Farrakhan would have to admit we're not Black and African American before I back his agenda. Umar and the rest of them, they have to admit that to y'all. They have to tell y'all that, because if they keep telling Black and then every time they speak, then they put us in danger. They keep telling them, no, we're Black and we're your property. We're Black and African American. You own us. We're Black and African American. You can say and do whatever you want to us. We're United States citizens. We're products on the United States of America Corporation shelf. So you go ahead and keep selling us across the world in your bonds and stuff. See, as long as they say Black and African American, they are owning us. And we have to stop that. The so-called white supremacists made that up, because you're going to find out some of us called ourselves white. That's how we really got in this mess. White is not a skin color. White is a label like Black, but Black is the bad side of the white. And so they looked at our dark skin. If you and I look at each other, we're not Black. We are not the color Black. I have on a black shirt and then my skin is yellow. Not even, I don't even like colors. I don't know what to call it, but it's not black. None of us are black. And there are some that might even be real dark skin purple, but black is not what they are. And so using that term belongs to them for us. That's how they refer to us. We were nations all the way back to Canaanites and Hittites, all the way back to Almecs, Olmecs, Aztecs, Mayans, Cherokee, Algonquin. This is who we are. And when we talk about reparations, they're not giving it to a group of people. They're going to give it to people with national descent. That means that you have the name of your ancestors who they made you Black and African American from. And when people challenge this without reading the law, and the law, and without reading if you challenge it without reading United States Census, the only thing I can say is, oh my goodness, I yield the floor.
No, yeah, I agree with that to an extent. Like, okay, so when I mention the word Black, I'm literally talking about a political ideology. I'm not with none of that bullshit they talking. You know what I'm saying? That, like, when you say Black, we already know y'all scared of that. We already know that when we say Black, this is what comes with the territory. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, and I'm gonna throw this out here, a lot of us so-called Black people, because of course none of us are actually Black, but the so-called Black people, when you really truly understand that we are Republican conservatives by nature. By nature, we are Republican conservatives. You believe in God first, family first, small government, and you believe in the Second Amendment, the right to bear them fucking arms. You are a goddamn conservative Republican, regardless if you believe it or not. Regardless if you believe it or not. And I'm not telling you to go join one of the other party. I'm just saying you need to understand who and what you truly are. You see what I'm saying? You need to understand that. And that was one of the beautiful things that made me gravitate towards the Moorish paradigm, is because they were speaking in Republican formats. You know what I'm saying? And that Republican format being specifically for the people, by the people, was what I was looking for when it came to nationhood. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I gravitated towards the Moors, because they were the only ones who were employing law within their nationalistic demonstration. You see what I'm saying? And so that's a beautiful thing. Do I believe in wearing fezzes and turbans? Nah, I don't. I wear a baseball cap, a scully cap, and I'm still just as astute. You see what I'm saying? So like that didn't really matter to me. But you know what I'm saying? Those principles dealing with law, they not lying. When they tell you that we're civically dead, civil mortus, when they tell you that shit, they're not lying, because we don't have a political body. You don't have a political head. Nigga, anytime you got a body without a head, that's a dead body, that's a corpse. That's a corpse. A corporation, a court is a dead body. You see what I'm saying? And so at some point, we're going to have to either elect leaders of our own and back our leaders up indefinitely. And that means to the death. That means to the death. That means, look, you can't touch our leaders. In fact, our leaders need to be the highest paid leaders out there. I yield, bro.
Yo, you didn't hear me then, did you? You didn't hear what I said, right? Well, Brother King Laurel Burns, how does that sound? Do you understand what I said now, Emperor? I said you the Emperor. I said people should be listening to your words but you and I, because I'm an Emperor, you and I need to be drawing up laws. But hold up, Sister Karima Powell, when she hear me talking to her, because she responsible now. She my aunt. She the justice. When you and I draw up something and say we're going to move, she going to tell us if we wrong. She's going to tell the side stars how they can help us. And she's going to help put together a group of side stars with Sister L. Christina, my aunt, that back up and lead us where we're going. We're the leaders. We can't wait for elections because our people aren't moving. So I know I was born underneath Caesar. I can show that through birth records and stuff on this land. So now you a king, you an emperor. We're not waiting. Your leaders are in front of you. They're ignoring you. And now they can't ignore you anymore. I'm not going to let them ignore you anymore. If you're not moving like a wasp, if you're not moving like Laurel Burns, if you're not moving how the Moors are supposed to be moving. I didn't say if you're not moving like a Moor. I said if you're not moving how Moors are supposed to be moving, I'm here to let everybody know that you're not who you say you are. But if I say you're worth the time, people should hear me. That because I'm that I apologize. I stood up for that. I'm here for that. I didn't take any money from y'all. I'm not asking you for any money. As we build this, I can help distribute finances to us. So I'm not asking you for a dime, but work must be done. And in order to show the work, that means I wake up tomorrow, my sisters and my children are safe, and I know it. And I mean this sister right here and any other sisters that might hear or be listening all over America, they safe because the brothers have stood up to do their job. That's what I'm talking about. The leaders are here. Let's go to work.
Facts. What's up, brother Benny, man? How you doing? You want to chime in on some of the stuff that's been said, or was you able to watch the documentary?
Brother, I've seen a lot. I'm listening.
Give us some insight on what you heard, brother.
One, I watched your documentary. It was interesting. It was very interesting with all the scientific things and all of the way that these things, these man-made things are killing us. And it's not new news. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you that, but it's not new news. It may be new news to somebody, but everything that you've mentioned in that documentary, they've been doing since day one with trying to kill people with different things and different poisons and different technologies. That's nothing new under the sun. The problem I'm having, and the problem I'm having listening, and especially to this brother El Yah, is I'm having a hard time understanding where he, like what is he, Oaspi? Is he a Moor? What is, that's number one. Number two, we have instructions. And every time that we start relying on ourselves and on our own understanding, on our mind, it takes us far away from that book. Now, you can't tell me I don't want to follow any God or any creator that created all of these things and didn't leave me instructions on how I can preserve my life. How can I preserve my life? You mean to tell me that there's no instruction, there's no manual down here on this planet that the people can follow in order for them to preserve their own self-well-being? No. I don't believe that the God that created all of these perfect things out here and created this big planet and this big universe didn't leave us some instructions. But you know what we do? We debate it. We debate the instructions. We debate the very things that are supposed to be keeping you safe. Now, this brother just sat up here, and I don't want to get off topic because it was a great presentation, and I don't want to get off the topic of what your presentation was about. But you guys went into another topic about a nation and what we're supposed to be doing. And every time that just triggers something in me because it's a lot of talk with no plan. It's a lot of debating. It's a lot of this and that, and nobody has a plan. Now, this may come as a surprise to some, but there's a lot of nations around us. There's a lot of places around us. But out of all of those places and all of those nations, there's only one people that don't have nowhere to go. They don't even know who they are. Well, I don't even want to use Africa anymore. I don't even want to talk about it. They taking over Africa right now. All the businesses over there, the Russians are over there right now. So even if you were to come up with this this plan and decide you want to go somewhere, where's there anywhere to rent a place for us to stay right now? It's like housing. In order for you to accomplish these things, the Moors and the Nation of Islam and all of this other nonsense, it's been around for years. It's had its chance to do everything that you're talking about. They failed. Or they're failing. It's not happening. You know why it's not happening? Because the book, the instructions that we had in order to accomplish what we wanted to accomplish is being debated and ignored consistently from all over the place. There's people that's getting the book and coming up with their own religion. I'm going to call it religion. They come up with their own religion. They come up with their own understanding. And then all of a sudden they start bugging out and coming into all these other diverse things. Now, this brother just keep bringing up this Owaspy, right? Listen, if we're people that come out of a slave background, Now, I don't know about you, but I know this. If somebody does something to me one time, if I let it happen to me again, then guess what? I'm the fool. Now, I looked at that. I did some research on that Owaspy book. I looked at the man that it comes from. It came from a man that don't even look like my people. He don't even look like my people. And he was doing, and he was doing nothing different or nothing slight of a Ouija board. A Ouija board. It was mysticism. Why would I want to give that to my people? And talking about Owaspy is doing this, that, and the third. When here it was a white man talking about he was inspired. Talking about he was inspired to write a book. Every religion got some things in there that's good for humanity. Every religion. Because it picks and chooses from the original or how you're supposed to be living to preserve yourself down here. But guess what it does? It somehow, in some way, it always veers off. It always veers off and gets you away from one thing. From the one thing that you're supposed to be doing in the book. And that's believing in your Messiah. It always does it and gets you back to doing something with your little old brain, your little old pineal gland, and your little old arms, and your little old legs, and you out here trying to do something. Guess what? It ain't gonna happen. You need an army and a military in order to accomplish the things that you've been talking about. And this is the thing that gets me. I always listen to these things, and I play, for lack of better words, I play devil's advocate. I want to see what you're saying, how it can be accomplished, and what I got to do to accomplish it within the realms and within the situation that I'm in right now. If these people start a war out here tomorrow, what can you do to prevent us from being hurt? Nothing. We are at their mercy right now, for lack of better words. If we're not out here with our own military, how can we have leaders when they assassinate leaders? They run coups. I'm just frustrated, man, with my people to no end. Because at the end of the day, all we do constantly is we have all of these great ideas. We have all these different religions. Listen, I don't have a problem with rightfully dividing the word of truth. And I don't have a problem with being wrong. I'm able to humble myself down to my fellow man. If I'm wrong, I'm able to humble myself down and take a back seat and say, let that man lead right there. Let that man lead right there. Because he's not leading us into a burning building. But if I hear somebody going left, and I hear somebody saying something that don't make no sense, and it's about my self-preservation, I have every right, and I'm definitely going to question it to no end. I'm going to question it to no end because I got to make it make sense for me, for my family, and for my future, and for my well-being. But as a nation and as a whole, all we have done is constantly not ask ourselves, how is it that These people out here that's doing what you said in your presentation is so hell-bent on killing us. You said something interesting about the bees. I don't know where you live at, but I can tell you right now, I haven't seen a bumblebee in about 2 or 3 years, a yellow jacket. I haven't seen a yellow jacket in about 2 or 3 years in my area where I live. I used to see them all the time. Now, these things pollinate. So if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, you don't even have food. And guess what they say is doing it? We're a part of the problem. It's your cell phone. It's the technology, the waves, the frequencies that's throwing off the radar of those bees, and they're going in other places. They're actually going spinning in circles because they're going crazy. But again, the book tells us where these people got this technology from. Why are we ignoring it?
We're gonna let brother.
Hold on, let me just finish. Let me land my plane. Let me land my plane. The technology that these people are getting to do the things that they're doing, it's been right in front of our face all along. The people that's in Kemet and they go over there and they look at these and they go in there trying to read the walls and all this kind of stuff, and they look at them bricks and they can't explain how they was built. They never see the people ain't around anymore and all this, that, and the other. We have information that tells us how these things happen. Why are we consistently ignoring it? What kind of paint was they using to be around all them years? I can't even paint the wall in my room and it stayed around for 2 years, and they got paint that been around 2,000 years. What were they using? Were they using a template in there to draw all of those things that close and not make a mistake? Who does it? Who did that? Was that human hands? We can't. I mean, come on. The information is right there in the book because I read it. It's not of us. It's not of us. There are things here that don't want us to be here. So I just want us to, if we're going to come together on one accord, we got to come together in truth, man, and understanding. We're them people. It's something special about us. I don't know what it is exactly. I just know that I wasn't created for these things that you're talking about to be able to kill me if I'm following the instructions. I didn't get the jab. I don't eat pork. You understand what I'm saying? And we got instructions in order to keep, if you're not following the instructions, you're going to die.
Well, we're going to give Brother Elder a chance to respond to that, brother. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say Islamism first because it means peace to us and peace in action. And so you asked me a question, bro. I got to say this again. That El Yah, I did not take that El Yah because I heard about Moors. That came from my mother's womb. And when I heard the Moors teaching and telling us to listen to your last name, because your last name tells you who your family is and basically where they come from. You can follow the family tree line all the way back. So when I seen El Yah and my last name mushed together, ooh, I am a Moor. That's through my mother's womb. I can't argue that. But then my mother is Wampanoag. Altogether, they call my mother's nation Algonquin. They call my father's nation Cherokees and Blackfoot. We're from this land. When you ask us where we're going to go, we're going to stay right here. And because we don't study the laws and all of that, we don't know the United States is closed right now. They're broke. It is our turn to lead our land. But we got to stand up in position and we got to recognize each other. This has been our fault. We've never done this. We've always done this under the cover of being Black and African American. That means that your children who are not 18 years old are standing in your house telling you what you're going to do for them, Ray, and you're going to do it this way. No, you're the child. You will do what I tell you to do. And as the world treats Black and African Americans as children, because according to the laws, that's what they are. They're minorities. Minority doesn't mean less people when they say it. Minority means that you're not of age of maturity. This is what all these stocks and bonds mean and all of that, and the birth certificate and the social security card that they got us all under, that you're supposed to have in your possession, dealing with through your trust, but they got us tricked up into it, and they tricked our families out of it, and our families didn't know which way to go because remember the stories. When they came over here talking about we own the land, we didn't understand. We said fine, because we, everybody owned the land. Now you're saying you own. We don't understand what you're saying until they pulled out the guns. So if you want to talk about the book, and I don't know if you mean the Quran, the Torah, or the Bible, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm placing all three of them as the Abrahamic faiths, and I say they're the problem. Prior to the Bible doesn't talk about the beginning of time. The Bible talks about a specific beginning of time of destroying us. That's why they keep telling us they taught the slaves Christianity. The slaves had to lay because you had to learn their book. It's at a certain time. See, we existed before then, and we had a way of living and a way of life. And that's what a WASPy is talking about. That's what Brother Laurel Burns is talking about. And that's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali told us to learn about those ways when our women were our judges and helped us make better decisions for them. Not no paternal man, no, God wasn't a man, and not to say God was a woman. The creator is the creator. It has no specific gender or anything. The creator doesn't get jealous and upset and angry. The creator doesn't say there shall be none like me. Why? Because it's the creator, and none can be like. Everything outside of the creator ends up in duplicity. There's another word I want to say, but everything outside of the creator comes in two sets, negative and positive, and everything generates from there. The creator is all that and then some. We can't know the creator, right? Isn't that what everything? We'll go blind. You'll go deaf trying to hear and see the creator. You'll go crazy trying to communicate with the creator. So then how we let somebody come later on, thousands of years later, maybe a million years, talking about God in a book? See, this is the wars and those crusades when they started killing us off for the way we lived, because we were polytheists. I'm a god. Brother Laurel's a god. Sister Karima is a goddess. All the brothers and the other, they're gods. It wasn't that we believed in many gods, many creators. We were gods. That means we knew the law of the world. And then when they started killing us off as adults, they found out, oh, their children know it too, then kill them too. Take them as slaves, beat them, and break them from what it is that they know. Because as long as they carry that truth inside them and they know that they the earth, we can't do nothing to them by law, because they're not submitting. They're not calling themselves Black and African American. They're not calling themselves outside of their national names. So they couldn't. Remember, there's also a story about Yakub and the black man creating the white man, and then somebody told the white man later, you're running out of time, right? That's the stories that we have inside of our stories, right? So within that story, we're showing like deceit amongst us against each other, telling the so-called white man he's run out of time for what? To control the world. His time is up. His books are over. All three of them books are now, as far as I'm concerned, because I don't have anything against a religion, except I know for a fact it taught you to think outside of yourself for salvation. It made you untrustworthy of your brothers and sisters to help make your life better. It told you to go to a God that is a man when we could never say what the creator is. And now look at the word creator and reactor. See, creator, reactor, the creator, and we're the reactor to the creator, right? That's normal. God, dog. I'm no dog. My psi star is not a B word. We killed the N word. Let's kill the B word. So all of this, see, this is what I'm saying right now about these things, is to move us forward with dignity and pride about ourselves, with no restraints from someone or someplace else that has nothing to do with our struggles and what we say we went through. When you say black people, slavery is our our people don't have a history beyond slavery. And the reason why you're teaching it that way is because you're into one of those three faiths, Israelite, Muslim, or Christian. That's why you're teaching it that way. You're a Mason, or you're part of a fraternity, and under all these groups, you're helping to hold us a slave. And not you personally, brother Binary Brand. I'm not talking to you personally, but people who operate in that manner, you're the double agents. I see you. And I'm not scared. Even sisters have got, man, oh, you're rude to them. I don't care. They're rude to you. They keep calling you a black and an African American on that stage. I don't care how they feel about me personally. I'm here for that. You keep asking, you want to know about an army? I'm his Caesar. I'm here for that. What? You can't get behind me to save our children and women? Then that's our problem. Because see, Brother Laurel, I'm behind him.
So I'm gonna ask you this question, brother Benny. Do you know what divinity is? Can you define what divine is for us?
Repeat your question, brother, and I'm gonna respond to that other brother in a second because he misunderstood what I said. But repeat your question.
Can you define what divinity is, or can you define the word divine for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I believe I froze. I think y'all are froze, brother.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm gonna go back out and come back. I'm gonna go back out and come back in.
No, we can hear.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, but you sound computerish.
Maybe I need to go on mute, but yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Now repeat. Hold on, I'm in a better place now. So what was your question again?
What is divinity, or how do you define divine?
Brother, in an earthly term, I would just say nature, brother. Everything is nature. Everything is nature. Everything that you look at is divinity. Everything that comes from God's creation is divinity, brother. That's the reason it's called divine.
Okay, so
it's everything that you look at from your tree. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Go ahead, brother. If you want to say something, go ahead.
Okay, so that's a good answer. You said something that's from nature. Well, here's the problem, right? Because all of the animals.
Wait, brother. Wait a minute, brother. I didn't say from nature. I said it is nature. I said in the earthly word, it's nature.
Yeah, is nature, from nature. That's all the same thing. So when we talk about nature,
but I'm saying,
go ahead.
I'm saying that nature is an earthly term because it's basically something that that scientists.
All you know is earthly terms. You don't know any other terms.
Huh?
All you know is earthly terms. You don't know any.
English. I want to say English. Let me just say English. Let me say English so we don't get no misunderstanding here. I'm just saying it's an English terminology for something that they can't see or quite understand, and because it's the Most High God. So you got to give it some type of term. You got to give it some type of name.
Are you saying that you can't identify divinity, or is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I can see it around me everywhere. I see it around me everywhere. But I'm saying that there are things that can't be seen with the naked eye. You were talking about it earlier with the colors, like the gamma rays and the X-rays. You mentioned it earlier, brother. I was listening to you.
So
now
the
this
reason,
brother up top.
Hold on, before you go up there. Yeah, I'm gonna let you respond, but I want to finish my point. The reason why I asked you to define those things, because see, all of the things that you're talking about are divine because they do come from a product of electromagnetism, which is charge, which is inherently light. So the problem comes is because you're saying that we're not following the instructions in this book, in this particular book, right? But nobody gave a book to the bees. Nobody gave a book to the beavers. Nobody gave a book to the birds. Nobody gave a book to none of the insects. Every divine being on this planet does not have a book, and yet they follow their purpose. They're within their purpose. So you're trying to tell me that the only way for us to get out of the shit that we're in is to consecrate ourselves to a book that was wrote by our enemies?
Now can I finish? Now can I answer? You asked me a question. Now you asked me a question. Now I want you to allow me to answer. All right? Is that fair? Is that fair enough?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I want you to listen to me very closely. Listen to me very closely. I'm telling you that everything, all creation, is under the law. I'm talking about the sun, I'm talking about the moon, the stars, and everything else out there is under the law. And everything on this planet, them bees better go pollinate like they supposed to, or they gonna die. Them birds better fly south every year like they supposed to, or they gonna die. Them fish better stay in the water, or they're gonna die. You know, of all the creation, you know the only creation that went off? You know the only creation that wasn't doing its purpose? Take one guess what's the only creation that went left and wasn't doing their purpose?
We're told it was man. You asked, I'm answering.
Wait a minute, brother, hold on, brother. I'm talking. No, I'm talking to that brother. Hold on, brother. I got something else I got to talk to you about. I don't want to. I don't want you to make me forget.
I agree with his point. I agree with his point, and he didn't answer. So I'm saying, when you ask that question, we are told that it was us who didn't go along, but we don't agree with that message.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. So now let me finish. So, in saying that you keep mentioning this book, right? You keep mentioning this book. Listen, we all know that the Bible is a published book. We all know that it's for sale. That's because somebody did the work to go get the original information and try to put it all together. Now, when they gave us this book, they didn't give us all the information. So, of course, we're going to look at this, and we as a human being and as an intelligent being, in order for me to get all the information, I have to go and do my own due diligence and research. I didn't ask him to give me a book without the Apocrypha in it. They gave that to me because that's what was for sale. They didn't tell you that, okay, you just can't go buy the Apocrypha. No, if you want this extra information and I'm trying to deceive you, why would I put it in the same book? No, I'm going to make you work for it. So what I'm trying to tell you is, brother, is that the information, it ain't just all in the Bible. It's other information out there that you can go and find that gives you answers to some of the things and some of the questions that you asked me about. So we're gonna sit here and just say, okay, we're gonna just look at these two, the old covenant and the new covenant, and say that's it. No, because we all know that that's not it. But I do know this. If I wanted to just look at the evidence, the evidence tells me that the bees and the birds and the fish and everybody else is doing what they were supposed to do by nature. But the one people, right? The one people. Now this is where I differ from a lot of people. The one people, right, that's suffering the most on this planet. I take that back because everybody's suffering. Everybody's suffering, but collectively, the one that is suffering the most were the ones that prophetically was given the oracles of God and was supposed to be doing something. There's a reason that our people suffer more than any other people on this planet. We offended God the most. He didn't go giving these other people the oracles of the Most High God. He didn't give it to these people that they call Esau or whoever. I don't care what you call them. I myself, I'm a Negro. I come from a Negro land. I know that whatever this being was, or whoever he was, he came into contact somehow with my people, with my ancestors. somehow, some way. And when he gave them instructions that they didn't follow, the worst thing you could possibly do is get instructions from the Most High God and not fulfill the duties.
Did the Most High God give instructions to any other people?
Everybody is supposed to be worshiping the Most High God. Everybody.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying.
Everybody on the planet.
Calm down. So,
but you missing. Hold on. No. I'm not hyped up. I'm just saying. I don't want you to miss my point. What I'm telling you is that if I come to you and I give you a job to do and you fail, I'm not going to blame everybody else in this room because I was only dealing with you. So the punishments that I attributed to you are only going to be attributed to you, not everybody else. I gave you a specific job. I gave you a special job.
Right, and
I came hand in hand.
What was any other nation on the planet charged with the same duties and responsibility?
Of worship, yes, but not the oracles.
Okay, brother.
But not the oracles.
So is it safe to say that there is no one nation on the planet who has completely followed anything, any mandate? There's not one.
So listen to what I'm saying, brother. So listen to what I'm telling you. Do you think the Most High God, right? This is where I go off from what these camps believe in. See, he made a backup plan. You can't think that the Most High God was slipping. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
You only make up backup plans if your first plan fails, which means brother.
Listen,
if the Most High God got a backup plan, that means that he is not the best of planners because the first plan ain't work. You wouldn't need a backup plan if you already right and exact. So I'm saying that to you, brother, to go back to the main point, because you said to this brother, like when we get to talk about nations and this, that, and the
other. Hold on, brother. Wait, brother. Wait. Hold on, wait. It's a dialogue. It's a good dialogue. It's a good dialogue, but I don't want you to run off on that point. Before you go off into that information or wherever you're about to go,
just because he made know where I'm going first before you try to stop me.
Hold on, but I heard what you just made a serious statement.
Wisdom, knowledge, and instructions. That's what your books say, right?
Listen, so I'm a humble myself. Listen, brother, listen to me, brother. Listen to me. I'm a humble myself down, right? And I'm coming right back to this point. No matter where you go, I'm coming right back to this point. Speak, brother, and let me know when you're done. And then I'm going to go. I'm coming right back to this point.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. All the nations of the world have fallen short. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's dropped the ball. Ain't not one nation on the planet has done it right. So it's safe to say that if everybody else on the planet is not going through the same thing that we're going through, it's safe to say that those charges probably ain't our charges. That's just some type of psychological warfare shit. Now, you said about this book. If I asked you if you were in a survival situation, right, would you rather want a physics book or would you rather want this Bible? Which one would you rather take? And any logical person would tell you that they'll want that physics book because that Bible is full of superstitions and mythologies and don't actually tell you how to survive. And on earth, it does not teach you that. It don't teach you how to generate energy. It don't teach you how to fertilize the ground to produce crops. It does not teach you about the seasons in the area that you live in. So the book is not conducive to life. It's not. It's conducive if you're trying to promote a culture, a particular culture on someone. It does do that. It does give you Arab, Middle Eastern culture, maybe a dash, a little North African culture. It gives you that, but it's not giving you the science of life. And the science of life belongs with electrical charge, understanding energy, understanding how to generate energy, understanding how to absorb, dissipate, reflect, energy. This is the science of life. Everything around you is based off the principles of light and magnetism, vibration and resonance. The book don't tell you about resonating energy. It don't tell you how to generate resonating energy. It does not tell you how to harness the life-giving energy that comes out of the earth and how to use and utilize that in your everyday life. The book don't tell you that. So this book is not the end all. It's good if you want to follow it for a moral compass, so you know how to interact with other humans. That's what the book is good for, how to interact with other humans and other nations. But when it's actually dealing with the science of life, the book is not teaching you the science of life. It's teaching you culture. It's literally teaching you other people's culture. And I'm just gonna land the plane. I'm gonna yield the floor to you, Brother Ill.
It just
You're muted.
Thank you. The Bible came thousands of years after we were already doing this with the energy thing. After Alexandria, the library in Alexandria, and all those people got burned down and they stole all their paperwork and stuff of their stories they were writing. That's when the Bible got built off our ancestors' knowledge of the things that we're out here speaking now. So now I yield the floor to you, Brother Binary Brand.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Can you hear me, or am I still muted? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Listen, brother, you said a lot. You said a lot, and I mean, you threw a few shots in there, and you know what I mean. Like you said a whole lot, and this is what I'm talking about my people. You say so much stuff in there that the listeners that are listening to us dialogue right now will be so confused because you said so much. You even threw a shot at the Most High God. Well, I'm telling you, He is the best of planners. He made the plan, and we broke it. That's why the sin is on us. It ain't on Him. He is the best of planners. Because see, His job is not for you to be getting the knowledge of understanding science. You know why? Because people like you build nuclear bombs. That's why. That's why you don't need to be learning about electrons, neutrons, and any other kind of protons. Because you build bombs and make guns. What is so hard about that you can't understand? You're like a baby. You kill yourself. You kill each other. That's why you're not supposed to be understanding His divine nature. This is why that book came along. I don't care what you was doing prior to the book or prior to the scriptures. What you was doing was being killed off. You didn't know how to live. How did you go from being a caveman to being able to live within society? Because of what you just said. The book shows you how we're supposed to live amongst one another and love one another. That's what you can't comprehend. So yeah, you're doing a whole lot of talking, but getting down to the evidence. The evidence is you. It's us. It's the situation that you're in right now. Don't take a shot at the Most High God because He gave you the instructions and he said, listen, my creation is not doing what I thought they would be doing. Somebody came down here and corrupted them. It corrupted the seed of man. How did they learn all these things? Why is the women putting on all kinds of makeup? Why are they dressing like they dressing? Why are the men creating bombs and guns and warships? Why do they want to fight one another? What's the point of you wanting to inherently want a slave? Why? What proton and neutron is that? Bro, it's all sin. That's God's. This is where me and the camps disagree fully. Because he didn't just come. Wait a minute, let me, brother, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Let me land my plane. Let me land my plane. The Most High God didn't just come here just to save one people. He didn't come here just to save one people. That's what these camps talk about. He came here to save the world, but to redeem Israel. He had to redeem the people because that's a part of the law, to redeem your brothers. If you read the law, you will understand the purpose of the Hamashiach. But his job was to come here and to destroy the works of the devil, of sin, the ones that taught you all of these things, and all of these enchantments, and all of these sorceries, and all of these mystical things, and the Ouija board, and the howling at the moon. Wake up, man. You gotta wake up. This thing, you trying to understand this thing with your pineal gland and it's a higher fight that's going on. It's a higher nature of fight going on. You can't stop no comet from coming here. These people that are trying to kill you are light years in front of you with this information and this technology. They got you sitting around here, running around here with a religion. While you focusing on religion, they controlling the banks and trying to create portals and trying to get off of this planet and leave you behind. That's why it's so easy for us to be killed. Because they sitting here listening at us debate over some stuff, over some nonsense, instead of just doing what the one that favors us told us to do. That's the one thing they don't want you to do. If you want to see an uproar, I'll tell you this. You want to see an uproar, try to get everybody on one accord and following the Most High God and see what happens. You want to see something, you want to see a miracle, why don't you try that? Until then, it's diabetes for you. Until then, it's cancer for you. Until then, it's lymphoma for you. And pork. And everything else to get you out of here. And a black billy club behind your neck if you get out of hand. All we want you to do is go out here and spend your money in this economy. That's all we want you to do. And don't get out of hand. Do what we tell you to do. It's been like that ever since I've been born. Why? Don't tell me that it ain't something special about this people. We should have been dead. Why ain't nobody made a ship and sent us back to where we came from if we such a burden? Why ain't nobody done it? You know why ain't nobody done it? Because we got to have you way here where you can be seen. Every other race gets a green card except you. You better not go nowhere and try to get it. You better not go nowhere and try to bring everybody together. Or it's going to be people missing. It's going to be people missing. That's what they do.
What you're saying, but a lot of it sounds like fear mongering. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, brother. I want to hear everything. Brother, I want to hear everything you said. Listen, I want to hear everything you said right now. You sound like a computer. I'm putting my mic on mute. I want to make sure that you're clear before you speak because I want to hear everything that you got to say.
I'm saying that I am not into fear mongering. And what you're talking about sounds like fear mongering, like what the Republicans and the Democrats do to us every election season. They get to throw in terms and words around to get you in a state of fear and put you in a state of dissension. You understand what I'm saying? So when you made mention of why they met building bombs and guns and all that, well, your book says God is a man of war. So isn't they just following the pattern that your book set before you? You in the book, your God sent those people to go fight, kill, maim, murder, rape, and destroy other people. Aren't they just following the same pattern that the Most High or the person that you keep claiming is the Most High? Aren't they just following his lead? Huh? When he created the flood, was that not genocide? What's the difference? What's the difference? That's all I'm saying. And again, if we was in a survival situation, I'd rather have a Boy Scout manual than the Bible. That's me personally. Now, to whoever, you know, the Bible don't even tell you how to create fire. And that's some of the most simplest elemental energy that you can create. And it don't even teach you how to rub sticks together to create fire. You know what I'm saying? So you know, it's like these I call them religious fanatics. I'm not saying he's a religious fanatic. I'm just saying these religious fanatics, these religious zealots, they be so emotionally charged, and they're so hell bent on getting you to believe what they believe, follow what they believe, to the point where they're not listening to what we said. He said, y'all ain't got a plan. Yes, we did. We said science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is the way out. That's what we said. That's what we said.
We also said that we're going to start accepting each other as leaders.
That's
and what
right.
it is that the other one is presenting, so that we can put a plan together as leaders for us to get out of this mess that we in. We said that too.
Yeah. We said quite a few things that actually leads towards that exact thing that you're talking about. We touched on trust. How do we build trust amongst the people? Because it's a lack of trust. You know what I'm saying? So there are things that we didn't put out here. But if you're just hell bent on the negative shit, saying, we need to be saved, we waiting on a Messiah. You know what I'm saying? No, we not waiting on no Messiah. Y'all might be waiting on the Messiah. We're not waiting on the Messiah. I'm trying to do it myself, and I hope everybody else around me is also trying to do it themselves. And in the process, if a Messiah comes along, great. But what we're not gonna do is sit on our fucking ass. We're not gonna sit on our hands and just let light pass you by, nigga, hoping and praying that the sky gonna crack open and somebody finna come help save you. Because what that documentary that we just watched, that's detrimental. That's detrimental. You want to talk about the deceivers of nation? That is deceiving the nation. It's damn near more cell phone telecommunication devices than there are people. And all of those things are resonating energies around you that's killing us and giving us cancer. You see what I'm saying? And your only solution is for us to follow Bronze Age mythologies and superstitions. That's your solution. Follow this Bronze Age mentality in 2024. That's your solution. And I'm saying, like, nah, you need to do science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because that's the thing that's going to project you forward. Never told you to drop your religion. Never told you not to have your own beliefs. But your beliefs, your religion needs to go hand in hand with your science, technology, your engineering, and mathematics. It needs to go hand in hand. And
your nationality. And your nationality.
Your spirituality, your divine creed, it needs to go hand in hand with it. All the other nations in the world do it. All the other nations in the world applies their spirituality and their technology and their science, their engineering and mathematics, all hand in hand with their spirituality and their divine creeds. All the other nations do it. You go to China, you see them do it. You go to Arabia, they're doing it. You can go to India, they doing it. I just watched the news today, and the president over there just erected the temple to Ram. You know, this is a black guy. You know what I'm saying? Erected a temple to Ram in an old 16th century mosque. You know what I'm saying? Which was unprecedented. You see what I'm saying? And these people got a space program. These people got a nuclear program. And they're still building temples to their old gods. So their spirituality is still running neck and neck with their technology, with their science, with their engineering and mathematics. You need engineering to build that temple. You need a technology, and you need a science to build the systems that go into creating this building. So it's all going hand in hand with that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying I'm not saying lay down your religion. I'm not saying lay down your beliefs. But all we've been dealing with is beliefs. All we've been dealing with is the Bible for the past 400 years. That's all we've been dealing with. And we're right where we started. We're almost haven't progressed no further than where the hell we started from. And that's all on the back of religious fanatics, because you spend so much time dealing with the religious politics, and you're not dealing with the actual practical things that's going to lead us forward, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. You have to do it. If you're not doing that, I don't care how many times. I mean, hell, I could bring up the book and show you in the book where technology and engineering help them. I mean, hell, how you think Noah built the ark? Did Noah build the ark just he just prayed and God? No, God gave him instructions. Here's you take this type of wood, you take pitch wood, you use this type of, you see what I'm saying? And he had to build it. It was engineering, that's technology, and that's what saved humanity. You see what I'm saying? I can go on and on where it's different types of sciences and different type of engineering feats that were used in the Bible to help project those people forward. Same thing in the Quran. The Quran is full of science. It's full of technology. You see what I'm saying? I could go on and on and on. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, and until we get to that point where we understand that this is the only way forward. You can pray to whoever you want. You can venerate whoever you want. But in the end of the day, if you are not grounded and rooted in this reality right here, dude, we're gonna die anyway. You're gonna die because my people die from a lack of knowledge, right? Ain't that what your book say? People die from a lack of knowledge. It ain't telling you what type of knowledge. It's saying knowledge in general. When people dying from a lack of knowledge, you don't know. If I put a glass of water and a glass of bleach right here in front of a baby, the baby lacks knowledge to distinguish one from the other. So it'll pick up the glass of bleach and drink it and die. Because it lacks the knowledge. And that's exactly what this man is been here telling you, is that we're minorities, not because of the numbers, but because you are mentally a child and do not stand in law. That's what makes you a minority. He's talking about the law of science. If you're not dealing with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, then you're on a path to destruction. And I don't give a fuck who you are, where you are. None of that matters. None of that matters. If you are not dealing with these actual factuals, then you know what I'm saying, we're going to be in peril. Look everywhere around you. Look every place around you that is dealing with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and you will see that they're winning. They're progressing. That people have a higher standard of living. That means that if you're not teaching in your home, fuck the community, fuck the tribe, fuck the nation. If you're not teaching it in your house, if you're not promoting science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in your house, then you the problem. If you're not sitting down with your children doing science experiment, teaching them how to do observations and data collection, you the problem. You the problem if all you doing is teaching your kid how to sit down, pray, and follow dietary laws. You're the problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, we can sit here and talk all day about, oh, you're eating pork. What good is not eating pork, nigga? When you got all type of filthy ass shit in your mind. You got all type of filthy ass shit in your mind, and it oozes out of your mouth every time you open your mouth. Fuck the pig. I'd rather eat the pig. Give me the pig. Give me the pork sandwich. Give me the ham hocks. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, your belief in not eating pork stems from Arab culture. It comes from Middle Eastern culture. Let's keep it a buck. If it was not for the worship of Nimrod, Semiramis, and Tammuz, you would not have a problem with pigs. That's the only reason why you got a problem with pigs, because it's Middle Eastern culture. That's why Tammuz got mauled by a pig. His blood fell on a stump. An evergreen tree grew out of it, and ever since then, the pig was supposed to be a disgusting animal because it killed the crown prince, which was supposed to be Nimrod's son. You know what I'm saying? Or Marduk's son, like whatever side of the story you want to take. And then the evergreen tree grew. That's where you get the whole Christmas tree thing from. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you talking about Middle Eastern culture. That's we not with that Middle Eastern superstitious bullshit. You can keep that, because that's not helping us. You know what I'm saying? Now, they can take pig collagen, right? It's collagen from a pig, right? And they create this powder out of it. If you chopped your finger off right now, they can have you dipping your finger in this pig powder. right? And eventually your finger would grow back. It would regenerate. Now you telling me that your Middle Eastern culture worshiping ass, you trying to tell me that you wouldn't allow these people to repair your fucking finger with pig collagen, all because you got a superstition about a damn pig? You see what I'm saying? That shit's nuts. It's nuts. And we need to stop it. We just need to stop it. Look, you can have whatever beliefs you want. That's cool. Your relationship with God is a personal one, and that's something that you need to do in the confines of your own house. What you don't need to be doing is sitting outside on a soapbox or anywhere else for that matter, trying to imprint those ideas on other people. The shit you need to be imprinting on other people is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And your nationality. The nationality, that's right, national principle. Without patriotism and without that tribalhood, you ain't even got an identity, so nobody even recognize you. You see what I'm saying? So when you brought up about the women dressing like this, they put on makeup. Who gives a fuck what kind of clothes you wearing? Who cares about what type of, if you got makeup on or not? In your own book, Adam and Eve was butt-ass naked. They was butt-ass naked, and when God walked up on them and synced, they ass got on clothes. He's like, man, what the fuck? What's this shit? What you niggas running around with clothes on for? You know what I'm saying? Then now y'all want to be like, oh no, cover up. Oh no, go look at our ancestors. Go look at all the gods and goddesses. They butt naked. They butt naked. And then you want to come around and put on this Middle Eastern culture where these niggas running around in sheets and curtains and shit all over their body because they live in deserts. You know what I'm saying? Or people live in tropical regions where the weather's nice and fine. Yeah, they got titties out. Yeah, they ass out. Yeah, that's right. They beautiful. That's right. And the women gonna be beautiful. Yes, they classy, conscious. Yeah, they conservative, hoish. We don't care. They don't stop. That does not stop the intellect and the wisdom that's gonna come out of those people. I honestly don't give a shit how a woman dressed as long as she comfortable with it. If she comfortable with it and she don't feel like she demeaning herself, that's on her. And I got enough masculinity in me not to lust over her because she's dressed like that. The only people who are immoral will see a woman dressed like that and you just constantly lusting after her. That's you. You the immoral one. You the one who need a book and a law to tell you not to sit there and lust after another man's wife or not to lust after another human being. That's you the immoral person. Everybody don't need that shit. Nigga, I could be in the strip club and read a book. I go to the strip club and read a book and I'm not even entertained by what's going on. It's all about your mentality. And I didn't need a book to tell me that. You don't need a book to tell you that you shouldn't steal, kill, rob and cheat on your wife. Why? Because you probably didn't have shit stolen from you. You know how that feels. You probably didn't have people in your family murdered before. You know how that fucking feels. Nigga, if you ever had a nigga take your woman from you, you know how that feels. So you don't need no book to tell you that. Those are natural things that's already wrote in the heart of man. Your book tell you that. Your book tell you that God wrote his commandments in the heart of man. It's in the chambers of your heart. You don't need a book. So why you keep you keep bringing up the book, nigga, man, you can have, nigga, it's 1,200 different versions of that book and the world's still in darkness. The world's still in darkness. So don't bring the book up like that. You know what I'm saying? Leaning completely on the book when you're not teaching your family science, you're not teaching them technology, you're not teaching them engineering, you're not teaching them mathematics, and you most definitely ain't teaching them no nationalistic principles. You ain't teaching them no damn politics. What good is you talking about the book when you don't even understand the power structure in your own city? You don't know the mayor, you don't know the alderman, you don't know the comptroller, you don't know the treasurer, you don't know the secretary of state, you don't know the governor, you don't know none of them, you don't know nothing that's going around you, and you want to sit here and talk about the book? The book is fine. The book is fine. The book is always gonna be there. It is what it is. You can read it, bedtime story to your kid, whatever, like however that goes. But in the end of the day, when we're dealing in the affairs of men, when we're dealing with the affairs of men in this world, you have to be on point with everybody else. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics, nationality, spirituality. All of this stuff has to go hand in hand, line you up. You see what I'm saying? Line you up. Again, I'm not saying don't have your beliefs, don't have your faith. You should. I think it's foreign for a black man to be an atheist. I think that's some foreign ass shit. I don't even understand black atheists. Like, what is that? Our people always had God. We always had some type of concept of God. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even believe in the whole atheistic. I don't even know where the fuck the atheism come from when they're dealing with our people. You know what I'm saying? So no one's telling you to dismiss your God ever, because as far as I know, God ain't wrote no damn books. God ain't got no publisher. As far as I know. Nowhere in the book does it says God wrote the book. You see what I'm saying? So as far as I'm concerned, you can wipe your ass with the book and ain't nothing gonna happen to you. In fact, I could sit here and disrespect every character in the book and ain't nothing gonna happen to me. Nothing. But then y'all gonna sit here and keep on telling all these curses, the curses. Damn, why he ain't cursing nobody else? In the book, they said that God cursed man because they built the Tower of Babel, but then he turned around and let the white man put a space station in orbit. You know what I'm saying? You didn't curse them. You didn't place them in slavery. You didn't do all this crazy ass shit to these motherfuckers, and they doing shit way worse than what our ancestors ever did. Polluting the water, polluting the earth, polluting the earth. Nigga, they got. Man, look. The shit goes on. And I'm just saying, damn it, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. In your book, it says, hey, Israel, are you not just like the Egyptians to me? Damn, so that means all of us are the same. Did not take the Philistines from Kafir and blah, 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 blah. That means all of us the same. That means all of us on the same level. You see what I'm saying? And what you do to one, you're going to have to do to all of them. You know what I'm saying? You can't be picking and choosing which person you gonna punish and which person you not. Because I'm looking at it like, well, damn, it seems like it's more profitable to be an Edomite than it is an Israelite. I'd rather be an Edomite. Why? Because at least they not cursed. At least they not getting beat the fuck up. You see what I'm saying? And it's like the book is there to be a guide for you, bro. It's a moral compass. It's not there for you to sit here and cosplay the characters in the book. You're supposed to learn the message behind the characters. You're not supposed to be trying to be Benjamin. You're not supposed to be trying to be Judah. You're not supposed to be trying to be Abraham, Solomon, Jacob. You're not supposed to be trying to be those people. You're supposed to be learning what their mistakes was so you don't make the same mistakes. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? But instead, y'all get caught up in the politics. You get caught up in the politics. Oh, I'm from the house of Joseph. I'm from the house of Ephraim. I'm from the house of Manasseh. You get caught up in that shit and don't even know who the fuck them people is. You don't even know who them people is. You ain't got no family ties, blood ties with them, no nothing. And yet you're sitting here claiming you spent. Nigga, I could turn right to the book right here where it says, don't even concentrate on confusing genealogies. Nigga, that's right there in your book. But all y'all sitting here crying, debating whether you is or is not the tribe of Judah. All of y'all sitting here talking about if y'all is not from the bloodline of Shem and the Hamites and all of this shit, when the book is telling you not to concentrate on confusing genealogies. So y'all not even following that shit. You just picking and choosing which part you want to uphold, and the shit that don't fit your boat, nigga, you throw that shit off the fucking dock. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, nigga, we gotta have more responsibility with our actions, with our families. God, go ahead and take it, cuz.
Bro, I wasn't trying to cut you. I'm not trying to cut off anybody's growth when I raise my hand. I just, when you're done, I would like to slide in. But wait till they find out that the 12 tribes actually represent the 12 nervous systems inside of your body. It represents the zodiac signs. Wait till they find out that Bethlehem is in the sky. Wait till they find out that all them references in the Bible have to do with zodiac markings and things of that nature. It came from our ancestors prior to being a Bible or a Quran or a Torah. And I put all three of them on the same category. I don't separate them. You can if you want. I won't separate them. Those three, the understanding of those three books with the characters, and I'm going to start with Moses. They went against my side stars. They diminished our women with that book. So everything before the book, which they ended, you know, Egypt, Alexandria, the library, everything before the book got diminished and put into those books about who we were, who we are, how we're supposed to be, how we treated each other, the truth about our history and who we are, and the reason why we wouldn't be running around here today calling each other Black, African American, United States citizens, Jamaican, Puerto Rican. We wouldn't use any of these. Caribbean. A Caribbean is a carnivore. A carnivore, the one that eats meat, eats human. A cannibal. A Caribbean is a cannibal by law, but we don't know this. And everybody wants to go to the Caribbean islands. To what? Get eaten? You want to go see cannibals? We don't know this because we don't study law. See, I grew up in the Nation of Islam. The first temple number 40 started in my mother's house when she was 13 years old under her grandparents. So I was born into the Nation of Islam. And then in Farrakhan and all of them came to my grandmother's house, and I met them all as a baby. That's the world I grew up in. Those were my heroes. I wanted to be like them, right? So then in 75, when Elijah's son stood there and said, "Oh no, my father was wrong." I'm a 10-year-old child. How is you wrong when you done told me this came from Allah? Y'all can't tell me nothing else. And as he said we were going into Sunni Islam, my brain already said, no, we not. Y'all are, but I ain't. That's slavery. I already knew that those people made eunuchs of us and things of that nature. Now, maybe my mother and them didn't realize that, but I did. So as he said it, and growing up in their house, I had to learn Sunni Islam. And I noticed something. In every one of these religions, black is a sin. The word black always ends up being messed up. How is that? In all three, it's not a separate thing. The word, but we were conditioned as black to become black and to be the lower part of the earth. This is why we're going to drop these shackles now. See, when people say we're not moving for the future, we are. And from me and from what this brother and we're not talking religion to you. We're talking straight our way of life. You want a book from us? Look into our hearts and hear what's coming out of our mouths. That's the book. We're not dealing with anything else. We're dealing with the truth of our ancestors that came before the Bible. And my last part is, you got to hear us saying this, bro. This is our land. This, what you call the Americas, from Canada down to South America, all the islands belong to us. So we're not trying to go anywhere. We're just trying to get it right here. So when you speak back, I appreciate it if you hold in fact. These brothers keep saying, or this brother Elia keeps saying, the Bible is not the beginning of time. There is time before the Bible. The Bible, the Quran, and the Torah are stolen stories from our ancestors to do technology to us. And this land belongs to those people who call themselves Black and African Americans, and they are not Black and African Americans. They are not United States citizens, and the United States control of us is over. I yield the floor.
You want me to respond? You want me to respond? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we kind of already heard what you said. Yeah, we heard what you said, man. We going on 3 hours and 38 minutes, and I think it's probably be a good time for us to close out. But I want us all to just leave in the spirit of brotherhood and love, and just, you know what I'm saying, take heed to what each other is saying. Like, once again, we're not telling you not to follow the Bible. We're not telling you not to follow your religious beliefs. We're just saying that you have to add science, technology, engineering, mathematics, nationality to that, because without it, you're not even a whole person. We're not even a whole people. So, you know what I'm saying? With that said, you know what I'm saying? Salam Hotep, Shalom, Shabbat, whatever, you know, words of peace that y'all use. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the end of the day, You know what I'm saying? It's all love. You know what I'm saying? But we do need to get into a place where we can start trusting each other. And we do have there is a plan. There is a plan. It's just that plan involves science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, nationality, and your spiritual divine creed. It actually deals with all of those precepts together. You know what I'm saying? Not as a separate entities. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I don't want to step on your knowledge and seem like we just bashing you, but you know, it's the spirit that a lot
Wait a
of
minute,
you
brother. Wait a minute. Y'all just did a whole round robin, and you trying to close out because you don't want to hear a rebuttal.
No.
What type of men do that? What type of men? What type of men? No. What type of men do that? Now you spoke for 30 minutes. You spoke for 30 minutes. I sat there and listened to you for 30 minutes. And then this brother, he said, I put my hand up. He said, I put listen, you put your hand up and interrupted.
Let him.
I'm just going to end with this anyway. Listen, I know I'm talking to two people here that's spiritually dead. Y'all dead already. Somebody already did something to y'all. So it really doesn't matter. I can hear it in your replies and your rebuttals to what I said. I just pray for y'all brothers, man. I never told y'all that you're supposed to just walk around here like some zombie. That's not what I said. You bring that narrative in here. But I can tell you this. A mother don't have to teach a baby. A mother don't have to teach a baby how to suck on a bottle. A mother don't have to teach a baby how to suck on a bottle. A mother don't have to teach a baby how to suck on a bottle. And I'm not in a camp. You keep addressing me like I'm a camp member. I'm not a camp member.
Brother, do you not?
You don't even know who you're talking to, but you don't even know you don't even know you're talking to because you wasn't listening. You were so busy talking, you wasn't listening. I'm not a camp member.
Understand that you put cancer and you put diabetes and high blood pressure and diseases on us because we just have a difference of opinion.
I didn't put anything. I didn't put anything on you. I didn't put anything on you.
You said
it's up to you. It's up to you.
It's cancer for you. It's diabetes for you. We can rewind it so you can hear it for yourself.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. The brother up there just said, "This is my land." Who told him this was his land?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. He made a statement.
Your beliefs is in that book. His belief is this land.
I asked you a question. Just give me an answer. Who told you that this was your land? What law? What law?
The same law that you follow that says that you are the chosen people. The same law.
Can't nobody answer the question. See, this is what happens.
The same law that tells you that this land is your inheritance. That same law.
What law?
The same law and book that you keep throwing up, saying like this book, that book tell us that
you called me a nigga. Where did you get that word from?
My ancestors.
Where did that word? Where did it come from? Where did it get it from? I'm asking, where did that come from? Where did they get it from?
They made it up. It comes from our peoples.
Listen. Don't no land belong to you. Don't no land belong to you. If it's by law or a man-made law, I should be able to go and come as I please anywhere on this planet personally.
No,
anywhere.
That's not how it works.
But then tell me who gave you. Then tell me what declaration. All I'm asking you to do is tell me what declaration told you that this is your land. What declaration?
Go to the laws. Listen, bro. You asked the question. I'm telling you.
I need you to tell me where. Where can I go?
I'm telling you.
I'm listening.
Go to the Black Code laws in 1619 and then watch
no, I'm
when
not
you
doing that. Oh no.
listen. And if you don't, go, if you don't go, that's unfair. If you don't go, that's unfair. Because then what you're gonna see is how they turn Cherokees, Moors, Algonquins, and everything else into black people, Negroes, and African Americans when you start studying that 1619 law. But if you don't want to go study it and see how they took the Christian black
was the land purchased? Was the land purchased?
No. We were already here. We were already here as Cherokees.
Man, listen, stop it. Y'all gotta stop the tomfoolery.
And they turned us into blacks and African Americans.
Nobody's giving you any land without going to war for it.
Given to anybody.
Nobody's giving
title from no indigenous people that was on this land. Never at one point, no point in time did any indigenous nation.
So you don't own the land.
That's not true.
So you don't own the land. So you don't own the land, really, right? You just going off of a piece of paper. You're going off of a piece of.
The land is being occupied. It don't mean that you're not the owner. If I come and break in your house,
how do you own land in this world?
Because it's rightfully yours by birthright.
Who said?
The laws of birthright. The first
what? What? Who said that?
Let me give it to him, bro. Let me give it to him in his language. Let me give it to him in his language.
Where can I find birthright? Where I'm asking you, where can don't go to my book. Don't you use my book. Don't you dare use my book. Don't you dare try to use my book. You gotta be kidding me.
Your book is stolen information from us. And your God said, "I will."
You can't use my book. No, you can't use my book. My book's off limits here because you don't believe in it. Now I asked you, where can I go to find out? Where can I go to find out that birthright gives me land? Where?
Hey, look,
the floor is yours.
Popped up. Brother Thought, the rogue lion himself. You know what I'm saying? I gotta introduce this man, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a brother 100%. You know what I'm saying? Right here, you know what I'm saying? I love this brother. He's straight up family. He's a straight dogger. Hey,
if you love him, stop leading him to a burning house. If you love him, that's real love.
Okay.
That's real love, not your mouth. Not your mouth. No, I'm not a nigger, brother. I'm not a nigger, brother. I'm not a nigger. I asked you a question, and all I want is an answer. Where can I go to find out that birthright? Where can I go at that says birthright gives me ownership to territory? Where is it? Not 1600. I don't want nothing that's down in America because they apparently or sold this land. So I need to know where you guys are getting this information that says I can go.
We'll drop that in the back chat. What's up, brother? Thought, cuz.
Yeah, drop it in the back chat.
Peace.
Was you able to catch the show?
I guess I introduced myself. This original thought spelled backwards on Facebook. Ruger the Lion, anywhere else. Representing Naga, Lions Den. I just came to listen to the festivities, man. I hear people arguing and bias fallacies and shit. You feel me? So I just came to drop in, real quick, see what I can learn and what I could display.
That's right, man. That's brother Thought himself spelled backwards. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know him, y'all need to go look him up. That's a heavy brother. You know what I'm saying? This man has destroyed plenty of Hebrews and Moors together. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they on that lying bullshit, we'll cut your head, cut your neck. Like we are warmongers, man. This brother are warmongers when it comes to the knowledge. So you know what I'm saying? You gotta hold your head when this brother step in the room, man. You gotta hold your head, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
If you love your brothers, you wouldn't be cutting and chopping their heads off. I don't do that to my brothers. I don't care if they're in error or not. I love my people. I love my people. So you steering this brother down the wrong path. And if he's cutting heads off, my head's right here. Tell me something I don't know. Tell me something I don't know.
First of all, no one's leading me anywhere, right?
Facts.
Second of all, right, when we talk about, know what I mean, chopping people's heads off and stuff like that, you feel me? Is academics, bro. You're not out here really motherfucking chopping niggas' heads off unless they want that kind of smoke.
No, man, I ain't talking about literally. I'm talking about feeding the flock. That's what I'm talking about. And if you connected to this brother that's been in here talking right now, besides his presentation, I haven't learned one thing from this brother.
Damn.
Not one thing.
You don't want to. You don't want to.
I asked you a question. I've asked several questions that haven't got answered since I've been here.
Then wait. Your questions to me about us and our land. I'm gonna tell you again, whether you want to hear it or not. You have to go to the 1619 Black Christian Code Law and see how they behave.
Hold on, pause. Whoever's not
you shouldn't have Yah. You shouldn't have Yah or L in your name.
Bro, listen.
It came from my mother's womb. How do I get to have it?
That's because your mom knew better. That's because your mom knew better. That don't mean you know better. She knew better.
I can't.
Brother, I'm not telling no jokes up here. Your name is way in your name, and you sit up here talking about some old ostrich. You sit up here using Hebrew symbols in your name and talking about some old ostrich. You see how crafty? Yo, listen. You see how crafty?
Hebrew is an adjective. It does not describe people.
Do you see how crafty the Most High God is? He can sit up here and make you a spectacle. Listen, I don't care if it's a personal pronoun. I don't care what it is. He will make a spectacle you out of you publicly while you sit up here doing all this talking, yet you got his name in your name.
I have my family name, which shows that since the beginning of time, we were high priests on these lands.
It shows your family knew something that you didn't know, and you just inherited the damn name.
Family, man. Like let's stop all that personal shit, man. You don't know that man family, bro.
Listen, this ain't nothing personal, brother. Don't come at me like I'm talking to this man's family. Wait a minute. You know I'm not talking about this man's personal family.
Bro,
I fear the Most High God. I'm telling him that his name.
Like, listen, your family name, like you talk about his personal family name. Let's just get off that subject because you already emotionally charged. You know what I'm saying?
Emotionally charged, brother. Hey, brother, listen. This is me all the time, bro. Hey, brother, listen to me. This is me all the time. Not some of the time. This is me all the time. I'm not no religious fanatic. Hey, brother, listen. You were throwing. Listen at this, brother. You were throwing some words around up in here, right? You was doing it real slick, throwing the words around and throwing your narrative out there, talking about some religious fanatics and this, that, and the other. How many times do we have to tell you? And I'm pretty sure there's one thing I do agree with them, Camps. It's not a religious book. No matter who gets a hold of it, the book says what it says. God said he ain't dealing with nobody.
And it's talking about gods and angels and demons and all that other shit.
What that got to do with religion?
Nigga, what they got to do with religion?
That's what we asked.
What that got to do with religion?
We don't know.
Listen. What's religion? What's religion? What's your definition of religion? Since you had so many questions.
Psychological warfare.
Oh, I asked you a question. Don't give me no nonsense.
Propaganda. That's what it is to me.
That's what it is to you. What's the definition of it? What's the definition of it?
What, religion?
Yeah.
I don't know the definition off the top of my head.
Why are you throwing it around?
I could paraphrase it for you though.
No, I don't need you paraphrasing anything.
Okay,
If you don't know what it is, 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 listen, brother, your vote is your vote.
To you what it is.
Listen, I don't care if you can paraphrase it, brother. You don't know what it is. You shouldn't be throwing the word or the term around. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. Here's the beautiful thing about it. It wasn't given to where everybody's going to be able to understand it.
What wasn't given?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said?
No, I
some people ain't gonna understand. Some people, like some of the people that I'm talking to right now, may never understand it.
You said it wasn't given to all of the people. What wasn't?
The instructions of the Most High God.
Okay, so boom, right there. Instructions about God. That's religion.
You see what I'm saying? Do you see how easy it is? Listen to me. Do you see? Listen, hold on. Check it out, right? Do you see how easy? Do you see?
Theistic,
okay,
bro.
You see how easy? You see how easy it is? Do you see how easy it is to lay a snare for you to try to have something negative to say about the Most High God?
I never said nothing negative about the Most High God.
But I'm just saying it's so easy because you're looking for anything
that he allocates the Most High God to the book. So the book is his God. Book is his God.
So listen what I'm saying. Listen, you're full of questions, brother. Brother, you're full of questions. You're full of questions, brother. You've been asking questions.
He just said it.
You've been asking questions all day, and they ain't answered none. You've been asking questions all day, but they ain't answered none. Now I asked you. I asked you several questions. I said, where did you get the word nigger from? You said your ancestors.
Okay.
I asked you, where did it say that,
hold on, you just said
by birth we own land?
Look, brother, you just said I didn't give
brother,
you
let me finish. Brother,
then you just turned around and said I asked you where nigga come from, and you said X, Y, and Z. So that means I gave you answers. So are you just in the lying and creating false narratives?
What you are mastering is confusion. That's why we can't get no simple answers from you.
Confusion.
You're a master of confusion.
You asked a bunch of questions that I never answered, and then you turned around and gave me the answer that I gave you to the questions that you gave.
This is why I told you. I told you earlier. You spoke for 30 minutes to let me respond to you, which wasn't even going to take long, and then he rose his hand and came in with his confusion.
What are you trying to say, bro? Say what you're trying to say and stop being long-winded, bro.
Did you hear what I just said?
Nah, say it
or
again.
You don't like what I'm saying. You ain't hear what I said, or you don't like what I'm saying. What part is it?
Bro, again.
No, I'm not, bro. I'm not, bro. No. If I'm talking, you did the same thing that the other brother did.
I ain't do nothing.
Pause yourself. Why are you interjecting while I'm speaking? I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna humble myself and let you talk because since you want the floor, you want to interject me and disrespect me while I'm talking. I'm gonna let you talk.
That's good. That's good shit,
man. No. Let me let him.
What I said was, instead of you being long-winded and telling motherfuckers what it is you think it is they know, just ask the question so they could be answered, bro. That's all. Simple.
Brother, me being long-winded ain't got nothing to do with you giving you the right answer. Don't ask me a question, especially a loaded one, expecting yes or no.
Nigga, I'm telling you to ask the questions that you want.
That's right. So what you did was you interjected yourself in some business that didn't have nothing to do with you. No, don't look up there. I ain't in the room.
Bro, like what the fuck are you talking about, man?
I was talking. No, I'm not charged. I was asking you a question that I was trying to get some answers for, not from you. The brother El Yah. I asked him, where can I find the information that says by birth we own land? Where is it?
He told you you didn't accept it.
He gave you the
No,
answer.
he told me that the information was somewhere from 1600s, which is in this country.
No,
Bro,
he
he
told
gave
you
you
from
the
the
answer.
1600 black Christian codes is what he said. You wasn't listening. You wasn't
Okay,
receptive
let me
to the
listen. Hold
information.
on. He's right there, right? He's right there. Let me listen right now.
I heard
Where
him,
can
brother.
I go?
How come you didn't hear him?
Yeah.
Let him
Could you
speak.
give him the
Let him
information
speak.
again, brother? Can you give him the information again, brother?
El Yah, where can I find the information that says by birth? And whose law is it, brother, that says that by birth I own land? Who created this law?
Now, the question that you're asking, I have to answer backwards. But the brother is asking me to give a second, so I'm gonna let him interject before I finish.
Because I want to know which question do he want answered, because now he's adding on, which makes it a different
I'm
question.
not oh my goodness.
Don't worry, I get him. Let me answer.
You
Let me answer your
interjected.
question.
No, brother.
Let me answer your question. Don't worry about it, Tim. I got you.
You interjected. This brother interjected without understanding what was going on here.
So let me
I've been
answer.
asking several questions.
I said, let me answer you
I'm
that.
put my phone-
I understand what happened. Let me
mute
answer.
up. Let me. Okay, so what was? Repeat my question back to me. So I make sure
Don't
you
do
understand.
that. Let me answer the question. I'm going to answer
What was
you.
it? What was the question?
Listen to my answer. The answer is the first time about inheritance and birth comes from the creator of everything that we know. The creator chose or allowed us to be where we are on all these different lands. And on all these different lands, they belong to our ancestors before anybody else. They belong to our ancestors. So when you come out of your ancestors, the land belongs to you. Now, if you want to take
Where can I find it? Where can I find the information? Where can I find that information?
Listen, bro.
Finish letting him talk, brother.
You gotta let him finish, brother.
Because it comes from the
I
creator.
said, where can I find? Say that again.
Because it comes from the creator.
Brother, I asked, where can I find it?
Brother,
Bro,
let
he's
him
trying to
answer.
tell you now. Be quiet.
Because
Did
it
you just
comes
hear
from
what
the
I said?
creator.
I said my phone is breaking up.
Okay, well, just put your phone on
I
me.
said my phone is breaking up.
Okay,
I said
well,
wait a
just put
minute,
your
and so
phone
I
on
can
me.
hear you clearly. Go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Because it comes from the creator. The holy books state that the creator made us all a great nation. Now, why did I mention the holy books in that regard? Because what's in the holy books was stolen from our people when in Alexandria to make your holy books that y'all all say we need to read right now. And within those books and laws that came from Alexandria, it is automatic that the creator put somebody in a particular area. That's their inherited right. Now bring it over here to the Americas. In 1619, they got this thing called the Black Codes. And in the Black Christian Black Codes, it tells you that Cherokee people, Algonquin people, the people of this land were turned into black people and African Americans. They are the natural owners of this land according to all laws that men agree to internationally and from the creator. It's automatic that you have inherent rights, but we have been stripped of our inherent right by calling ourselves black and African American. We don't know how the rest of the world works anymore because we've only been understanding from somebody else's book how the world works. And in that book, they diminished your ability to be men and women in this world. They made us minorities, not in less numbers, but in actual your rights, your lawfulness. They made us a minority by these books. And when we tell people to use these 3 Abrahamic books, all we're doing is diminishing their divine self from nature, from the creator. They're divine. But they don't know that. They think they're less than. but we are bringing it back to their divine self.
Hey, brother, can you tell me where can I find these holy books at? What holy books are you referring to?
The Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. They use our languages in order to explain back to us who we are, but they diminish who we are in those books.
You're not listening to me you're not listening to the question, brother. You're going off on this rant. I asked you what book did they steal, what holy books did they steal and give us the Bible?
Oh,
what information? What information did they steal? Where's the original information?
That's not the question.
Says that by birth.
So wait. Let me answer it.
Information.
Okay, so when we start going back in the stories and we start pulling up Ma'at, Peru. Listen to this. Peru is a virgin child born without any man borning him. Where that story was thousands of years before Jesus came. When we tell the flood story, there are thousands of flood stories before Jesus. There are thousands of babies who floated down a reef of the river just like Moses. All cultures have these stories.
Wait. We didn't say anything about no Jesus, brother. I asked you one question. You see what I'm saying? This is why we can't. This is why we having this discourse right now.
Explain it to you, but for some reason
I didn't ask nothing about no. I didn't ask nothing, brother. Let me tell you what explaining to me is. Not what you said. I didn't ask him nothing about no Jesus.
No.
I asked him. He made a statement.
Somebody to explain something to you, they're gonna explain it to you from their perspective.
You made a statement. Elder Yah. You made a statement that said that by birth, you said by birth that we can inherit an ownership of land. And I asked you where. You said that they got it from the holy books. I said, what holy books? You said the Bible, the Quran, and whatever else. And I said, well, where did they get it from?
That's not the only thing he said, bro. That's not the only thing he said, though, bro.
I don't care what else he said. I said, where's the original? Where is the original? Where is the original? Where is the original? Where is
You just
y'all the only ones laughing. I ain't laughing.
Even hearing him.
I ain't laughing.
But you're being a joke. But you're being a joke.
I ain't laughing. But I ain't telling nothing. I ain't telling nothing. I asked you a question. I asked. Let's try it. Let's try it one more time. Let's try it. Let's try it one more time, El. Let's try it one more time, El Yah. El Yah. Let's try it one more time.
We're done with
that.
You
said that they got the information from the holy books.
You already said
and
you don't
I
care
asked you, where are these?
We're not answering.
Where are they? Where are they?
That's crazy.
I know you can. I know you can. I know you can. You just trying to fix it. You can't answer it. You can't answer it.
What he's saying.
No, you can't. No. What y'all doing is you trying to beat all around the mulberry bush. You try to beat all around the mulberry bush, and I'm bushwhacking, and I ain't letting you get away, and I ain't letting you, and I'm not letting you, here's the information. Here's the information. If it came from the creator, that means he wrote it down somewhere.
What?
This is what El Yah is saying. All right then, where's the writings?
Bruh, this the same book that this man told us that we all cursed for not following this shit. Bruh, like this shit
why
crazy.
Are we talking? So you believe it? So wait a minute. You believe in that book?
I believe in the principles of it.
Oh, listen, you, El Yah, there are pairs of mine. You're demons, man. You're demons.
No, you're ignoring something we said. You're ignoring something we all agree with. Listen to what we agree with.
What? I went all the way. I went all the way and peeled. I went all the way. I went all the way, and I peeled back. Right. Everything that you were saying, and I got back down to the root of it. Right. And you told me the creator made a statement. You spoke for the creator. Then told me, I said, well, in order for him to do it, he either had to speak to somebody or he had to write it down. And then I asked you where to write it. And now, this other guy that's on here is telling me that he just only believes in I don't even know what part he believes in the book, to be honest with you.
So let me say this to you again. Let me show you what we all believe. This is what we all believe. Your Abrahamic book. Your Abrahamic faith book.
Listen,
Can I finish when you ask me a question?
Before you finish, hold on, Elia. Before you finish, right, I want to tell you something. When I first heard you come on here a couple of, last month, I heard you keep throwing that term around, Abrahamic faith. You keep throwing that term around, Abrahamic faith. I don't know the definition of that. I don't know really what that means. But you can explain it to me.
It means that the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran all swear to the fact that Abraham is the father of their faiths. All three of them. So I hold them all accountable the same way for distributing the same lies of stealing our cultures and ways and turning them into the fictitious stories that they tell in the Abrahamic faith. This is what we agree to. What Brother Laurel Burns is teaching is our old ways. What a WASPy is teaching is our old ways. What the Moors are teaching are our old ways. And what this next brother up here seems to be in concept with is our old ways. And the Abrahamic faith stole them from us. That's why they have some truth in them that we can agree to. There is, and the Creator said, I will make a great nation of you. The Creator said, I will make a nation great, and that is the inheritance and birthright.
Okay, so let's get some correction on this, because I'm actually tired of hearing you say it. Let's get some correction on this, because I'm actually tired of hearing you say it. First of all, the only reason you're using Abraham as the father of faith, and you keep using this Abrahamic faith, is because he's the patriarch of the 12 tribes which the oracles was given to. But faith didn't start there, buddy boy. Faith started with Noah and Enoch. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Let me finish. No,
because you sitting up here trying to make it sound like he's stating something that he didn't state, brother.
Let me finish. No, brother, let me finish. No, he's been saying it. He's been saying this.
Why should we let you finish lying?
Listen, I'm gonna finish saying what I'm saying. Listen, brother.
Why
faith didn't start.
You making it say you painting a narrative that's not happening, brother.
All right, go ahead, brother. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead, brother. Ask your question.
I don't have a question.
Ask your question, brother.
You seem like
you have questions. Just shut up, then, if you ain't got a question. Shut up and sit back.
Hey, bro. I'm saying, I'm
telling you that you can't place the blame on Abraham. Faith started before Abraham. Faith started with Enoch and Noah, way before Abraham was around. See, this is what I'm talking about. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. Hold on, Elia. I want you to hear this very clearly. I want you to listen to me very clearly. About 3 weeks ago, I told Karima that I wanted to do a presentation on the platform. Right? The presentation almost has something to do with similarly with what we're talking about right now. And when you keep bringing up this OSP nonsense, see. There's been so many different words and so many different terminologies and so many English versions of what that book actually says that somebody like you would misinterpret it if you don't really understand what's going on.
Explain someone like him. What does that mean? What does that mean? Someone like him.
Somebody that thinks that every English word or every English translation in that book connects to what it really meant and the power of what it really meant in the Hebrew, in the original form of the way it was written. Now the book was always translated so people here could understand it, but it didn't mean that in that translation that some things wouldn't be lost or misinterpreted or misunderstood. See, so this brother right here, just because he keeps going off of the two covenants, which the book is made of, he's placing blame wrongfully on Abraham and calling it the Abrahamic faith. When faith started long before Abraham, way before him. So if you want to place the blame of faith on some,
So let me redefine them. Allow me to redefine it.
You don't have to redefine it. No. You don't have to redefine it because you have
yes, I do, bro. Let me redefine it for him.
Understand that, right? It's called the Abrahamic beliefs because the belief system of those people who stole the information from our people wasn't the same until after Abraham, because Abraham was the one that came into the regions to assimilate said information that those people originally didn't fucking have at the end of the day. That's why it's
brother. Let me give him another point.
Hold on. Let me correct you, brother. First of all, this father of faith and the blame being placed on Abraham was because of the faith that he showed and willingness of sacrificing his son in order to please the Most High God. That's where it comes from.
African people, which was El, right? Because now we have to understand that there's more than one God body, right, in that motherfucking book at the end of the day.
So I want y'all to understand.
Wait a minute, brother. Hold on. Before you go off and take us off the rails.
Could you please show some decorum? Just hold on. The reason why it's called Abrahamic faith is because God made a covenant with Abraham and his descendants. And you can find that in those books. That's where it comes from. That's why it's called Abrahamic faith.
Brother. Hold on, brother. You just repeated what I said. You just repeated what I said.
So that means that you asked a redundant question.
Because of the covenant. Listen, because of the covenant that was made with the 12.
You asked a redundant question if you already knew why it was called Abrahamic faith. That means you just being facetious. You just sat here and said,
what I said, brother, brother, don't tell me what I say. I know exactly what I'm saying. I asked El Yah. I asked El Yah. I heard him almost a month or two ago when he first came on the platform. He was tossing that word around, which rubbed me the wrong way the first time I heard it come out of his mouth, but I didn't say anything. He kept saying the Abrahamic faith. No, I knew he was wrong. As if faith started with Abraham. No, it was magnified. It was magnified.
Are you under the covenant of Moses? Or are you under the covenant of Moses? Or are you under the covenant of Abraham?
Brother, I'm on the covenant of the Most High God. That's what I'm under the covenant of. The Most High God.
With Abraham that you're under.
Yes or no? Wait a minute. I'm gonna let you ask your questions because see, at the end of the day, listen, hold on.
Listen, people out there that's listening, right? Y'all gotta watch the people who y'all be getting information from, man. The people y'all be listening to, man. Because I mean, people, if y'all following behind this guy right here, man, y'all can already see the type of things
No,
that's
what they
going
gotta
on.
watch for, what they gotta watch for is brothers that keep y'all saying y'all mean, and you gotta watch for this, that, and the third, and don't got no answers for nothing. I'm telling you that I live my life by what I'm doing out here physically. I physically help people. I physically do things out here. I'm not gonna hurt a fly, and I ain't gonna kill. And guess what? And guess what? And guess what? I don't care what nobody. Listen, brother, listen. I don't care what nobody else do. You would know me by the fruit of my labor. Listen, listen, brother. Well, listen, brother. You don't have to warn people about who they follow because you're gonna know them by the fruits of their labor. So the people that are around me is nothing but love.
You do have to warn people.
All right. So listen to what I'm saying to you then. We've had some difficulties here getting some understanding from you, Elia. You put yourself in a vicarious situation, brother.
You're the only person that had a problem with understanding.
No, it ain't just me. No. It ain't just me. I'm not gonna allow. Listen. Let me tell you why, brother. Because I'm looking at three brothers, right? That stood up here talking like they got a plan, but their plan don't include the most important part.
You don't know what people. Hold, brother. See, there you go again. You haven't.
There you go, cut me off. There you go, cut me off. There you go, cut me off.
Let him go, and then
listen at this, brother. Guess what I did, right? After El Yah, right, who after Del Cosmon was throwing that Olasky nonsense around, I went and looked up and did some research on that white man. You know, Newborough. You know who he is, right? Oh yeah, you know who he is? You know who John Newborough is? Don't get quiet now, brother. Don't get quiet. Don't get quiet on me now, right?
Listen, bro. You won't let me speak. Every time I do, you cut off what I'm saying to everybody. So I have to let you get yours out. Then when you ask me a question and I try to answer you, you cut me off.
All right,
so now you just asked me a question. You just asked me a question, but you asked like 5 questions that I'm going to answer. Since you said there was a faith before the Abrahamic faith, then okay, they stole and it's not 2 books, it's 3. The Quran too. The Holy Quran, the Bible, and the Torah. I'm talking about all 3 of them. Don't leave them out when you speak back to me, please. And I'm telling you, they stole our way of life. They stole our thinking. They stole how we treated our children and our family. They put them in them books. So instead of saying Abrahamic faith, I'll say Adam and Eve faiths. So you understand that I understand that it goes way back to what y'all consider the beginning. And it's the beginning of thievery upon us in our nation, in our world. So that's what I'm saying to you, but you're not getting that point. You keep trying to bring it to another point and name somebody else from the Bible. And like all them names, none of them people really existed. There was a guy called Noah, and he dealt with a flood. Now you got Noah dealing with a flood. Every story you tell inside of that Adamic, Evic faith is a story that our people were already telling for 1,000 years with a different understanding. See, when Aset gave Asur the apple, she said, save my world from these crazy people. It wasn't Eve giving Adam the apple, and then we go into sin. So since those are 2 different stories and mine came first, I get to pick a choice of which one I am. I could be Adam and live in sin, or I could be Asur and help my woman out and make her world safe as she just demanded I do when she gave me the apple. All these stories came before your Adamic and Evic faith. And this is the point that you want to like strip away in order to answer back what we're saying. So in order for you to actually speak to what I'm speaking, you have to remember that, this brother is saying that in Alexandria, our world got torn down and then they made these Bibles. That's what happened. So that's what it is. So now you have to deal with me from there, or else you're going to keep just throwing stuff around. And when you say, like, we believe that we all have the knowledge and know of the creator of all things. It's not a God to me. A God is a man. Well, how are you going to say the creator is man or woman, a sheep, a cow, or anything else when it's the life source and creativity of our own? How do you get to make it a man? And when you made the creator a man, didn't you just diss the side star again? Well, I live in this world where I came from a woman. And so everything exists from a womb. So that means there's femininity out there in the ethers that put us all here. But that's ignored in your Bible. Even Elohim, it means many gods. Y'all don't recognize that or talk about that. Y'all keep talking about this one. Listen, man, them days of blindly following.
Hold on, brother. Let me say something real fast. First of all, see, you got it wrong, brother. You got me mixed. I think you got me mixed up on what I believe in and what I think. Now, first of all, you're going off into some other territories, but I'm gonna address it real fast. Now, first of all, just because a female is a different gender, it doesn't mean that she's not man. She is man. She's identified as man biblically too. But when she was taken out of a man, she was called woman. But she is identified as we all are mankind. So I just want to address that real fast. But like I said, you keep throwing things around, and you throw these terms around, you throw these words around. I don't care how you look at it or how you twist it or whatever it is. I'm asking you, did your creator talk to the creator of that book, the OSB book? Did the creator that you believe in, did he go to John Newborough? Did he go to that man and tell that man that he should write?
Let me answer.
Did he?
Let me answer. I knew there was another part. Let me answer that. So when I say a WASPy cannot teach nothing that wasn't in the old school of my ancestors before Alexandria. And then we know these Caucasian people, while we were supposedly in slavery and making our people fight all over the world against each other, they sat down, disciplined themselves, and started rewriting our thoughts into the point where now a Caucasian man gets to look like he presented a WASPy to the world. But you know what? Because of all the teachings, I know when I hear raw truth. And a WASPy is raw truth. And when we start listening to each other, we hear the truth from each other, whether we explain it the same way.
Oh, brother, wait, brother. Can you prove that this man took them writings from our people? Where did he get it from? Or are you just making an accusation?
I'm saying anybody who stands up. I wish I could just come off the top of my head with a few names, but anybody who talked to you about the oh my God, anybody who talked to you about metaphysics stole from our ancestors. Anybody, and the hieroglyphs, the all the different things in the masonry that they talk about, that we read about, they stole it all from us. Every drop, every bit, every.
Okay. So they were trying to basically steal our creator. They were trying to steal our God. That's what you're saying, right?
They were stealing everything from us that we didn't nail down. If we spit, they stole it. That's them testing our DNA.
Okay,
if we piss, they stole it.
So what I'm asking you is, what's the purpose of this thievery? What's the purpose of this theft of all this information? What's the purpose of it? Because it has to be nobody's doing what you're accusing without good reason.
To conquer and control the resources of the earth as they think they are now, and to put us in a bad situation where we become the beggars, and then they get the.
Okay. Now listen to what you just said. And think about what our conversation was about 2 hours ago, just about now. About what man will do when he starts learning the information that was in the original presentation about knowing the Pluton and why man can't be trusted to do the right thing with the information that he learns and that he gets. See, you see what I'm saying, brother?
So wait now. I hear you. We had mystery school.
Wait a minute, let me finish. Let me land my plane. Hold on. Let me land my plane. Don't cut me off so soon. I'm going to land my plane. We had a conversation. We had a conversation a couple hours ago that you just gave me an answer about that contradicts what the other brother was talking about 2 hours ago, on why I said it's of the utmost importance. Listen, it's of the utmost importance that we don't understand all those scientific things, because I told you 2 hours ago that when we get information, we make nuclear bombs. When we learn how to use protons and neutrons, we make nuclear bombs. I also told you that information of those protons and neutrons, I told you that it came from somewhere else. I said to him that it was taught to us enchantment. I told him that it was taught to us sorcery. I told him it was taught to us wonton, and to have our ladies and our women putting black mascara on to entice a man.
Enchantments and shit create no motherfucking nuclear bombs.
Okay. I don't want to get off this. I don't want to get off the subject. I want to get back to what you were just saying, Elyah. And I just want to say that, like you just said, if they stole all that information, and I said that was for good reason, it was for to conquer the world. What's the benefit of conquering the world, brother? Can you answer that for me? What's the benefit?
Okay, so dig this part. Our people, not skin color. Good people did not try to conquer the earth. Bad people did. And bad people stole the information from good people. And those good people had mystery schools where we know about bombs and everything else. But you know what? We didn't let certain people learn certain things. And that was part of the bad people's problems, that we wouldn't let them learn certain things. Even when you study how did Christianity come about, you find out that Constantine and them wanted a God. And we told them you can't have a God like that. See, we were protecting the technology of what made us. And this is part of the wars that came upon us, because they wanted that technology too. They wanted their own God. So we had all of this stuff long before the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah came along. It's just that the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran were for the bad people to come together to destroy us. That's why black is in there, and Abraham, Ham, Negro, and all of that is in there to destroy us.
Yeah, so the brother just disappeared, thank God. Like I said again, like them brothers be emotionally charged and stuff like that. They not listening. The nigga just told us that we created nuclear bombs with enchantments and spells and shit, brother. I mean and that's what I mean by like them niggas is crazy. They fucking crazy, and they're not rooted in any type of reality. Nigga, if all people had the ability to create nuclear bombs, modern technology, do you think they would have let some vagabond assholes who just crawled up out of a cave defeat them? Like, stop playing. The so-called white man studied us for 3,000 to 4,000 years, studied everything about us, and then they took that knowledge and they expounded on the knowledge that they learned from us. Y'all need to step, bruh. Like, come on, man. Like, y'all, that's foolishness. All like the whole demonstration was about the electromagnetic fields and how the 5G frequencies is actually affecting our physiology and our mentalities and the way life progresses on this planet. That was the original forum. That was what we originally was talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then we started going off in the nationhoods because when we talking about negative and positive interactions, you know what I'm saying, and how our families are not reflecting that circuit, that negative positive circuit. You see what I'm saying? And somehow that all got turned and twisted because he didn't like the terms that you were using, he didn't like the names that you were using, and then he became emotionally charged about that. And now we didn't.
That's not true. That's not true. You're bearing false witness on me.
Brother, mute your phone. So you know what I'm saying? So we didn't got completely sidetracked on this. It's two and a half hours later You know what I'm saying? And we ain't brought up nothing about the 5G towers. We ain't brought up nothing about the electromagnetism, the electromagnetic fields. We ain't brought nothing up about the destruction of the bee habitats. We ain't brought up none of that shit. We ain't brought up nothing about how the electromagnetic field, the fake man-made electromagnetic fields are affecting our health and physiology. We ain't talked about that shit. All we sat here and did was talk about the superstitions out of a fucking book that we've been fucking following for fucking centuries and ain't got nowhere with that shit. And this right here is the product and the fruit of that tree. Every time we bring up this shit, this is where the fuck we end up at. Every single time. This is the reason why I keep saying we need to focus on the common things that we have amongst each other and where they converge at. And that shit that causes separation, throw that shit the fuck away. If every single time we get into these conversations is because we bring up a motherfucker's beliefs, that means keep your goddamn beliefs to yourself. That's what that means. It means keep your beliefs to yourself. Preach that bullshit to your children. Don't be preaching that shit to other people's children. That's what that means. And we need to deal with what converges together. That science, technology, engineering, mathematics, nationality, those things are converging. Those things converge. You know what I'm saying? I can't push my beliefs on you because you might be Hebraic, he might be Christian, he might be Moorish, he might be Buddhist. I don't know. So I don't want to go into trying to convert people and tell people to read this book and that book and all that. Oh, you're cursed if you don't do this. You get diabetes because you ain't following the laws. I don't want to do that. I want to deal with what we can do together. What can we do to converge together to bring our shit together? Every single time we bring up the religious narrative amongst these discussions, this where we end up. 2.5 hours in a whole nother direction that ain't gonna get you no motherfucking where. Y'all niggas been arguing the same goddamn shit for 100 fucking years. 100 years. 100 years, the same shit. The Moors, the
so
Moors.
Let's give up your internet. Let's give up your internet. Let's give up your internet and your cell phone.
You give up.
Let's give up your internet and your cell phone.
Brother.
Give up your internet and your cell phone.
Brother.
If you can't give up your internet and cell phone, you contributed to the frequency.
Brother,
you contributed to the 5G.
Do you not understand that you're not following the same advice that you're giving? You're not following the same advice.
I sure do.
I said, let's deal with what all we have in common, what everything converges on. Your suggestion is give up your internet and your phone. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about, the extreme fanatical bullshit that come out of you fucking Zeliot's mouths. It's that shit that we talking about.
How is that crazy? When 5G, no, I'm not, brother. I told you I'm like this all the time.
Hey, well, then you need to fix yourself because you're emotional like a woman. You're emotional like a woman.
Listen,
you're emotional
brother,
like a woman,
brother. I assure you. Listen, I assure you that I'm all mad. No, wait. Let's start. Let's start with this. Hold on. Let's start.
Division between us. We need to concentrate on what brings unity and not concentrate on the things that cause division between us. Every single time you monkey ass niggas bring up y'all religions and y'all beliefs, this is what happens. We get no fucking where.
Maybe your plan is bullshit. Maybe your plan is bullshit. Maybe your plan is bullshit.
No one cares.
Maybe your plan is bullshit. You can't accept that? Maybe. How about this? Nobody told you that your plan's bullshit.
I accept what gives us unity. I don't
You don't accept anything. You just called me a woman. You just called me a woman. You just told me I got female traits.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You just told me I didn't insult you. I didn't insult, but I didn't insult
female traits.
I didn't insult you. I didn't insult you.
You're trying to talk over me. That's also a female trait.
I didn't call you a woman. I didn't call you a woman. I didn't say you sound like a cult. I didn't say you. I know, but I didn't say you sound like a cult member.
That's most definitely you acting in a feminine principle. successful. That's exactly what that is. So again, like I said, we concentrate on the things that bring us together in unity, and those things that cause division, we have to set them aside. Or you go teach that shit to your family members.
You just
in
a
your
talking
own house.
head.
But
Where's your plan? Where's your plan? All you've been is a talking head. Where is your plan?
Every time you
Where's
bring
it
up
at in
religion
writing?
and belief, when we
plan?
started this whole,
You talk about my
Sister
book.
Karima
You talk about my
started
book.
this-
Where's your
Sister
plan?
Karima started
You
this
talk about my
discussion.
book. Bring your plan to the table.
Brother, calm down. Brother, calm
No,
down.
no, ain't no
When
calm,
Sister
ain't no
Karima-
calm down. This
brother,
is me
when
all the
Sister
time.
Karima started
Yeah, if
this
you gonna talk about my
conversation-
book,
Okay,
if you gonna talk about my book, where is
can
your
you explain to us
presentation?
what was the original conversation of this group? Like, what was our purpose for being here? Tell us.
The purpose of you guys being here was for us to be aware of what these negative things are doing, of man-made creations are doing to the human body. And I
Okay, so
told
what-
you,
so- okay, stop.
and I
So
told,
stop.
wait a minute,
Hold
wait a
on,
minute.
hold on.
You asked me a question, you asked me a question, let me answer it.
You answered what I asked you. You don't have to keep up. You don't
Oh,
have to
man,
keep
now you're
expounding.
determining my
Brother,
answer.
You don't have,
Now
you
you're
don't have to
determining my
keep it-
answer.
You do not have to keep expounding. You already answered.
Did I
what
answer it right?
asked.
Did I answer?
No,
Wait a
what-
minute. Did I answer?
listen,
Did I
brother,
answer it correctly?
Listen, brother. Brother,
I'm
listen.
asking you. Did I answer your question? Did I answer correctly?
You don't have to ask me nothing, and I'm not answering shit. You understand what I'm saying? That's
Did I
plain
answer
English.
your question?
I'm not
Did I answer your question?
I'm not
Did I
answering
answer?
shit.
Did I
I'm not
answer your
answering
question
anything.
correctly?
I'm not answering anything.
Did I answer your question?
I'm simply giving a statement that if we were talking about electric fields and how man-made devices is destroying our physiology, our mentality, and our physical bodies, what in the fuck does that got to do with a person's belief? What the fuck does that got to do with somebody's book?
Well, let me tell you what the fuck it got. Let me tell you what the fuck it got to do with it. Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what the fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you what the fuck it got to do with it.
Emotional
Oh, you don't
fallacies
want to
into
hear
the conversation.
Oh,
You're
you don't
bringing
wanna hear
emotional fallacies into the conversation. You
Nah,
like to
you don't
appeal
wanna
to
hear it.
emotion.
You're making up
That's
your
the
own
reason- that's the
narrative,
reason why
talking
you're
bullshit.
talking in the
You
manner that
talking
you're talking
bullshit.
in.
You
is
talking
because you like
bullshit
to
because ain't
appeal to
nobody ever
emotion.
challenged you on
You're
your
appealing to
bullshit.
emotion
Nobody
right
ever
now.
challenged you on your
That's the reason
bullshit.
why you
I'm
bring up
challenging you
the Most
on your
High.
bullshit.
That's the reason
You
why
ain't
you
gonna
start
come
bringing
here
up your
with no
religion.
black
That's the reason why
pride,
you keep bringing up your
military
book. It's
plan,
because you want
and
to
don't have
appeal
no
to
plan
the
of action.
emotion of
You
the
ain't gonna come
masses.
here
And
pitching no
that right there
bullshit
is
to
what
my
is what's
people
causing the
without no
division,
plan of
brother.
action.
That's what's causing the
Without
division.
no
When
plan
you
of
bring up
action.
your own
You ain't
personal
got no
belief,
plan of action.
look, this
You
is
ain't
your
got no
own
plan of
personal.
action.
That's what I'm. See,
You
see
ain't
what I'm
got no
talking
plan of action.
You
You've been a
what
talking
I'm saying?
head.
You keep on talking about we ain't got no plans, yet you keep
You
on
ain't
skipping
got
over
no
the fact.
plan. You ain't got
But
no
you
plan.
keep on
You
skipping
came here
over the
and
fact.
talked to these
You
people
keep
for
skipping
3
over the
hours
fact
with
that
no
we said
damn plan.
that the
You've
plan
been
is
talking for 3
science,
hours with no
technology,
damn plan.
engineering,
What's the first
mathematics,
order of
nationality,
operation?
and your
What's the
divine
first
creed.
order of operation?
You're
What's the
overlooking the
first order of
solution that we,
operation?
brother.
What's
You
the first order of
overlooking the
operation
solution.
in your plan?
You're
What's the
overlooking
first
the
order?
solutions
What's
that
the
we put
first
on the
order of
table.
protection?
You're overlooking. I'm not answering no questions. I already said that
Because
to
you
you.
ain't got no answer.
You're
You ain't
acting
got
like
no
a
damn
woman.
answer.
Again, you're acting like a woman
You
when I've
ain't got
already
no
told
damn
you what
answer.
I'm not
You
doing.
ain't got
And
no
then you're
damn
gonna turn
answer.
around and ask me more questions. I already told you I'm not answering no more of your fucking questions.
I
Didn't
know
I?
damn
Didn't
well
I?
you
Didn't I say
ain't
that?
answered
So
one.
as a man,
I
do
know
you
damn
accept
well
the
you
fact
ain't
that I'm
answered
not
one.
answering none of your questions? Do you accept that as a man? Do you accept the fact that I just told you I'm not answering none of your questions? So that means don't ask me no damn questions.
Do you
Is that
accept
fair?
that I say you? Do I accept that? Do you accept that I said you full of shit? Do you accept that?
Yeah, yes, I do. I accept that.
Thank you.
Again, like I said, this conversation was about the man-made electromagnetic fields that is causing all type of disorders in our families, in our women, in actual biology itself, like the biosphere of the planet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they said it was like over 5 million towers that got erected or something that's pumping out this 5G shit, and they said it's like 98% of the bees, bee population just here in the United States have went through colony disintegration syndrome, I think is what they called it. You know what I'm saying? And everybody knows once the bees disappear, a lot lot of the flora and fauna are gonna start disappearing too. You understand? So we're literally talking about when they're not using a certain frequency out here, that it's actually been detrimental to the entire planet. This not based on anyone's belief. This is actual scientific fact, data collection, math. This is real deal. This ain't based on your faith. This is based on what's actually happening in reality in the world. And that's what we want to talk about. That's what we want to bring the discussion back to. We don't care about what other people's religions are. Your faith is your own faith. Your walk with God is your own personal walk, and you should not be arguing and debating with people about that. Now, if we want to argue something, we can argue solutions to the problems that we presented here. We can talk about those things. But what we're not going to do is sit here for another 2 hours and keep on debating religious propaganda. That's what we're not going to do. You understand what I'm saying? So we're either going to have a decent conversation about the information that was presented, and it was powerful information. We're either going to talk about that, or we're going to cut the conversation short, because no one is going to grow out of the exchange that we having. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I want to put it back on the table, dealing with electromagnetic fields and how they're affecting us. There's good electromagnetic fields, there's bad electromagnetic fields, and those things are causing autism, all type of different type of syndrome. So, I yield.
Okay, very good, brother. And thank you for that and for your thing. And if I help throw the conversation off, it's just because I know in law, no matter what we do, if we call ourselves Black and African Americans, it's going to get shut down. And we're not trying to have anything we want shut down when there's a lawful way for us to carry through. We were building plans, and we were talking to each other about organizing before we got into the other conversations about accepting responsibility and accountability. We were discussing that and how we do that. And we were pointing out leaders so that we can get this done. That's what we were talking about before we got into a conversation about a religion. And so I'm going to say again, this brother Laurel right here, he's a king. The other brother's a king. Owaspi's a king. And as far as me being a Moor, we are one nation promoting all of this stuff for our people, regardless of what we feel our religious beliefs are. I yield the floor.
What I want to know is, if we all coming together on one accord, we're going to have a plan to stop these things. First of all, we don't own the land. We can't stop them from creating anything. Anything they want to build and anything they want to poison right now, they can do it at will. You know why? Because you're in Babylon. You're in the place where they said they was going to do things like that. People going to die because of that. People going to die because of cancer because of that. That's the type of things that happen in Babylon. Until you realize where you're at, until that day, it ain't a thing you can do. It ain't a thing you can do to stop those people. Nothing. Because you're not using the right weapon. And I yield the floor.
Yeah, so again, when in the documentary, if y'all listen to it, they said that a lot of the autism came along when a lot of the towers and stuff started coming up back in the 80s, dealing with Wi-Fi and whatnot. And they even bought up that EKG machine where they were, dude made a phone call and that thing just started going the hell off, you know what I'm saying? Because the cell phones are using the same energy that's in your microwaves, like that's in your microwave oven. That same technology that's able to cook and boil things in that microwave oven. Well, every time you put your cell phone up to your head, you are cooking your brain, and you are creating an environment for tumors to develop. That's what happening every time you put that cell phone up to your ear. You know what I'm saying? So y'all have to remember that your body is an electrical environment. Your body, you are an electromagnetic being. This body was created for electromagnetic energy. This is the reason why we say God is light as electromagnetism, is because you are a vessel for an electromagnetic being. You see what I'm saying? So when you are not connected to the earth, when you're not in harmony with the earth, that means your resonating frequency is thrown off, and then your body starts becoming sick. So we have to get back to those things that start resonating us back into proper polarity.
Here's what's interesting. Microwave ovens 50 years ago. Like I said, this is nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. You've been eating microwavable food. Your bottles was warmed up in the microwave. You've been doing this since birth. So all these things are nothing new.
Microwave hasn't. I remember when a microwave came out. I remember when there was no such thing as a microwave.
Yeah, well, my thing is like, for the most part, yeah, they've been doing that stuff for a long time, and it's been killing people for a long time. It's been murdering and maiming people for a long time. So, I mean, just because you've been doing something a long time don't mean you was doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And that goes towards anything that you've been doing out of repetition just because it's tradition or just because it's a ritual. You've been doing it for so long and you doing it because you think it's right. But just because you've been doing it don't mean that is correct. It's correct action. I implore all of y'all, when you get a chance, go outside in nature, take your shoes off, put your bare feet in the dirt, man. Go hug a tree, go do some nature-ish, nature-bound, earthy things, because that's what's gonna reset you and retune you back to the frequency of the earth. If you're not doing this, your body is gonna be constantly riddled with all type of diseases. Your immune system is gonna be broken down because you got the computer, you got all these different telecommunications, Bluetooth devices, they got smart refrigerators, smartphones, smart stoves. All of these stuff is bombarding you with constant man-made electromagnetic fields that's harmful to your body, harmful to your physiology. You know what I'm saying? And then we have to educate our people on those things so they can understand, you know, what's causing our women to behave in this particular way. What's causing our men to be extremely violent? What are these things that's causing all these things? Well, it's simple. It's that your electromagnetic body is under attack. Your spirit body, your electromagnetic body is under attack, and you don't know it. So when they say, "Oh, it's a spiritual war," what they're really talking about is these different frequencies. There's different frequencies out here that's actually affecting your body, that's actually affecting your physiology. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Before the invention of cable TV, cell phones, and all of this other high technology stuff, we didn't have all the problems that we had. We had some problems, but they wasn't like this. When we was able to sit down, talk to each other, we believed in love. You could hear love in the music. You know what I'm saying? Now the music is digital. We used to actually play instruments, drums, saxophone. We used to actually play acoustic guitars. We used to play real instruments that had real vibrations that were actually tuned to the frequencies of Earth. And those frequencies, when you play them, actually disintegrates the mishaps that's happening in your body. Like it actually reversed those things. You know what I'm saying? So again, we need to get back to that conversation, because that conversation is where the build is started from, and that's where it's going to be the most fruitful. I don't want to go off into trying to tell people what to believe, but this particular conversation has absolutely nothing to do with your belief. This is what's actually happening right now. Sister Karima could pull up the indictment paperwork where they're actually suing Facebook, they're suing Twitter, they're suing all of these different cyber companies and all of that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they're implementing this technology, and they know it causes cancer. They know it's unraveling your DNA. They know it's fucking with your mind. They know it, and they do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Sister Karima, could you pop that document back up for us? Because that was powerful. A lot of us don't even know that exists.
Yeah, give me a minute.
All right. Anybody else can chime in about those different electromagnetic frequencies that are destroying us from the inside out. I mean, like they said a lot in that documentary, man. They talked about how if you don't turn the lights off at night, that your body won't create melatonin, and and melatonin is used in your body for a bunch of things, but specifically healing and repairing your body. So that means at night you gotta turn off your computers. You gotta turn off your cell phones. You gotta turn off the lights so it's actually dark, so your body can go through a repair stage. You know what I'm saying? And y'all really gotta understand how important that is. You know what I'm saying? When me personally, I believe it's the visible light. I believe it's the visible light. Me personally, that's actually being harmful to you because it's where all of the illusion comes from. All the illusions is coming from this visible light. When you shut that visible light off, your body has to absorb all of those other frequencies that you're not seeing. The radio, the gamma, the ultra, you know what I'm saying? All those other different frequencies of light is going to be absorbed by you. You know what I'm saying? Your body goes into repair mode once you do that. You know what I'm saying? So this is the real science of life. When people get to talking about spirituality, this is the real real science of life. This is the real spiritual path.
Can I
It's
chime
not
in here?
huh?
Can I chime in?
Oh yeah, most definitely, sis.
How's everybody doing? Shalom to everybody. Thanks for having me. I wanted to chime in and say that there's some frequencies, because I listen to frequencies. I listen to 454 megahertz per night. A frequency to put me to sleep. There's frequencies that heal the body as well. I hear you saying that there's a whole bunch of frequencies. These frequencies are harmful, but we need to also talk about the frequencies that do healing as well. The healing of the brain cells, the healing of the body in general, the healing of, just the brain rejuvenation. There's frequencies for that too, and those are good frequencies. These are frequencies that you can obtain. 95 megahertz is more of a relaxed state, more of a meditation type of frequency, with just sounds of the universe. There's frequencies that are just like water for relaxation. So there's different types. I see that you're talking about the bad ones, but there's also good ones, and I wanted to just touch bases on those too, because I listen to those frequencies at night in my sleep. I turn it on very soft, and it gives me a deeper sleep. It gives me a deeper well-being when I wake. I'm rested. So there is frequencies that harm you, like you stated, the microwave, which is actually it's a frequency, but it's actually I forgot the name of it. I have to look it up, but it's the same thing that's in an atomic bomb that's in the microwave. So it's not just the frequency that's yeah. So it's not just the frequency itself, it's the actual what do you call radioactivity, the radiation. Radiation is bad for anything. You can't even take a you can't go and get too many x-rays. That's bad for you. So the radioactive waves that are in the microwave is what makes the microwave bad. Now radioactivity and frequencies can kind of be on the same thing, because both of them can cook, both of them can fry, both of them can get hot, both of them can move, right? So I just wanted to say that, I just chimed in a little bit late, but when you were talking about frequencies, that spoke to me personally, because my roommate and we listen to frequencies often, just to kind of leave Earth a little bit and kind of get into a realm to where we can manifest, kind of get into a realm to where we can relax, sleep, or even use our brain stems to a higher level. There's frequencies that make you think more, right? That makes you be able to focus a little more. So it just depends on what frequencies you're trying to channel into. I stand to the side.
No, you
Sis, I want to add on to that real quick, sis. You know what's funny? The scientists I've heard a couple of months ago said that they actually even heard the planets having conversation back to one another through a frequency.
Yes, because because the universe was made out of music, from music. That's why there's so many circles and squares and ups and downs and portholes and things of that nature. It was made in harmony.
Everything
That's
within
why.
itself is connected to one another.
Correct, in harmony, right? So just based on that, that's why music in harmony is a frequency in itself. You can see that rap music gets you on a frequency up, but when you listen to jazz, it gives you a different feeling, right? When you listen to just instruments, it gives you a different feeling. It gives you a feeling of relaxation. When you're listening to slow jams, so slow music, soft music, it gives you a different vibe and a different feeling as if you was listening to killing, up.
Yeah,
So
everything is a vibration. Everything's a vibration.
Correct.
Let me chime in real quick, sis. I like what you're saying too. See, this is why I said what I said earlier. It's not about my belief. It's about my study. My study tells me that there's a sinister one that is the prince of the air. He's the prince of all these things, which is why he can get into your music vibration, which is why he can get into your food and have people doing things and creating chicken out of nothing and processed chickens.
But see, that's if you let them. If you're not woke, if you're not woke.
Yeah, hold on, sis. I'm not saying I'm letting them do it. I'm just saying the manipulation of the technology that they're coming into, the information that they're coming into, to be able to do all these things. This is why for me, fasting is so important for me. Personally, fasting is important for me, and so is my Sabbath day of rest.
Detoxing period.
Yes,
is important. Being able to detox your temple, clean your temple.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Yeah, so but see, you have to understand that everybody comes into spirituality at a different level. Everybody is looking at education on a different level. Some people just now finding out that they don't supposed to eat stuff out the microwave every day, and they don't supposed to warm up their coffee water in the microwave. Some people just was raised to where they're just like you said, with things that are traditions and things that they learned from their ancestors, but their ancestors was confused. Their ancestors didn't know. So when you're talking to them, it may seem foreign to them because that's what they were taught. That's what they seen. So, just for instance, I brought out a regular telephone. Do you know that some of the kids didn't know what a rotary telephone, how to work a rotary telephone? They didn't even know how to work it. A rotary telephone. So it just depends on who was teaching. It depends on who was teaching. And I know one thing. It's really great to be able to join you gentlemen and women in productive conversation to teach each other what we don't know or lead us to the truth by telling us where to find the information. I do agree with you earlier today. It's okay, but I agree to a certain extent because I feel it's okay to debate. The reason that I feel that it's okay to debate is because everybody has a different point of view. Everybody has an opinion. It's almost like a slit in your butt. Everybody got one. So we wanna be able to hear those things out to depict truth from falsehood. And if you read, you know truth from falsehood. If you know history, you know truth from falsehood. And if you have a connection with the Most High personally, you know the truth from falsehood. So a person can get on here and say all kind of stuff. But if you have a relationship with the Most High and you have a relationship with yourself and you know what you're here for, those words just roll right off of you, and you're able to just sit back and say, "Oh, he don't know what he's talking about," and go on to the next thing.
Yeah. Peace to the panel.
Peace to the panel.
Shalom. I think the conversation is interesting. The brother, I agree with what the brother is saying about a lot of the electromagnetism and it affecting us negatively. You know, I don't disagree with that. You know, the only thing I disagree with is how the brother characterizes, you know, different things about religion and people belief system. You know, we're not going to be able to remove our people from our various belief systems, especially not with hostility and not with belittling our people. And that's how it came off somewhat, you know, but I understand the brother's frustration. But I did, I put several sources in the chat that demonstrates various scientific data that is present within the Holy Quran. I do believe in the Holy Quran, and I believe in the Torah and the Injil too. You know, I'm a Muslim that happens to be a Hebrew Israelite. But you know, I put several sources in the chat that points out scientific data that points out that the Quran is scientifically accurate and correct on quite a few subjects. One being iron at the center of our blood molecule. The Quran has the exact count of that isotope of iron, which is 57. And that's present in the Quran, chapter 57. I also put a source in there for the bee earlier, which is chapter 16 in the Quran. And the bee actually has the drone, the male bee, the sperm carrier. He actually has 16 chromosomes, which is the count in the Quran. That's the count of the surah, 16. Again, accurate scientifically, as well as the embryology. I put a paper in the chat about the embryology in the Quran that is found to be scientifically accurate. Now, for a person like myself, that would confirm my belief in the Abrahamic text. You know, I just think that I think today we're living in a time where science and religion can be rectified, and it is being rectified because we have a lot of scientific studies of these texts. You know, and I don't, maybe, you know, the brother is not aware of those studies or, you know, things like that. I don't know, you know, but we all have different approaches. But I don't disagree with the brother about the electrical waves and how they negatively and adversely affect our people.
Yeah. My thing is I don't really care about people's religious preference. And when we started the show, it was literally about, you know, dealing with the whole 5G frequency thing and how it's affecting us. You know what I'm saying? So I just like to stay on topic. You know what I'm saying? Even though we do veer off a little bit, but we need to remember, you know what I'm saying? We need to stay in some type of order. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna bring it back up. It's 7.83 hertz frequency. That's the frequency that they're talking about, and it's called the natural Earth's natural frequency of 7.83 hertz. And they say you experience such benefits as enhanced learning. That means when you're subjected to frequencies of 7.83, These are the benefits that you get from it. Enhanced learning, memory, body rejuvenation, balance, improved stress tolerance, in jet lag or anti-jet lag, etc. On the other hand, when 7.83 hertz frequencies is removed from the people's environment, the subjects experience migraine headaches, emotional distress, and other health problems. You know what I'm saying? This is actual factual science. It's not based on anyone's belief. It's not based on any particular book. This is real. You can actually go get a machine that will resonate at 7.83 frequency and do your own scientific test. You can do your own scientific test. You can take that same frequency and plant crops in your garden or crops in your backyard and bombard those crops with this 7.83 frequency and then document the growth rate of them. And you know what I'm saying? You'll see that this is actual science. This not based on superstitions or beliefs. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about life and we talk about the science of life, you're talking about electric charge. You're dealing with electric charge frequencies. When you talk about sound, right? And the sister brought the sound, and I agree to a certain extent. And that extent comes to the fact that sound does not predate electric charge, because sound is mechanic. That means you have to have a thing, like you have to have a thing or this object, you know what I'm saying, to resonate a vibration, and then that vibration has to have a medium to travel through. Whereas when you're dealing with electromagnetism, that travels all across the universe, simultaneously all across the universe. It reverberates all across the universe. When you deal with sounds, you're also dealing with hertz. When you're dealing with hertz, you're talking about the oscillating frequency. You're talking about oscillating frequencies. So that's where electromagnetism and sound converges at, is dealing with hertz. You know what I'm saying? Those hertz are frequencies. So you can use a certain sound hertz to produce a light effect, because it's causing the excitation of electrons. You see what I'm saying? And then vice versa. Anytime you have an electric charge and you have a vibration of electrons, it's automatically going to cause a resonating frequency, which can also be auditory, which also creates sound. You know what I'm saying? Everything in the world is comprised of atoms, electrons, protons, and neutrons. The electrons are always moving. They're always resonating. They're always playing tunes. When you see those orbits in an atom, those are you can look at those as like scales on a music scales. And each one of those scales play a different resonating tone and gives you a different frequency of photon. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. I didn't want to be long-winded.
So this is where I said that me and him had a disagreement at here. And it wasn't really as much as a disagreement. It was just more about what my study is and what my belief is. Now, I'm not ever surprised that I have these things in my blood, because my belief tells me that I was created of this earth and from this earth. So why would it be a surprise to me that I have these things within my body? I'm not blown away by that. There's gold in our body also. We was made up of gold. That's a part of our DNA. I'm not surprised that the symbols YHWH was found in our DNA. So why should I be blown away by this type of information just because science said it?
Because you're not the only one on the panel. There's other people on the panel.
No. This has nothing to do with that. I'm just saying in general, from earlier, this has nothing to do about who's on the panel, who's not. But I'm saying to you,
some of us probably didn't have this information. You know, I always feel like you guys are always like jumping down each other's throat instead of just saying, get information.
No, sis, just listen, hear me out, sis, hear me out. I talk in a charged manner for some reason. I don't know why. I just do. So you may be taking at my energy as like I'm charged up. I'm not charged up. I'm just saying, for me, is somebody else talking?
No, I don't hear anybody.
I'm just saying that I'm not, you know, like them things to me are not as surprising to me as it would be to somebody else, because it's not. If we're made, if my system just tells me that I'm made from the earth, so that's my makeup. So I'm made of everything in this universe. Whatever's made of this universe or whatever's made of this earth, I'm a part of it, or else I wouldn't be here. And that's everything around me.
Right, but what he was saying is that there's good frequencies and bad frequencies, and what benefits they have, positive or negative. That's what he was explaining.
Hold on. I got into that also. I said, in my belief, the prince of the air is the sinister one. So those bad frequencies that you're getting and the good frequencies are being manipulated by something. And this is what I was saying earlier. Hold on. You were saying.
What's your point, bro? What's your point?
My point is this. It's just like my point is this. It's just like the sister said. It's just not all bad frequencies out there. So the frequencies that he was talking about were man-made frequencies. He was talking about things that.
No, they're not. The frequencies are not man-made. No, they're not, sir.
Listen, sis, let me finish. You got to hear what I'm saying first. This is where you think I get charged, and I'm not. You're over talking what I'm saying. I said that 5G and these things and these cell phones and these microwaves and these refrigerators and these things that he's talking about, it came from a technology of a man. We can't get around that.
You said that. We all understand that. That's not rocket science.
Okay, then. So why did you just say no to what I just said?
Because you're being negative on what this gentleman was explaining. Your energy is very alarming.
Sis, this is me all the time. I keep telling you, everybody that. I'm not being argumentative. I
go spoke.
Let me just be quiet. Let me just hold on. Let me just be quiet.
Reason if you have no point.
Okay, hold on. Maybe you're just receiving it as argumentative. Maybe that's the frequency you're receiving.
No, because let me explain to you. Right?
Wait a minute.
You made it. You're saying, bro, listen, the shit that you're saying, right? You're trying to induce a reaction out of someone, bro, so you could go back and forth with them on whatever the fuck it is that's on your mind.
Listen, why are you cursing at me?
Bro, come on, we all grown people, bro.
No. The frequency that I'm dealing with. The frequency that I'm dealing with from you, the frequency that I'm dealing with from you is you think that you're going to talk to me any kind of way, and you think that I'm charged. You ain't even seen me charged.
I ain't talking to you any type of way, my boy.
Why is everybody
talking to me like as
why is everybody? Well, I'm saying
person for that.
Listen. Why is everybody talking when I'm talking? Everybody had a chance to talk. Everybody had a chance to talk.
But you ain't talking about nothing, brother. You just want to be argumentative and talk about shit that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about right now.
Yeah, like I brought up the resonating frequency of Earth with this 7.83 hertz frequency, and that's emanating out the Earth. That's not a man-made. That's not man-made. Now, man can make a device that resonates like that, but that frequency is actually coming directly up out of the Earth.
You were talking about the things that is affecting us directly. You brought up several different things. You said the cell phone. You said the 5G towers.
That was way back, like 45 minutes ago.
I told you this is the natural Earth frequency, 7.83 hertz. Here, these are the experience and such benefits such as enhanced learning, memory, body rejuvenation. But you couldn't have, because that's not what you're talking about.
No, because I heard you also say that they're putting some of these things in our food. Did I hear you not? Did you not say that?
I've never even mentioned food.
You didn't say that some of these things wasn't being put in our foods?
No. Why would I be talking
I'm
about
going.
food?
I'm going on mute, man. I'm
Why
going
would
on
I be
mute.
talking about food when we talking
Yeah, I
about
wanted.
electromagnetic fields?
Yeah, I wanted to add on about what you were saying about STEM too, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
STEM.
I think that we can take notes from Japan on that. After World War II, after America dropped the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, what Japan did, of course they had to restructure, but they structured their school system year round with a focus on STEM, and that's how they came up. That's a lot of why we have a lot of our electrical products and different technology. But we need to take notes from that, and I think that our children need to be in school year round with a focus on STEM too. I agree with you on that, bro.
Facts. 100%, bro. Like, and I know a lot of people might not think that that's a good idea, but having our children in school year round, and not just having the children in school, because that's just half the issue. The other half of the issue is we're not doing STEM at home. STEM has to become a cultural phenomenon in our homes. You see what I'm saying? You have to sit down and start doing experiments, make math fun. We got to start rewarding intelligence instead of rewarding that ghetto ass brute shit that we usually reward. We need to start rewarding intelligence. Sometimes you need to just ignore the kid that shoot the ball well and focus on the kid that get the good grades and get the good accolades. You can focus on that child so your children can see that, I get a better response out of my parents when I get good accolades versus if I do a good crossover. You see what I'm saying? Because if we just keep on praising the ball players, we keep on praising the ball players, we just gonna keep on getting athletes and entertainers. You understand? But once we start focusing on
what's gonna happen to them when they get there, we seen what happens to them once they get to Hollywood. We don't want them going there.
Oh yeah, we don't want them going in Hollywood. That's
They're
right.
gonna marry a white
So let me
woman.
get this. So let me get this right. We should have our kids in school like the Chinese people do, like the Japanese people do. We should be teaching them mathematics and protons, neutrons, electrons. We should be teaching them all that.
No, but the reason I said that is because Japan provides for us a successful example of what they did to rebuild. They knew that they couldn't challenge America militarily, but what they did was they developed and they worked on their people with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and they became a formidable economic power, the power that we see on the planet today. They put their children in school. Hold on, brother. They put their children in school. I'm just saying that's a good example for any people that's trying to come up. They just happen to be the example. I don't worship Chinese people. I don't worship Japanese, brother. Don't get it twisted. I'm talking about something that may benefit our people. That's all.
And this is where I went off, where me and him went off the rails earlier, because like I said earlier, this type of technology and this type of education that we're giving our kids, it's about what they do with it once they get it. Now, we got nuclear bombs about to go off everywhere in the world. So man in himself can't be trusted with that type of education, that type of technology, because once they get it.
Hey, bro, you got a problem with what he just said?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Now ask me what? Now ask me why? Now ask me why? Now ask me why?
Why?
Well, you wouldn't, because you wouldn't understand.
No,
you know why? Listen. Do you know why? Listen. Do you know why? Do you know why you keep interrupting me? Do you know why you keep interrupting me, interjecting me, and not trying to understand where I'm coming from? Because you seem like you like Babylon. You like it here. You don't mind all the shootings and killings and all that. You don't mind saying your people.
Babylon, brother.
Well, listen, brother. Listen to me. It reminds me of it. It does everything that it looks like it. It feels like it, smells like it.
You ain't never been to Babylon.
Hey, listen.
How does this place remind you of Babylon?
Hey, listen. I read about it.
Oh man.
And guess what? Ain't nothing different ain't nothing different here. So what I'm saying is, I don't understand what I'm saying. Why people can't understand what I'm saying? The only people that would be understanding me are people that's not comfortable with what's going on around them.
L has his hand up. He's had his hand up for a while. Can he get a word in?
Please.
So I heard when that brother started speaking, he kept saying my belief, and we didn't. In y'all answers, y'all did not address him as far as when he says my belief, my belief. And I think what he is failing to realize is a lot of us, I'm gonna speak for me on this panel. People's beliefs have nothing to do with what we are building on. And when they're comparing our future for our children in school, and somebody says, well, this is what Japan did, that's what a responsible person does when we're rebuilding ourselves and redesigning ourselves beyond what other people have designed for us. We have to make comparisons. So should our children be in school? Our children should be in school 24/7. Our children should be in school 24/7 with us as the teachers, understanding that if we start with the liberal arts, the 7 sciences of the earth, we done mastered everything for our children and giving them language and stuff for the future. But if we keep sticking to an argument from our beliefs, we're not going anywhere. I have not brought you any Moorish religion. Only thing I brought you is our national stance, and that's what I'm putting on the table. And under our national stance, we unite all of us who want love, true peace, freedom, and justice. So if your Bible or your belief is about God and God is about peace, what is the argument with us that we're not using the Bible? That this brother could stand on the same thing you standing on from another technological and STEM type idea about what we're talking about? Those type of things have always gotten in our way and have defeated us until today. And we're taking it off the table, bro, with no offense to you. The religions are definitely coming off the table. We're not discussing them like that anymore.
Right.
They have to. They have to come off the table for us to progress forward, because they're causing division and dissension between us. And I don't want to keep fighting with y'all. I don't want to keep arguing with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I just want to come up with solutions, viable solutions that we can actually follow. You know what I'm saying? I can't follow your belief. I can't follow your religious convictions. You know what I'm saying? Because my personal belief is your walk with God is personal. So you need to keep that between you and your God. You know what I'm saying? And when you come with us, you need to be dealing in nationalistic principles, and you need to be dealing in this STEM shit, because you know we're behind.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You've been using a lot of examples. The brother, the Islamic brother, he just brought up an example too. Now the reason that you guys hit trigger buttons in me is because you say things and you're using an analogy that don't resonate with our people. Japan was bombed on their own property. They was bombed on their own territory. They have a home. We are a hostage. I'm just calling it like I'm seeing it. These people were bombed on their own property. We, on the other hand, was taken. All right, brother. We, on the other hand, was taken from our homeland, where we don't even really know where it is. Ain't nobody even really accepting us back. So when we talk about a plan like this, it has to be something very serious and very, very thought out. Before you just start going and throwing things around to me, is that serious to me? You're talking about something that's very dear to my heart, that I would like to one day see my people free with their own, not relying on a country. I've read several books. I've said this before. I've read several books where it's people that have done that before. But the things that are being talked about here, and okay, let's deal with STEM, let's get all the education in the world, and yet we don't have a military. We don't got one tank to fight our way out of where we get. Believe me, trust me when I tell you this. The only way you getting out of this situation that we're in right now, you got to fight. Now I'm telling you right now that the only way you know what they do to people that try to fight them? Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They put a bullet in your neck if you try to do something that's messing around with their money. So I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Negative. Everything negative.
Listen, sis, it's not being negative. It's about coming up with a plan that's different than what our previous ancestors done to try to get out of this type of situation. It's not negative. What it is saying, listen, we got to try something different, my people. I can't help what they did to us. I wish I could say something different. I wish I didn't have to say that they put a bullet in us in order for us to get out of this situation. But the truth is, and the facts are, that if I tell you smooth and sweet things, all you're going to do is reintroduce what was being done in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I'm not on that type of time. I would like to hear something different than what we've heard previously. And again, I don't want to get off the topic, but I don't want to get off topic. I'm just saying, if you mention things like that, please.
Then let me say again, brother. Then let me say again, brother. One, this is our land. You keep saying you talk as if this is not ours. It's ours. That's number one.
Heard that.
Okay, so wait. So then you cannot compare it to Japan. This is our land. Number two, the stuff that we're talking about is to move us forward. And it's not moving us forward on Black African American. So it's nothing like you've seen in the past at all. Not even from the Moors, because the Prophet Noble Drew Ali got killed in 1929. And since 1930, we've been called the Nation of Islam. We've been calling ourselves Black African American and getting killed for trying to free ourselves. See, we are doing something different. You got to hear it. And this is our land. So you cannot say that we're hostages here. This don't belong to us. This is ours. And that's where we're coming from.
And I believe you when you say that. The problem is
that slave owners and oppressors don't allow they hostages to go get passports. And then you got to understand why we keep saying you're fear mongering. You can go get a damn passport right now and go move where the hell you want to, expatriate. You ain't got to be here. You ain't got to be here. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's just rah rah rah.
Well, all I'm saying is this. If this is our country, I pay taxes. So who am I paying taxes to? If I go look in my pocket right now and I pull out some money, that's not my people on this money. So it all sounds good. This is what I'm saying to you. It all sounds good. Like everything you say, it sounds, yeah, Black Power, let's go and let's do this. All that sounds good, but it's not a plan. It's not like
I never said Black Power, so please don't give that to me. And that's
Okay. So let's not use Black Power. Let's just use a national movement. Okay? Let's just use a national movement, for example. It all sounds good, right? It all sounds good until we get to those stumbling blocks of that we know that most. There's several. You can go get a passport, but in order for you to go to wherever you got to go, you got to get a citizenship to stay there. Okay? And then your passport can be revoked if they so choose to where you might not even be able to get back in this country or go back or get into the country that you're going to. That's one. Two, I pay taxes here. I pay taxes to somebody because on a land that is supposed to be mine, but they're controlling it and running it. They control the banks on this land. They control the currency on this land. They control military on this land. So at what point, right now, most of my people, this is the facts that I'm just giving you. Most of the people are all customers. We contribute the most money to the economy here. Again, I don't want to get off of the topic, but Black folks contribute $1 billion a year to this economy. We're workers and customers here. That's just the facts. Now, somebody got to tell me, how do we take that $1 billion and put it in ourselves? How do we make that money do a backflip?
You asked the question. Let me answer. First of all, we have a system of our own finances where we don't even consider the fiat dollar that isn't money. It's just fake money. We have that. But in order for it to work, we have to stop calling ourselves Black and African Americans. Black and African Americans cannot build their own system of success or security. They have to do it by their own national name. And this is a part that our people don't want to see or stand up for. They want to keep being Black, African, and complaining about problems when you can be something else and then go about your own thing. And the United Nations, the United States government, and our people have in position laws that are allowing us to do things where I don't use a United States ID. This is my ID, and it's respected everywhere I go. I'm having a problem. This is my ID. See, I don't belong to the United States anymore. I belong to my own people. I belong to my mother's womb. And this is where I'm trying to get all of us, because they respect it. But if you don't respect it, that's the problem.
Okay, so is there any restrictions to your identification?
The only restriction is I can't think of one. I really can't. I'm trying to think of a real restriction, but I can't. I cannot be foul in the world. I can't be out here stealing and robbing and stuff. Other than that, I don't know what you mean by restriction.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you can go and come as you please with that identification. Like you can go and use that identification, like to get a passport or a visa.
Yes, sir. The same way you use the United States ID is the same way you
don't need no DMV or nothing.
No, not at all.
Yep, he don't need none of that. I know another man who does that. He owns himself. He's not bound by the government at all. And I seen the feds try to go up in his shop, and he sent them right away. Literally, he sent them. They turned around and came off of his property with nothing happening to him. I seen it with my own two eyes.
Because Congress doesn't have a right to make any laws against anybody's groups of religion unless you go under their titles like Black and African American. And that's why you get a 501c3 and all that to go under them.
I seen it with my own two eyes. He not fibbing. I seen it with my own two eyes.
See, well, this is what I'm about. I'm about these type of things when it comes to I don't even want to call it freedom. I want to just call it about having your own. And what I'm saying, have my own, because I've lived my entire life, and I know most of my family have lived their entire life in somebody else's place. There's a lot of nations around me that have their own country, their own heritage, their own pride. They got it all. They got a place that they can go back and see their ancestors instead of us just having to go down south, travel down south to see our ancestors. You know what I mean? These are the type of things that I'm talking about. It has to be a serious plan implemented in order for us to make it to that place.
We need you to help institute that plan from your thoughts of us being free people, not under anybody else's system. We need your help to implement that. But if you're going to turn down your ability to help us, then we're all stuck.
Listen,
we need all brothers on deck, all side stars on deck in order to change it. That's the way it works.
Well, I will say this. I'm not turning down anybody's help, anybody's want for help. But what I'm saying is that I won't involve myself in foolishness, because if there's a plan out there for a people, right? If there's a real plan out there for a people that can come together on one accord and reestablish themselves as something other than what we've been labeled.
The plan is called STEMS. It's literally called STEMS. It's called science, technology, engineering and mathematics. That is literally the plan. And when you got that on down pack, you got to deal with group economics. That's
But here's
the
the thing. But here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing. What I'm telling you. Listen. I just need you to hear me clearly. I don't want to get off topic, but I need you to hear me and let it resonate in you what I'm saying. That if I can't go outside and I can't get three brothers down here at this corner store to get along together, how can we implement a plan like that with a people where their minds are so, I don't want to say destroyed, but when their minds are so polluted?
Why would you go get the brothers on the corner and not the brothers in college? Or the brothers that's inspiring to go to college?
Why would I treat the brother in college any differently than that brother down there laying on the street?
Because he's striving for excellence.
Brother, let me tell you something.
So if you was trying to cook a dinner, would you go get the best ingredients, or would you go get mediocre ingredients? Which one you gonna pick?
I'm gonna go whatever's necessary for me to survive.
Oh, man, come on, stop playing. You gonna go get the best shit you can get.
No, wait. I'm not playing, brother. There ain't no difference in me than a man laying on the ground homeless and a college person.
Anybody with any type of common sense, if they want to prepare a meal, they want the best ingredients, organic fruits, organic vegetables. They want alkaline water. You want the best. If you're gonna cook for yourself, if you're gonna nourish yourself, you want the best. So you want to go get the brother that's down there on the corner who fighting over Jordans. Who you want the nigga that's on the corner that can't even count, who ain't even got a sixth grade education?
No, brother, listen to me. See, this is where me and you. Wait a minute. See, brother. Okay, so listen at this, brother. Listen at this. See, this is where me and you have a real big disagreement. See, I read a book. No. I just disagree with your plan. What plan? I read a book. Hold on. Listen, I read a book, right? Hold on. Listen at this, brother. I read a book, right? I read a book that says exactly what you would like to do for our people, right? I read a book. I mentioned this before.
What's the name of the book?
It's called A Jewish State.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, all man. You just said because of the words. You just said all man because of the words. Let me tell you something, brother.
Dr. Clyde Anderson or some damn body.
Brother, listen to me. Brother, listen to me. No. I'm going to use evidence of a people that took over the world without you even understanding how they did it. And what you talking about? Listen at this, brother. They were so.
We told you to follow Japanese.
I'm trying, brother. All you doing right now is you gaslighting, brother. I'm telling you something, you ain't listening. These people's plan was so amazing. It was so amazing from top to bottom. From everybody, from the man that ain't got no job to the homeless man, all the way to the white collar guy. One of the first people that they sent in order to establish a state that's causing the world havoc right now was the homeless person. They sent them over there to create a demand. Then after the demand was created, they sent over the producers that could sell to the people that the demand was for. Then after those people came the middle class people that could come over and buy property after they sold their property and come over and buy more property and take over the land. Then after that came the white collar people and their banks that could supply those people that was borrowing money. And now they established their own economy. But listen at what you're talking about. You want me to go get the brother. See, this is what I'm talking about. Read the book and then come back and talk to me. Read that book and then come back and talk to me about the plan and tell me how you think about your plan compared to that one. and how those people went and created from the homeless man all the way to the white collar. They created a state in 1948 and their own economy and all the world banks. And then you come back and tell me about if you want to still talk about stems. While you're talking about stems, they printing money.
Man, we don't care nothing about. I don't give a shit who face on the damn money. All I care about is if I can spend it or not. Y'all care about the faces on the money. But none of that means nothing to nobody. The money spent what way it's spent. Them people who got bond in Japan, they were spending American money too. Like that shit don't mean nothing. Y'all make up so many damn excuses. It's just excuse after excuse. Oh, we ain't using gold. We ain't using silver. Oh, our face ain't on the money. Every excuse in the world outside of just using group economics. All the damn excuses in the world except for getting your knowledge up. STEMs. You want to go everywhere else except for doing the most simplest shit. Hey, take care of your families. Employ group economics in your house. That's the most simplest thing to do. Then you want to go round up bums and all type of shit like that. You could barely get them people off drugs. Why don't you deal with the people that you can actually deal with first? Work with what you actually got. You know what I'm saying? We don't have time to be trying to fix bums and crackheads. We don't have time. That time's over with. You know what I'm saying? So at this point in time in this venture, we have to do what we got to do with the best that we have. And so that's the reason why I brought up people like Dr. Clyde Anderson. Why? Because he excels in economics. He excels in economics. Tried and tested. You see what I'm saying? So you want to get the best people for the job. I think Gary Chambers would be a good political representation, maybe a president of some sort for us. You know what I'm saying? Because of his political views and his ferocity when he stands up against these people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to start using what we already have. We already got brothers in college. We already got brothers in laboratories, Princeton. Yeah, we got to go get them. We got to go get them. You know what? We get talking about armies and all that shit. How you gonna feed an army? How you feed an army? How you gonna feed an army of people? You can't even grow food. You can't grow. You don't know how to grow food. So while you sitting here talking about an army, the people that's in your army is gonna backstab you for your enemies because your enemies can feed them. When the most easy, simplest solution is to learn STEMs so you can do things like agriculture, so you could do things like industrial farming, so you could produce and access for your people. But no, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You want to follow the Jews, the same people who enslaved the whole planet. You want to follow their lead. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, we got to do something different, and what we doing has to be radical as hell. We can't keep doing the same stuff. It has to be radical. It has to be something new, different, explosive. That's what's new, different, and explosive. We are not celebrating intelligence. We're not celebrating intelligence. We're not celebrating like they just had. I just seen an article about one of the smartest people in the world. This is a little young black girl. You don't see her face plastered all over everything. You don't see it. Nigga, we should be praising her, talking about her GPA scores and shit like you talk about LeBron. We not doing that shit. I bet you right now everybody could tell me what all the scores of the games were last week. Just yesterday. Everybody could tell me that shit, but can't nobody tell me about our people who just graduated from Princeton, Harvard, Yale, or one of the HBUs or whatnot. You can't tell me about none of them. But you can tell me about every sports team. That's because you're not even concentrated on that type of shit. There was a brother over in South Africa who built a car that runs off radio frequency. Nigga, he created microsonic technology, and you don't even know him by name. You don't even know him by name. But you can tell me all of Nicki Minaj. You can tell me all of this crap. You tell me about all this shit. But the actual real important things is out here in this world. You can't tell me, and it's dealing with your own people. This is the reason why I say no, bro. We have to start dealing with practical things. Like this shit's practical. Ain't no going around it, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you're not using stems, we're gonna fail. Stems is tried and tested and approved, and nothing else works. You know what I'm saying? So all of that militant movement, fighting, all that shit, you fight who? Who you finna fight? Who you finna raise arms up against? Nobody. Let's get that foolishness out of your head. That's fantasy talk. You know, you niggas won't even kill the racist cops right here in your own cities. Nigga killed Trayvon Martin, bro. That nigga still alive, walking around. Nigga killed Mike Brown, he's still walking around, alive. You niggas ain't finna bust shit. You ain't finna pop nothing, nigga, not a grape in Welch's backyard. You're not gonna do nothing, so stop talking all that rah-rah evolutionary shit. They get motherfuckers amped up on all that goddamn emotion. Nigga, this right here don't involve nobody's emotion or nobody's beliefs. You're either gonna get with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or you're gonna fucking die. That's just all to it. I land the plane.
Hey, brother. So I heard you, brother, and I totally disagree with you about getting on in science. I've been doing just fine. Personally, I've been doing just fine. The problem is collectively. The one thing collectively that we haven't been doing that everybody else has been doing is sticking together. And there's a reason for that. And that's the one thing that they all have in common. Everybody around us. You're talking about everything being done individually and all of this other stuff, but the one thing that they've done, the Japanese, the Chinese, the whites, the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans. When the last time you seen a homeless Mexican? You ever seen one? We're all here, right? You ever seen a homeless Mexican? No. You know why?
Yeah, I have. Shit, they all around over here in Stockton.
I ain't never seen a homeless Mexican in my life.
Oh yeah,
I ain't never seen I see homeless Puerto Ricans, but I ain't never seen a homeless Mexican because they will pack their houses. Now I'm not saying that they're all perfect and all right and all that, but what I'm saying is that the one unique thing that's different among us for some reason, is that we just cannot all get along on one accord, on one goal, on one whatever. And how do I know that? Because history, it used to be like that, but it progressively got, worse. It used to be like in LA, like when they did that stuff when they beat that brother, that cop, and then, they tore the whole city up. They don't do that no more. Everybody was that like, yo, no, we're not having that.
Homeless people out there too. It's a whole bunch of Mexican homeless people. It's a whole bunch of different nationality homeless people everywhere.
Listen, and there's a lot of homeless people around the world. But what I'm talking about is that when I go outside, there's a lot of us out there. A lot of us. And that's the disproportion that I'm talking about. There's a disproportion with us. And even when it comes down to us even helping one another, which is why I don't sit around and I don't just talk about this stuff. When I go out there and I see one of my brothers that's hungry, I'm going to do whatever I can to help that brother. I don't care whether he likes me, dislikes me, looks at me funny. He may size me up in the whole 9 yards, but I ain't even on that type time. You know what I'm saying? I done been there and done that. So I'm not on that type time. I'm not here to see any of my people destroyed. I will ostracize you if you come around me talking about you trying to kill somebody that look like me. We got to stop. We got to ostracize these young boys out here toting these guns all on the internet, walking around, talking about this, that, and the third, and they ain't paying no taxes in their mom's house. Talking about they going to go kill the op. What you mean? He on our team. When did that become okay? We're watching our youth come up with guns just as tall as them, talking about they going to kill somebody for a color. Like, you got to be kidding me. It doesn't resonate with me. That's not a part of the plan. So are we willing to leave them behind and ostracize them? No. We're giving credit to the shooters and not the one that's actually getting shot. So I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that at all. I need my people to come together on one accord, understand, love each other, understand we're in a different situation than anybody else. So our path and our way to whatever it is we're trying to accomplish is going to be different than any other nationality on this planet. It ain't going to look like nothing or nobody else or what anybody else did, simply because nobody else is in this situation. Only we are. Until we come to that understanding, we're going to just be here talking about what we're talking about right now. Science. Science. You got to be kidding me. Science got us in the problems that we're in today. Global warming, nuclear bombs, bad food, cancer. I mean, we got to, that's a joke to me. It sounds good, but like I said earlier, all we do when we get that type of technology is we do the wrong things with it. We create AIDS. We create COVID. That's what happens when we get science. Poison people. And that's what they do. So for me, I'm hoping that we can all come together on something totally different than just what, just word of mouth. I'm hoping that it could be actually an actual plan, and then I'd be all for it. But if somebody just coming to me and talking about, hey, this is what we need to do and learn stem cells, and we need to be like what these people do, no. Those people not in the same situation we in. We can't. They're in a total different situation. And it just does not make sense to me how everybody can come up here with all these plans and tell me that I own the land that I pay taxes for. It don't even sound right. I pay taxes every damn week. So how the hell do I own this land? I don't own a damn thing. All I'm doing is renting it. Everything comes with taxes. If that's the case, then stop the taxes. Where's the businesses at? Every 5 months, somebody comes up with this plan with no plan. It's always a plan with no plan. Oh, we got to do this, that, and the third, and this, that, and the third. Yeah, he don't care who's printing the money. Well, damn. What about the other dude that was on here talking about his own banks and this, that, and the third? Well, if you don't care who's printing the money, then what money are you going to spend? Oh, you didn't see what happens to countries that try to get rid of the United States dollar? It's a war. You think all these wars is happening for nothing? How are you going to replace? How are you going to function if you don't control the economy or control your own economy? What did Chinatown do? How does Chinatown go to every city in the country and create their own economic system? Why ain't nobody mention that today? Why can't we have an African town? Why can't we have a Negro town? Why can't we have a Kemet town? Why can't we have an Israelite town? Why can't we have an Islamic town? Why can't we have a Noaspi town? Nobody got a plan. It's all talk. Yet China come over here, they ain't following nothing. They hanging dragons everywhere. Selling the best chicken lo mein you ever won in your life. We're going down there spending $10 a pop. Fried rice and duck sauce. That's a plan. That's a real plan without them talking about it. They just come in, lay the foundation, and keep it going. I happen to do a little bit of work in that field. I know how they come in to set it up. And they get all their products from the same people. They do business with themselves. You won't see them getting bit. You won't see them sourcing out for their products. You won't see them doing it. That stuff will come in on a ship to your local docks, and it'll go right to their stores, and then they do business within themselves and their economy within themselves. What we doing? Talking about STEM. You got to be kidding me. We talking about science. Damn it, here come all this rice on the ships for Chinese man, and we talking about science. That ain't nothing but, that's insulting. That's insulting. That's insulting. We're talking about frequencies, yet you gonna go down there and buy some chicken wings full of corn grease. Like, come on. This does not make sense to me. And I'm trying for the life of me to understand it, but these plans, they're always all words. They come in here, we talk, and nothing comes of nothing. 6 months from now, it'll be the same conversation because ain't nobody implementing nothing. How is that possible? You get tired of hearing it after a while because if you're not living a certain kind of way, or if you're not doing what you're supposed to do out here to survive, then, it just doesn't resonate with somebody that is. I don't want to hear nothing about me. I don't own a damn thing in the United States of America. Everything I got, I bought, I purchased. And I got to pay to keep it. Until something else changes, when somebody come and show me a deed with me having 40 acres or whatever, hey, listen, I'm not trying to hear it. I would love for somebody to come and still show me why do I own anything here. Because for me, the way it looks like from evidence of what I see, only the strong surviving out here. They going and they conquering land, taking it over, and that's what it is. But yet we talking from the couch when they own everything. And then when I mention it, it rubs people the wrong way. Oh, it's negative. It ain't negative. This is reality. You want me to tell you smooth words? Oh, yeah, we're going to make it out. You want me to sing hymns? No, I'm not going to give you no smooth words. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. Stop killing each other. Stop mistreating each other. Come together. Love each other. Let's start with that. Can we start with that?
Yeah, my problem is, okay, if a brother want to talk about science, if he want to talk about stem cells, if he want to talk about whatever he want to talk, why do people get so upset and then want to change the narrative? Why are we not talking about that? Why you're not worried about this? And why you're not talking about it? Like, why are you not changing the narrative and just dealing with that instead of getting mad at somebody because this is how they want to spend their time. This is what they want to study. Hold on. Okay. This is what they want to learn. Why is it to the point where y'all cannot get along with each other because you mad or he mad because you studying this and somebody's talking about this? You know what I mean? We got 24 hours in a day. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, why are you getting mad? Because out of my time, I want to talk about this for 2 hours. Why are you getting mad? Because this is what I want to tell my people. Why do I have to stop what I'm doing to turn around and talk about what you want me to talk about? Because that's what you want me to deal with. No, I can deal with whatever I want to deal with, just like everybody else. And this is the thing. Everybody have a position. They could have a position. And you can put all that together. Like, if that's what you want to deal with, make everything come together. Everything can come together in one thing. If I'm dealing with science, I could probably use that in some kind of nature where we can build together. But no, y'all get mad because you want to tell a person to throw this away and do this, and you know what I mean, because you can't deal with him on that topic, on that nature. But you can go to work and deal with 1,000 people and work for this man and do what the fuck he tell you to do. But you got a problem when somebody talk about religious. You know what I mean? Like they talk about, if they want to talk about just, you know what I mean, everyday life. But somebody got a mad. Why are we talking about that? We need to be talking. No, you should be talking about that. You should be holding a conversation about that. And let me talk about what I want to talk about. And if you want to get on my level, then I can get on your level. But when you start getting mad because somebody's dealing with a certain situation, how can y'all build together?
I didn't say, Karima. Let me explain. I did not rule out the contributions that an intelligent human being from our people can contribute to our growing. I didn't rule that out. What I said was,
I don't like when people be like, "Oh, throw that away," or "Why y'all think?"
No. I'm not saying no, Karima. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying, Karima, I'm not saying throw anything away. What I'm saying is that coming from the things that was laid out there, he was saying
is you kind of get upset because of what the topic is, and you saying why about this and all this type of stuff. And then
let me explain. Let me explain.
Every day could be a different topic, a different situation.
Right. But let me
sitting there being mad at a person because they're talking about this and ain't talking about saving the world.
Okay, so listen. Let me explain to you. Let me
about feeding the children. They ain't talking about what you want to be talking about, and that
okay,
to me is kind of like a problem, because it's like, why can a person talk about this and you can talk about that, and then y'all can come together on the common ground, but you want to say get rid of it? Or, I'm not just saying you personally, but I'm just saying, why y'all be so disrespectful at somebody's information or idea?
All right. Let me explain. I wasn't saying throw whatever he does personally in his life, or whatever they do personally in life. It really, it's not concerning to me, except as a whole. So when I'm hearing these topics, right, that's coming up, and the things and the way the situations are for us as a whole right now, as a people. And I'm talking about as a people. So when you hear me, right, and I'm talking like this all the time, right, you know I'm just naturally talking like this. But like for me, when you talk about my people as a whole, right, I get touchy, because some of these things we've heard, seen for years, and all it has done is hurt our people. So when he brought up the narrative of this science thing, it's like, well, wait a minute. We can learn and we can have the most intelligent children, which we already do, in the world. It does not mean a thing if a person can go out here and be killed down the street by a police officer at 14, 13, 15 years old, that somebody's killing one of these geniuses. So what I'm saying is, how can we protect ourselves and grow ourselves as a whole unit without relying or depending on things that I ain't gonna say we, I'm gonna say that, once again, things that I know that are coming from these people who are after us and trying to do these things on purpose for a reason. I asked them a question several times. I said, what makes you so special of a people that these people will want to kill you or will want to do things to harm you? Why? He could never give me that answer. What makes you so special that some people would want to put you in this bond or to steal your books? Why? That's all I was asking, and I could never. Well, where's the books at that they were stealing from, and what was so important? Did they steal your God? And I kept going. I kept leading me to a dead end. It kept leading me to a dead end where I wasn't getting the answer from. I wasn't getting it wasn't. They never really answered it, because I still can't tell you. I asked El Yah, where are these books? You're making an accusation. If these books come from this solution? What creator are you talking about? Did the creator give me instructions in order for me to be able to dodge some of these things over here? Or am I just going to die because of these things that these people are creating that's going to harm us? Was there any instructions for me to follow in order for me, or am I just freestyling out here? I don't want to believe that I'm out here freestyling. I don't care what those people make or what they do. They can't do anything against what the creator, who they said left writings in the holy book. I said, well, where's the holy book? Where's the writings at? Where does it say that? Well, they stole your land. And well, where does it say that this is my land? Oh, it's your land by birth. So I'm just playing hopscotch now. See, these are all the things that the other nations are not talking about. Ain't nobody talking about this is yours inherently by some birth. No, everything that they had or they went and took it. And guess what? You got to fight them to go get it. Go into China, try to take over China. Go into Japan, try to take over Japan. Go over to Italy, try to take over Italy. They're going to fight you. The only people that don't have a home are the ones talking about STEMs and learning science and so on and so forth. How do we get past that? How do we get over that hump? I want to be able to get over that hump. I want to cross that road. I want to cross that bridge. And I don't feel like that is what it is, because of the evidence that's out here that says contrary to everything that they said today. If this land is mine, why do I pay taxes? Why did Elder Yah say it? El Yah, why did he say it? He just said it based off of what I don't know why he said it. But if you're going back to something in 1695, that means that there was a law here. He never told me where I could go and find the information that said this is mine by birth. If it's mine by birth, I should be able to go get that information and present it to somebody and say, yo, this is ours. He couldn't give me that information. So that's not good to be sending something out there or to be making an accusation out there against somebody or have some information out here to have somebody thinking like, yo, this is your land. Well, why? I'm not even indigenous here. I was born here. So was my ancestors. So how could this be my land? This whole planet is my land. I should be able to go anywhere I want to go and not have anybody stop me from going there. This planet belongs to the Creator, and I'm a part of it. So I have no limitations. I'm not limited to just this country alone. I should be able to walk this planet, dip my foot in any water, walk on any sand on this planet. Not just my street, my block, my state, my coast, my country. No, I'm not limited to that. And that's where I feel that we are mentally. I feel that my people are there mentally when they sit here trying to fight for something from somebody that took something from them, like kids, and saying, I want it back, this belongs to me, this mine, this so on and so forth. No, he took it from you. He said he went and got you and brought you somewhere and put you to work. It said, till this land. That's what happened. And now you're coming up with all these other ideas except realizing that, hey, I might have to scrap to get out of this. It may not be no talking my way out of this. It may not be no philosophical way for me out of this. Maybe I do have to get down or lay down. Maybe I got to get down or lay down. So that's what gets under it just gets to me, not gets me emotional, but it's like, yo, it don't make sense. And I'm just trying to get them to make it make sense for me. Now, I didn't even want to get off the topic of the scientific because a lot of it I agree with. A lot of that science that he was talking about, I agree with. I even told him that. I agree with the microwaves and all those type of things, and I believe that, you know, like the 5G, I see what it was doing to women's pregnancies. I know there was a lot of people against it. I totally agree with it. I totally agree with it. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that just because they're creating it, that there's not instructions here that can keep us in some type of safety or some type of secure manner, that I'm just doomed just because they're creating all these things. Why? Because they're creating all this convenience for us, that I'm just doomed. It's going to be radioactivity going on. They're going to kill me by all the radioactivity that's going on. Well, I mean, that may be true, but there's things that we can do in order for that not to happen. We can turn our TVs off. We ain't got to watch TVs all day. We can read a book. I don't have to be eating things that need to be microwaved. I don't need, you know, TV dinners. Maybe I need to eat greens and vegetables and things of that nature.
Get ready to shut it down. It's been 6.
All right. Yeah. So I you know, it is what it is, man. You know, like I said, if he says something and they're gonna say something on that, you know, like I said, and then he keep throwing that watch me thing. You know, like, look, you using things that's trigger points that I know that's leading my people down into a burning house. So I mean, and then I gotta speak on it. I gotta speak on it because he mentions it. Now, if I was new, Kareem, and I'm gonna let you go on this. If I was new and I walked in here and somebody said something about that, and then I went and started doing all that reading, this, that, the third, and then I went down there and I seen John Newborough. After all that, and did the research on him and figured out who he was and why he. No, it is what it is, Kareem. I appreciate your time, though.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in. Yeah, I did a little research on who it is, but you know, you got to do a lot more research, especially if people been studying over the years and stuff. So,
Kareem, I did an in-depth search on him and studied him. You know, this man was nothing short of a Ouija board. He was in all types of mysticism. He's a Mason. And I mean, he was in all type of astrology and all type of. It ain't no telling what spirit was talking to that man that gave him the words of that book. It ain't no telling what he conjured up, because he was about conjuring up spirits. What spirit did he conjure up? And that's what I'm saying. So when you start mentioning that book to our people, and then we go and look at this doggone dentist. A dentist that was into mysticism, and nothing short of a week.
You want to debate him?
Who's him?
You
Down Cosmo?
About the book, because you know who you either the L or you know one of the Waspy brothers. Like which?
Listen, it don't matter. It don't matter who it is. It don't matter who it is. If they coming to me with some nonsense. That's not inspired. That's not inspired. Some of that presentation that I wanted to do on here had something to do with that, because I have a whole presentation on that you haven't even heard.
Bring it out.
I'm telling you some serious business, Karima. Okay, and it'll not. He thought that I was a camp. I'm a camp guy, right? He thinks that I'm not. The information that I'm bringing out it says something in there that have all that Israelite stuff just falling by the wayside that they've been preaching.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he hearing you right now. I'm gonna put it. They hearing you, so I'm gonna put a bug in your ear. If you want to debate him, you know, you could bring out your presentation, and then you could debate him. If you
listen, it don't matter who it is or what it is. If they bring in that book inspired by that man, and I don't care what nobody say, don't come to me with no foolishness. Don't come to me with no foolishness. They talk about everything except him and his inspiration. Listen, I'm done with that type of nonsense. If you want everything that they've been talking about who's been stealing their stuff, and then they take a book. You want to talk about somebody that stole your stuff? You got to start with that man Newborough. Start with him. That's who stole your stuff. He trying to steal your soul too. You better snatch it back. Talking that nonsense. That's how Yah Judas and all that come of the world. We living in the last days, man. You will have all types of seducing doctrines. All types. They're going to be all out here. So good that they can even deceive the very elect. But you ain't deceiving me. I know what that book is about. And it definitely wants to take out the part where your salvation is involved.
I got a question for you right here.
Pop it.
So explain to me why we was put into slavery to serve these heathens. That was the question.
First of all, I told you earlier, this is what I was trying to get out of El Yah on why you are so special. What I told you was, and why you was put into slavery, was because you received you were in contact with the creator of the world, man. Do you know how special that is? You know how special it is you know why your people are so special? Do you know why the black woman is so special? Do you know why she can birth a white woman and a white man? You are a special people. You had direct contact with the creator of this world, of this earth. And he gave you a job. We all know that his word can't come back void. So if he tells you to do something and he says, if you don't do it, this is what's going to happen to you and your ancestors, that's what happened to you. You hear because of something that your ancestors did. They signed the contract for you. And this ended up being your fate of being a person not having any heritage, not having any homeland, and not really even having any culture. And even the culture that we've created here, we're losing. So it's just progressively getting worse. It's just progressively getting worse. It's not going to get any better. So you can look around and keep thinking and waiting and watching time fly. It's not going to get any better until we understand that instruction and that contract that we signed was real. Our people are coming and going by the day. That's why we're the only ones. That's why we can't explain this situation that we're in. We cannot explain it because we just don't understand how we, a strong people, could be in another country for this long and have survived and thrive. Well, where else did that happen at? I remember a story back in Exodus where that happened at. Our people are strong as the day, but guess what? We stiff-necked. We can't tell each other nothing. We stiff-necked till the day is long because somebody is right and somebody is wrong. And we have a problem with that, and we shouldn't. If I say something wrong, if I do something wrong, I will humble myself on this platform to anybody. I don't even care about being wrong. I care about being right in the eyes of the Most High. So if I'm going off on something, I just want to be in good standing with him because maybe I'm off. It ain't about what the man going to think of me or how he going to, try to, he think if he disrespect me or something like that and I let it go or let it slide, then I'm soft. No, it's because I don't want to offend my creator on how I'm treating my fellow brother. I try my best not to. I'm not perfect, but I try my best not to. So that's how. Like I said, if we want to go find the information, we can go find the information. Nobody said all the information or all the truth was in a Bible that's published. What we said was that a Bible was given to us enough of the word that for us to understand it, that there is a Most High God.
Did you say
huh?
Did you see the beginning, the middle, or the end of this video?
I was watching, I was listening, and I wasn't looking at it, but I was listening to the whole show. And I know he started off with, of these, all these things that these people are creating that's, basically like destroying, it's destroying the whole world. The bees, the humans.
Yeah, but it went up into that a little bit, but it wasn't started like that. It's actually some good information, whether you
no doubt. Oh, I loved it. I was loving it.
But if we're frequencies and part of the universe, you know what I mean.
Which we are.
There's other things that we need to shouldn't have a problem of touching down on as far as learning us in whole as far as how we connected to this universe.
Right.
It's very important.
Super important. I said something earlier, Karima, that I don't even think he even understood it, because I know he never read it. I said to him, right? I said, yo, don't you know everything is under the law? Scientists will tell you that if the sun goes off of its axis, like even a fraction of a centimeter, all Earth could be destroyed. I told him because some information that I read says that them luminaries are under the law. They must do exactly what they were prescribed to do by that divine nature that he was talking about, which is the Most High God. It's some of it you can't see. It's the invisible. Some of it you can see. But those luminaries and all of those moons and everything, that sun better come up tomorrow. It better. And that moon better be out there tonight. It better be. Because it was prescribed. And they know better than to go off of their, they know better than to do what we did. They know better. So when the scientists come telling you, oh yeah, the sun they're going to burn out. And all this, it ain't did it yet, has it? It ain't did it yet, has it?
But it's not even about that. The information we shared today was not even. I'm gonna play it a little bit. You feel me? So you can get a little taste of what the video was about, at least from the beginning.
Oh yeah, I was listening.
But the beginning, kind of break down. You know what I mean? How?
Well, I did come in like you. When I came in, you was already playing the video.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It ain't nothing wrong with, sitting down, studying different information, because if we on a spiritual warfare, a spiritual attack, that can become in the form of, radiation or anything like that. Why we can't study that? You feel me? Why? And if that's the science part of it, we have to study all kinds of part of, the situation, because you will be, if you be biased to information, how to be able to, know that.
Yeah, I agree.
You feel me? Not just off of no words or a person, that you can see in front of you.
Right.
You know what I mean? You have to know what's going on. You have to know what's going on, how you are being, attacked without even knowing. Just breathing this air, and I'm just saying.
You saying being familiar. You saying being familiar with the attacks, right?
Exactly.
Right. And that's what
you can see a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right.
An unknown scientist is about to make a discovery that should have changed everything. His name was Winifred Otto Schumann. On the day in question, he was teaching his students about the physics of electricity, how a sphere within a sphere can create electrical tension, and subsequently, a frequency. Schumann's class had struggled to understand the subject, so to make it easier, the professor instructed them to imagine the Earth as one sphere and the ionosphere as another. He then asked them to calculate the tension that would exist in between. Having no idea himself, Schumann also began to calculate. Eventually, he arrived at a frequency of approximately 10 Hertz. As incredible as it seemed to Schumann, our planet had a pulse, a measurable frequency that surrounded life on Earth. Although the professor was proud of his find, he didn't see it as a hugely significant one, especially as it was only published in a small science journal, confined to the back pages, under the heading of Schumann resonance. It would take several years and an incredible twist of fate before the professor would begin to realize the true importance of Schumann resonance. That twist of fate had begun 30 years earlier with another German scientist by the name of Hans Berger. Using an EEG machine he had built himself, Berger had made the first ever recording of electrical frequency transmitted by the human brain. It was initially suggested the wave be named after the man who'd discovered it, but Berger, being a modest man, elected for an alphabetical name and called it the alpha wave. Shortly after Professor Schumann's discovery, one of Hans Berger's colleagues, a man named Dr. Ankermüller, happened to stumble upon a bedraggled copy of a small scientific journal. The exact same small scientific journal that Professor Schumann's discovery had been published in several years before. He read the piece several times, shaking his head in disbelief. He realized instantly the magnitude of what was in front of him. The frequency of the alpha waves, recorded by Hans Berger, were almost identical to Schumann resonance. The frequency of the Earth. Dr. Ankermüller immediately contacted Schumann to convince him to investigate further. Schumann agreed and worked alongside one of his students to refine his discovery. They studied in detail how tension is discharged by lightning in the Earth ionosphere cavity. Eventually, they came up with an exact frequency. The pulse of the Earth, Schumann resonance, was exactly 7.83 Hertz. The discovery was remarkable. Schumann resonance wasn't just similar to the alpha waves of the human brain, it was identical. The brain's frequency, which controlled our creativity, our performance, our stress, anxiety, and our immune system, had somehow tuned in to the frequency of the planet. The pulse of the Earth had become the pulse of life itself. The frequency of a wave is measured in hertz. This refers to the number of oscillations the wave makes each second. Frequencies range from a billionth the size of an atom to the length of the universe itself. In theory, frequencies are infinite, so ultimately endless. If this was a coincidence, it was nature's most spectacular. So what did all this mean? It wasn't long before somebody tried to find out. His name was Rutger Weaver, an acclaimed scientist from the Max Planck Institute. In the early 1960s, the professor constructed an underground bunker in order to examine the circadian rhythms of man. The circadian rhythm is the day-night cycle that is engraved into all life. Over a 30-year period, the professor conducted experiments in which student volunteers would spend several weeks at a time living in the bunker, completely shielded from the natural resonances of the Earth. In his results, Weaver noted some astonishing findings. He discovered that when Schumann resonance was filtered out of the bunker, the students' physical and mental health would suffer.
He took students down there. He didn't trust to do it with ill or old people. He took young students down there because he knew, Weaver knew that there would be an effect. So obviously underground, you don't have Schumann resonance. You only have the transverse magnetic fields from in the Earth. So by putting them underground, they started feeling sick, having headaches. Their circadian rhythm was completely upset. The interesting thing was when he just introduced the 7.8 hertz frequency with a magnetic pulse generator, that immediately stopped.
Weaver would secretly introduce the 7.83 frequency to the bunker via a man-made transmitter. Each time he did so, he noted the ill effects suffered by the volunteers either disappeared or decreased. Their stress, headaches, and emotional distress was reduced, and their sense of well-being was restored. All by the introduction of Schumann resonance. Weaver's research had revealed an incredible connection between human health and the natural frequency of the planet. And in 2011, groundbreaking research suggested something even more impressive, that Schumann resonance could be connected to the beginnings of life itself. The breakthrough came at the hands of Luc Montagnier, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist who first discovered the HIV virus. The professor was conducting water memory experiments, examining how water could retain a memory of substances that had previously been dissolved in it, when he stumbled upon something that would challenge the very principles of science. All life comes from life. This is a fundamental principle of science and one which has never been violated in any experiment. Life can only exist where life has existed before. And the mechanism for this has always been understood to be a material one, such as egg and sperm or spore and cell division. But Luc Montagnier's experiments have offered a very different hypothesis. The professor showed that DNA sequences, the very building blocks of life, communicate with each other in water by emitting low-frequency electromagnetic waves. Even when the DNA was kept in separate test tubes, the professor still recorded electromagnetic communication between them. How sophisticated could this communication be? Well, Luc Montagnier showed they are able to organize nucleotides, the ingredients which actually make up DNA, into brand new DNA. Science has combined these ingredients countless times before, but in no experiment have they ever been able to recreate the spark of life and transform nucleotides into actual DNA, not without DNA already being present. Life, after all, can only exist where life has existed before. But in Luc Montagnier's experiments, the DNA had been completely filtered from the water. Yet new DNA was still formed. Just how was this possible? How had Luc Montagnier managed to achieve what no other scientist could, and create life where no life was present? What was so different about Luc Montagnier's experiments? There was the presence of a frequency which, when removed, would cause the experiments to fail, but when present, would ensure that they would succeed. That frequency was 7.83 hertz, Schumann resonance. A delicate relationship had been struck between life and the frequency of the planet. an interaction of living organisms and electromagnetic frequencies, a reliance, a bond. Evidence of this can be found by reading the science papers, but more obvious proof can be found by simply walking outside. How did all this happen? Well, when you look at the history of the Earth, it seems pretty obvious. Schumann waves have been part of this planet since the very beginning. Life evolved surrounded by them, and inevitably tuned in. In fact, our sensitivity to frequency became deeply connected to our ability to sense another of the planet's phenomena. Two billion years ago, magnotatic bacteria formed a simple but intriguing relationship with the Earth's magnetic fields. The single-celled organism contained particles of magnetic material. This enabled it to act like the needle of a compass and orient along the magnetic lines of the Earth. As organisms became more complex, so did their reliance on the Earth's magnetic fields.
We do know that bees are sensitive to magnetic fields. We know that within their bodies they contain particles of magnetite, and laboratory studies have shown that they are indeed sensitive to magnetic fields. And you can demonstrate in laboratory that if you artificially create a magnetic field, you can control the way that they build their comb. And it seems logical that bees are using magnetic fields in navigation.
The delicate balance of life on Earth is perfectly illustrated by reliance on bees and their pollination of plants. It's hypothesized that without bees, life wouldn't stand much of a chance.
Insect pollination is needed for really all the things that make eating interesting. So all the fruits, the nuts, and things like that all require insect pollination, and bees are the most important group of pollinators.
If the bees weren't here,
If the bees,
we'd have a very boring diet.
yes, we would have a very thin existence. I think that's the point without bees. And of course, as well as the food that we need to eat, they're pollinating wild plants as well. And in many cases, we don't know details about the pollination of wild plants, but we can be sure that without bees to pollinate them, many of our wild plants would disappear.
We are with Marianne Fraser, the Senior Extension Associate for Beekeeping at Pennsylvania State University. What are the classic criteria of colony collapse disorder so that any beekeeper can go out there and look at their bees and say, this looks like a pretty classic case of this?
The symptoms are that the bees are relatively healthy and strong, and in a very short period of time, the adult bee population disappears from the colony. It leaves the colony. And what it leaves behind is a lot of brood, meaning the young bees, honey, and pollen.
On what continents has this colony collapse disorder been observed?
Well, the decline of honeybees has occurred actually worldwide. We've seen many other countries report declines in honeybees. Whether or not it's truly due to this thing called colony collapse disorder, which is a pretty unique set of criteria, is another question. And that's one of the things we're trying to understand by trying to communicate with other people in other parts of the world.
The sort of current concern particularly dates from about 2006, and particularly in the United States, where a lot of commercial beekeepers suddenly found that their bees had been healthy at one point in the year, and then in late summer just suffered these spectacular losses, and they appeared to be different from anything that had been seen before. So people were just going to their hives and finding there were no bees at all.
Colony collapse disorder has affected hives all around the world, with some countries reporting losses of up to 70%. A variety of reasons have been offered as to its cause, but none of them have been able to conclusively explain why all of a sudden bees don't return to their hives. Apart from one, a sensational piece of research by Joseph Kuhn and his team. In an experiment, the doctor worked with 8 beehives and placed a regular home deck phone inside half of them. The scientists then monitored if the presence of a deck phone would affect the way that bees returned to their hive. The results were astonishing. In the hives where no deck phone was present, the bees returned at a normal rate. But in the hives which contained a deck phone, the bees hardly returned at all. In one hive containing a deck phone, not a single bee returned. To fully understand the relevance of Dr. Kuhn's experiment, we must first understand how a deck phone works. The reason you are able to walk around your home talking on your deck phone is because the base station of the deck phone sends electromagnetic frequency waves called microwaves to the handset. This is exactly the same way that a mobile phone mast communicates with a mobile phone. A deck phone is basically a miniature version of a mobile phone mast. If a bee is affected by what comes out of a deck phone, it will most definitely be affected by what comes out of a mobile phone mast. And with 4 billion mobile phone users around the world, all of a sudden, there are an awful lot of mobile phone masts. The bee's magnetic sense allows it to navigate using the magnetic lines of the Earth, an ability it has spent millions of years fine-tuning and developing. Does it stand to reason then that such an acute sensitivity would be affected by even the slightest change in the electromagnetic environment? So what about a gargantuan change, and one which has happened almost overnight? Are there other species that have this sensitivity to magnetic fields? A sensitivity which ultimately makes them vulnerable to man-made frequencies. Unfortunately, the discovery of a new protein cell called a cryptochrome suggests all life has a magnetic sense.
They were discovered in the 1990s in plants, where their function is to absorb blue light, which is used to regulate growth. They were since been found in insects, animals, mammals, including humans, and in birds.
Cryptochromes are a biological molecule called a protein. It's generated by some of your genes called cryogenes, and the cryptochrome molecule actually controls your circadian rhythms, including melatonin production.
Some of the cryptochromes seem to have a function of absorbing light as detectors for the circadian clock. So they are inputs for the light-dark cycle that many species seem to have, plants as well as animals.
But in the year 2000, Thorsten Ritz demonstrated an even more amazing role for the cryptochrome. In a series of experiments on robins, he demonstrated that their navigational sense was not only a magnetic one, but it came directly from the cryptochrome cells, which are located behind the eye.
I think the Ritz paper published in 2000 is one of those milestones in science, because he proposed that this cryptochrome molecule, which remember is best known for its effect in controlling circadian rhythms, that molecule was actually responsible for giving the compass, magnetic compass information in birds.
The birds literally see the Earth's magnetic field, perhaps as a bright or dark spot superimposed on their field of vision. And as they then move their head or their body around, this spot moves, and so rather like a heads-up display for a fighter pilot, they have this thing that they see, goodness knows what it would be, which allows them to orient while they're flying.
The way he tested that was to expose birds to radio frequency fields to see if it actually disturbed their magnetic compass. And not only did the radio frequency field indeed disrupt the migration of robins, but it did so at very, very low intensities of fields. And that's really important and really interesting, that very low level radio frequency fields interfered with the robin's compass.
The experiments by Ritz clearly demonstrated that the cryptochrome cell used in navigation was seriously affected by man-made frequencies, and man-made frequencies at levels well below those deemed safe by the governing body ICNIRP.
All of the animal navigation studies, the cockroaches, the zebra finches, the chickens, the robins, they've all had their magnetic compass disturbed by radio frequency fields well below the ICNIRP public exposure limit.
Work on birds, particularly birds and insects, have shown that they are sensitive to fields way below the ICNIRP levels that claim are safe for us. If you look at where the research shows they're sensitive to, there's good stuff in the literature showing it's significantly lower than what we're allowed to be exposed to, and therefore what they're exposed to in the environment.
There's certainly solid scientific reason for supposing that magnetic fields, artificial magnetic fields, will disturb the habitat of a number of species.
How much has our environment changed because of electromagnetic fields?
Over the last 25 years, it's changed beyond recognition, just beyond recognition. It's millions and millions of times in terms of electromagnetic energy.
The former National Radiological Protection Board, in one of their documents, said that they thought that the radiation environment, if you like to call it that, had increased many millions of times from what it was 50 years ago. Many millions of times.
It's an enormous change in environment on Earth, and it completely swamps all these natural signals, including the Schumann waves that we have evolved with.
One of the reasons that cryptochromes are particularly interesting from the point of view of human beings detecting magnetic fields is that there's a recently studied by Dr. Foley and colleagues showing that if you put human cryptochromes into the fruit fly, then the fruit fly is magnetically sensitive because of the presence of these human cryptochromes. So this is actually showing that human cryptochromes are magnetically sensitive, actually detect magnetic fields.
The discovery of the cryptochrome cell has sparked new interest in the magnetic sense of man, a sense that Robin Baker had predicted some 40 years ago.
This is not some kind of scientific blind man's buff. It's an experiment to find out whether children have a sense of direction. Blindfolded and ear-muffed, the subject is turned around in a special chair until he can't remember which direction he's facing. The chair stops and the subject guesses whether he's facing east, west, north or south. The guess is recorded in a small computer. If children had no sense of direction, their guesses would be random, but they're not. Children after the age of about 10 or 11 make pretty good guesses. It seems they have a real sense of direction, and it seems to be a magnetic sense. When the scientists strap a magnet to the subject's head, it disrupts his sense of direction severely.
And this is a huge advance in understanding. It begs all sorts of questions. It begs questions as to whether human beings can actually navigate in the Earth's magnetic field. Even though they don't do it today, did they do it thousands of years ago? And of course, it begs the question as to whether this is a process by which magnetic fields are actually detected in the human body, which leads to this disturbance of circadian rhythms, which would explain all these adverse health effects that we see so much of in the epidemiological studies of the health of magnetic fields.
If mankind has the ability to sense magnetic fields, the same ability as the bees, the birds, and the butterflies, does that also mean that we are as vulnerable as they are to man-made frequencies? Will changes in our environment affect us, as it's clearly affecting them? Roland, okay, so what is how to describe electrosensitivity?
Electrical sensitivity is when people start reacting, their body starts reacting to electromagnetic fields. Generally speaking, the electromagnetic fields that they'll be reacting to is wireless. So it'll be wireless communications, it'll be Wi-Fi, it'll be cordless phones, deck phones, mobile phones, masts, all of them emitting signals that our body has never experienced before. And when people start to become affected, when I became affected, the way that it starts to affect you is, generally speaking, it's your head first, and it will start giving you pains in your head. But I hate to use the word headache because it's pains in your head that is unlike any other headache you've ever had before.
Most people's complaints are things like cardiac arrhythmia, insomnia, headache, visual disturbance, vertigo, different kinds of paresthesias or neurasthesias where they are feeling unusual sensations within their body. But really it can also affect endocrine function, thyroid function. Again, the list is really endless.
In my particular case, and this is not everybody's case, if I then don't get out of the environment, I start getting quite severe pains in my gut, and that will then mean it's too late, and I will then start bleeding internally.
I think that the symptoms are so diverse, and the associations that that people make are very difficult to accept if you have no knowledge of this subject, which most physicians do not have. And that's no fault of their own. We're not trained to recognise this condition. It's very innovative, and our understanding of it is entirely embryonic at this stage. We're at the very first steps of unravelling and fully understanding this condition.
Brian, like many sufferers of electrosensitivity, has been forced to make radical changes to his home
these two rooms have been completely
Yeah, so when you go to the doctor and from passing out, having a seizure, having headaches, and then they say, "Oh, you're just fine," they don't know what's wrong with you.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's it's. But I don't want to play the whole thing again. But it's actually beneficial information to your health. Sometimes you wondering why you passed out. You wonder why you got headache. You wondering why you're nervous and all this type of stuff. Yeah, you have all kinds of symptoms because it's messing with your frequency in your body. Like it's secretly attacking you. Especially if you living by these towers. They be having hazard suits on, putting up these 5Gs and all these towers, but you living by them, and they ain't putting your house or you on in no hazard suit. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And I can't help but think about Ephesians 2:2, man. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
Ephesians 2:2.
Yeah.
Okay. Ephesians 2:2. Let me get it. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Ephesians 2:2. Let's see. It says, where in time past ye walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So when I read that, they say that the evil one is the prince of the air, of all of our airwaves, of all of these things that these creations and all like these people that are doing it. And as I was watching that, I was like, man, you know what? Nobody ever said we need to stop creating these things, because the ones that's behind it know what they're doing. They're just creating a demand for us to purchase these things and give us convenience. But in the meantime, we're contributing to destroying or doing the works that was intended in the first place, which was destroying this place. There's some people out here that don't care nothing about your food, your health, or nothing else. We know how important these bees and stuff are to us. We didn't create the internet. They did. But if they knew that this stuff would involve all these health risks and destroying our food consumption, there's no talk. You don't even hear about this stuff even being plastered on the news because they don't care. And that's how Satan operates. I hate to say it. I don't want to sound like, I just hate to say it, but that's just what it is. The word says that he's the prince of the air. So I'm not going to act like it's not him that's behind it. Yeah, it's playing on our convenience, and everybody wants it in this 5G and on all this science stuff. But like I said, in the meantime, they're doing all this studying and trying to figure things out instead of just saying, hey, listen, let's just stop. Let's just stop. There ain't nobody going out here trying to talk about getting rid of it.
There's actually people that care. That's why people do the study to put it out there so you can do the research and you can see what's going on. But the problem is, if you tell a whole bunch of people that you're under attack, what you think is going to happen? If people, if they really break it down and say, yeah, we really trying to kill y'all, it's going to be a chaos.
Exactly.
So there's no way that they're going to sit there and tell the truth. But there's people that's out there that's going to try to bring the truth no matter what, if it costs them their life. And that it could be the creator sending them. Because
but what I'm saying is important. Right. But what I'm saying to you is that nobody can
the things that they're doing is so impactful. Like those bees pollinating and all that. Like, remember I said earlier that I haven't seen a yellow jacket in like 2 years.
Right.
I didn't even see that part about the bees on there when I said it. Right. That was in the beginning. I didn't even see that.
It is the beginning, and it goes deep into more on that. You know what I mean? But it just lets you know how we, you know what I mean, ain't no different than the birds. So if it's doing to the bees and the rest of them, because it's
going to get us too.
So it's doing that. It ain't. It is doing that.
It is.
It's just being aware of, you know, because a lot of people don't know this. You know, regardless of, you know what I mean. Of course, we can't stop it as individuals, but you know, if everybody come together, maybe some. You know, I'm just saying though, it's still important to talk about and deal with and understand that there's people out there that do care. You know,
let me ask you this, Karima. Yeah,
it may not be enough of them, and then you know what I mean.
Let me ask you this: do you ever wonder who's behind it? Do you ever wonder what's behind that?
Who's behind?
Is the information coming out more important? Well, I ain't gonna put a balance on it, but does it ever concern you, like who's behind that and who's doing it? We're seeing these things in the end times, right?
Yeah. You know, I mean,
I'm just saying. Like, just think about this.
Spiritual, you know what I mean, attack. You know, but I wonder. But you know what I mean. It's deeper than what I can, you know what I mean, find out. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, it's just like amazing because, like, we're seeing these things on so many different levels. We're not just seeing it like with this stuff. We're seeing it with our food. You know, we're definitely seeing it on our food. We're seeing it in the supermarkets. You know, when I go into the stores now, like when this stuff start hitting my front door, like I get real concerned because I'm like, listen, man, this stuff is prophetic. You know, it said that this stuff would happen. So I'm not going to sit here and act like it wasn't they didn't, like this wasn't going to happen. It's prophetic in the things that I read. So once again, all it does is take me right back to when they said, "Oh, your book and this, that, and the third, and all this, that." Well, debunk it. I can go into scripture and say, I just showed you Ephesians 2, where it says that Satan is the prince of the air. The airwaves. It don't get no more clear than that. If he's the prince of the air, then he's in control of all of that. All of this ingenuity. Which is why I said I wasn't telling him, "Oh yeah, well, have your kid in there and just let him look at the wall all day." That's not what I'm saying. He said, "Well, you didn't teach your kid how you gonna learn how to build a fire and this, that." Listen, them things come naturally, man. You don't have to teach a baby how to suckle. They just know how to do that.
Yeah, but he ain't here now, so you know.
Right. Yeah, I ain't gonna go. But I'm just saying that the scriptures actually say that these things are going to take place.
Yeah, you can line them up exactly. So you have to be aware. You know what I mean?
For sure.
I feel like that goes along with study yourself for proof. You know what I mean?
Facts.
You have to, you know, study on it, you know, what's going on. Like you said, everybody be like, okay, we have to deal with what's going on in reality. But that is reality. Reality is that, you feel me, you're being, you know what I mean, secretly attacked.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That is.
Do all kinds of ways. You have to know it, even though you can't control it. You know what I mean? But you
have to be in the know
it. And then maybe you could teach it to the children, and maybe one day they could come up with a solution or whatever, because it have to be passed down to, you know what I mean? And that's dealing with what we're going through now. It ain't nothing, you know what I mean? In the past.
True. That's very true.
Part of the past, it's dealing with what we're going through right now. That's why, you know, it's a whole bunch of distraction. That's why, you know, people go to work and do different things and be focused on, you know.
Life, everyday life.
Yeah, and really not focus on their life.
Yep.
You know.
Have you ever seen do you know what do you ever hear about that thing that the Russians have that is called like a EPG or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
have that. I wondered if I wanted to play that, but I had it where they can control. It's like they control a crowd control.
yeah,
Yeah, I got that.
man, you should have showed that. You should have brought that. You should have
Because
brought
it was
that.
on the History Channel. I don't know. They control, you know what I mean? But it's on
Yeah,
my page. It's on my Facebook page, 5G Conspiracy Theory. I'm gonna show it up. I'm gonna show it.
man, that ain't no conspiracy theory. They do. You should see the pictures I got on my phone. I had to go to a school like a couple of weeks ago, and they got pictures of people experiment. I took pictures on my phone of it, and I'm talking about they want to see how it's insane. You should see the people's faces on it. They look so evil. They look so evil. It's crazy. I had to take pictures of it because they look wicked as hell. They look wicked as hell, but you gotta bring that. That's some serious business there. And I forget what the name of that program was. It was almost like the MK Ultra. It was almost like the MK Ultra, I believe they call it. But yeah, you definitely got to bring that out. It was called. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Russian. Yeah, I believe it was called. Shit.
These service personnel playing the role of an unruly mob at Georgia's Moody Air Force Base are about to fall prey to an invisible ray. The hulking panel atop this Humvee is part of what the U.S. military calls the Active Denial System, or ADS. It's designed to incapacitate enemy combatants with an unnerving, non-lethal sensation of intense heat. Watch as the ray silently strikes and scatters the crowd.
The active denial system has three great characteristics. First of all, it's safe. Second, it's effective. And third, it has a tremendous range compared to the other non-lethal weapons that today's warfighter has.
This is the heart of this 100 kilowatt transmitter. This is the gyrotron. 200 kilowatts of electricity is fed in, and 100 kilowatts of radio frequency comes out. That millimeter wave energy comes out an aperture underneath the main reflector, hits the subreflector, which illuminates that main reflector and sends a roughly antenna-sized beam downrange. Those holes that you see in the antenna are for the cameras and other visual equipment that the operator uses so that he knows exactly where that beam is going.
It's operated by a joystick. The operator looks into the console, sees exactly what that antenna is aimed at, moves the joystick left, the antenna slews to the left, same way to the right. Then when there's an individual who's identified as a troublemaker, he has a cursor. He can put that cursor on that individual, pull the trigger that's on the joystick, and the energy is sent downrange at the speed of light.
The electromagnetic radiation released by the active denial system is similar to the microwaves in your microwave oven, in that it causes the water molecules in the target to become excited and heat up. But that's where the similarity ends.
Crazy.
ADS is designed to heat only the very surface of the skin. It does this by outputting only the carefully chosen radio wave frequency of 95 gigahertz. Even though it can easily penetrate clothing, the ADS generates a much shorter and safer wavelength of radio waves than those used in microwave ovens.
The active denial system millimeter wave directed energy beam reaches 1/64th of an inch into human skin. So that is the most outermost layer of the skin, roughly equivalent to about 3 sheets of notebook paper. It is essentially affecting the pain nerves in the outermost layer of the skin, heating them up and causing an immediate repel effect.
Even these stoic servicemen, aware of what's about to happen,
engage,
can't help but flinch when they feel the heat.
This is the first time I've experienced the beam from the active denial system, and it feels like an intense warmth feeling, kind of similar to opening a very hot oven door, and it's a compelling feeling that you want to get out of the way of this beam. If you were not expecting this, it would definitely shock you and make you want to move.
The ADS represents just the latest effort to devise an effective ray weapon.
That's exactly what it is, a weapon. That's exactly what it is. Somebody finally said it. That's crazy. And that's what I was talking about. These things, man, this stuff is not by accident. It's not by surprise. This science and all of this stuff and all of this technology, look what they do when they get a hold of it. Military, just like I was saying. That's why we can't be trusted with that kind of technology. Because once we get it, we do all the wrong things with it. We'll blow everybody off of this planet. And I mean, it just don't stop there. You get somebody shooting outside and end up shooting the wrong person. It's just crazy. I don't trust us with all that scientific knowledge. I'm sorry. I just don't trust man. We're capable of any damn thing. That's right there. What I just seen there, that's insane. That's insane. But look what happens. As soon as the military get that type of technology, they weaponize it and use it to their benefit. And they've been doing the same thing on us for years. We're the sheep. They've been doing the same thing on us for years. So it doesn't surprise me, anything I see from them right now. Like I said, once they get it, CERN, look at what's going on with CERN. They over there putting two hydrogen atoms and collide them together. And Hawkins told them to stop doing it because them colliding those atoms together can create a black hole. They won't stop because they're trying to create a portal. This type of technology does not come from a good spirit. I'm gonna put it like that so everybody can understand. It doesn't come from a good spirit. It comes from one of them demonic ones. And all you got to do is give it the man and put it in his hand and watch what he does with it. He'll turn it on himself or turn it on somebody else. That's just what we do for some reason. So, like I said, when he was talking, that science stuff to me, no, that stuff, we've been doing it for years. We've been doing it for years. And I know who the prince of the air is. So when we get that kind of technology and we get that kind of understanding, we got to look and find out who it came from and why was it given to us and how are we going to use it? What did we come up with? What have we been given that's so influential that we used for our good? Why is it everything that we get is always harming us in some way? It's always harming us, always doing something to us that's detrimental. Always, because we are not fixed and focused on the instructions that was given to us. If we was fixed on the instructions, I told him, well, we tried everything out here, right? Let's just try following, the instructions on what we was given, and let's see what happens. Let's just try that for a couple of days, and see what happens. Nobody wants you to do that. They want you to go out here and shoot yourself right in your foot. They want you to step on somebody else's toe. So, like I said, I told him I wasn't surprised by it. I know others may be, but if the book says that we created from the earth, so if we created from the earth, we're made up of all parts of it. If we're earth beings, so me being a frequency does not surprise me. Now, am I a good frequency or am I a bad frequency? What am I allowed to take over this body? I'm going to try to be a good frequency, not a negative one. I just can't, it just amazes me.
Yeah.
And
We're going to shut it down with that. Was a good one. We're going to shut it down with that one.
All right.
We can do a part 2. You feel me? And, you know, hopefully you can bring out your presentation.
Yeah, I got to show you this thing, man. It's good. I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
I think JJ will like it too, because he might use it. He might use it. I hope he don't weaponize it though.
That's
But
right.
it's definitely has something in there that they've been saying for a long time that's not true. Not true.
Well, okay. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Hopefully you hit the like on the way out. And
All right, Karima.
the video.
Have a good night, Karima.
All right. Peace.
All right. I'll talk to you about the presentation.
All right.
All right.
Mhm.
Bye.
All praise to the Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this shit, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Like what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate this right here. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespected and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ops direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ops ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll if you broke your say. Yeah, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the questionnaire, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Look most high first, none above. Taking the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely now. Came on slave ships, and you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.